The journey to the grass country passed without further assassination attempts. Danzo had likely realized that eliminating Tetsuya Chiba with the ninja at his disposal was a futile endeavor. If he wished to see his plan succeed, he would have to devise a different strategy. Tetsuya and his companions finally arrived at the capital of the grass country. Calling it a capital felt generous. It was little more than a modestly larger town, a pale shadow of the bustling and grand capital of the fire country. The disparity between the two nations was glaring. At the gates, a familiar figure stood waiting.
Boss Chiba.
Kakuzu waved, his deep voice cutting through the air.
Kakuzu.
Tetsuya greeted him with a grin, stepping down from the damaged carriage. Sorry for the delay. We ran into some trouble on the road, a minor ninja skirmish, nothing serious, but it slowed us down. He gestured to the worn state of the carriage as an explanation. Kakuzu chuckled, his usual indifference tempered by familiarity.
Trouble on the road, huh?
Sounds like a story. But let's not linger here. A lot has happened while you were en route. We'll talk at the hotel.
Oh.
Tetsuya raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued.
Lead the way then.
I'm eager to hear all about it. Hashtag at the hotel. Once the group had settled in, Tetsuya sought out Kakuzu in a private corner. So, Tetsuya began, leaning back casually, what's been going on in the grass country while I've been on the road? Kakuzu's expression darkened slightly. The daimyo of the grass country has revised our agreement. He's demanding an additional 50% on top of the original terms. Tetsuya froze for a moment before bursting into incredulous laughter.
50%?
Is he serious? Where does he get the gall for such demands? Didn't we already agree on the terms? Kakuzu nodded, his tone measured. It seems the sudden change coincides with a visit from representatives of the Grass Ninja Village. They've been meeting with the daimyo, and shortly after, this demand was made. Tetsuya's smile faded, replaced by an expression of cold amusement. The Grass Ninja Village? You mean that pitiful excuse for a ninja village? The one that thrives on opportunism and betrayal. Kakuzu smirked faintly but said nothing.
Unbelievable.
Tetsuya rubbed his chin, his mind racing. Then, to Kakuzu's surprise, he threw his head back and laughed, a deep, unsettling sound.
Boss.
Kakuzu ventured cautiously. He had seen Tetsuya angry before, but this was something else entirely. Tetsuya's laughter subsided, and he fixed Kakuzu with a sharp, almost predatory look. Tell me, Kakuzu, what do people in the ninja world think of me? Kakuzu considered the question carefully. You're seen as a fair and amicable businessman. A leader who values mutual benefit and avoids unnecessary conflict.
Tetsuya nodded thoughtfully. Good.
It's time they saw another side of me. Hashtag the plan. Kakuzu, Tetsuya continued, his voice cold and deliberate. Where is the Grass Ninja Village located? It's just south of the capital, Kakuzu replied. A small settlement, easy to spot on the plains.
Perfect.
Tetsuya's smile returned, though it carried none of its usual warmth. Let's pay the daimyo a visit first, but after that, we'll destroy the Grass Ninja Village.
Kakuzu stiffened. Destroy it?
Boss, that's a bold move. Won't it make us enemies of the entire ninja world?
Tetsuya waved off his concerns. Hardly.
We're targeting the Grass Ninja Village, not the grass country itself. No one will care if we erase a village full of cowards and opportunists. In fact, I'm doing the ninja world a favor by eliminating their stain. Kakuzu frowned but remained silent, his mind turning over the logic.
After a moment, he nodded.
If we're fast and discreet, it's possible no one will even trace it back to us. Exactly, Tetsuya said, stretching lazily. And once the daimyo realizes he has no backup from his precious ninja village, he'll fall back in line.
Kakuzu sighed. Well, it's your call, boss.
Should I let Izuna know?
No need.
The two of us can handle it.
Tetsuya's grin widened.
After all, it's just a little cleanup. Hashtag elsewhere. Meanwhile, in the daimyo's mansion, the leader of the grass country was entertaining a guest. The man seated across from him was Wu Wei, the enigmatic lord of Ghost Light City, a notorious prison for rogue ninja and criminals. The daimyo sipped his tea and chuckled. Master Wu Wei, do you think this Chiba fellow will agree to the new terms? Adding 50% was quite a leap, don't you think? Wu Wei's green eyes glinted with calm amusement. Daimyo, remember, it was they who approached us for this deal, not the other way around.
They need us.
The daimyo's laughter grew louder.
Ha ha ha. You're right. Come, have more tea.
This will be easier than I thought. Wu Wei smiled faintly but said nothing, his expression unreadable. Night blanketed the grasslands, the only light coming from scattered torches inside Kusanagi village. Despite its designation as a ninja village, it resembled more of a modest tribal settlement. Crude wooden walls encircled the area, and within them stood simple earthen structures. The village sprawled wide, but its dilapidated state betrayed its lack of vitality. On a distant slope, two figures stood silently, cloaked in darkness. Clouds obscured the moon, blending them seamlessly into the night. "Boss, we're here," Kakuzu murmured, his voice barely audible against the wind. "That's Kusanagi village ahead." Tetsuya crossed his arms, surveying the settlement with disdain.
"So this is it, huh?"
Shabby doesn't even begin to cover it. He paused before asking, "What's unique about the ninjas here?" Kakuzu scratched his chin thoughtfully. "They have a peculiar way of using chakra that turns their eyes green. Other than that, there's not much to note." "Why are you worried about hitting the wrong targets?"
Tetsuya smirked. "Precisely.
What if they've lured in outsiders under the guise of offering shelter, only to drain their life force for their own benefit?" Kakuzu immediately caught his drift. "You're implying there might be Uzumaki survivors here." "Exactly," Tetsuya confirmed. "If there are any red-haired Uzumaki descendants, make sure not to kill them."
"We don't slaughter innocents." Kakuzu snorted. "Don't worry, boss.
"I might be a bounty hunter, but I don't kill for sport."
Tetsuya chuckled. "Good.
"The last thing we need is to be mistaken for lunatics like those from the cult of Jashin."
The cult of Jashin?"
Kakuzu frowned, racking his memory. "I've heard rumors about them. Aren't they based somewhere in the land of hot water?" Tetsuya waved dismissively.
"Doesn't matter.
"Let's focus on tonight's mission. By sunrise, Kusanagi village will be nothing but ashes." Electric blue lightning crackled around Tetsuya's body, illuminating his scarlet eyes in the gloom. The air buzzed with energy as the lightning danced across his form, encapsulating him in a powerful aura. "Lightning-style chakra mode," Kakuzu muttered, impressed despite himself. "Boss, where do you even learn techniques like that?"
Tetsuya grinned.
"Just by watching others. That's all it takes." Kakuzu stared at the Sharingan glowing in Tetsuya's eyes and nodded knowingly.
"Makes sense."
The attack begins. Inside Kusanagi village, a lone ninja stood guard atop a sentry tower. His posture was relaxed, his vigilance dulled by years of uneventful nights. After all, who would bother attacking their insignificant village? Yawning, he stretched lazily. "Guard duty here is pointless.
No one's coming for us.
I'll just take a nap." Before he could crouch down, a streak of blue lightning zipped through the darkness, striking the tower with a deafening crack. The ninja's body disintegrated into a mist of blood as the structure collapsed with a resounding crash. "Enemy attack," one of the other sentries screamed, shattering the night stillness. Alarms rang out across the village, and confused cries echoed as ninjas scrambled to respond. The attackers, however, showed no mercy. Tetsuya was a blur of motion, his lightning-infused body tearing through sentry towers one by one. Each strike left a smoldering ruin in its wake, explosions lighting up the night like fireworks.
"Lightning?
What kind of jutsu is that?" Panicked voices rose as the grass ninja scrambled to make sense of the chaos. But their confusion quickly turned to horror as the sky turned red. ###a sea of fire. Kakuzu had taken up his position. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his wind and fire masks, their faces contorted into grotesque expressions. "Let's see how these weaklings handle a real attack." The masks roared to life, releasing a torrent of flames that surged forward like a tidal wave, fed by the howling wind. The inferno swept through the village, reducing everything in its path to ash. Grass ninjas screamed as they tried in vain to counter with water-style jutsu, but their efforts barely slowed the advancing blaze. "This isn't a battle, it's a massacre," one ninja whispered in despair before being consumed by the flames. Tetsuya paused, watching the carnage from a distance. A smirk tugged at his lips. "Fire style seems to work wonders on nobodies like these," he muttered. Then, raising his hands, he gathered his chakra. Fire style, great flame ring. With a thunderous boom, a massive ring of fire erupted around him, flames leaping skyward. The blazing circle expanded outward, engulfing everything in its path. Kakuzu turned to witness the spectacle and gaped in disbelief. "Boss, isn't this a bit much? I thought you wanted to avoid unnecessary casualties." Standing atop the towering flames, Tetsuya looked down at the chaos below. His scarlet eyes glowed in the fiery light, and a smile played on his lips as he raised a massive fireball above his head.
"Emperor Flame."
The sheer intensity of the fireball lit up the night as if a second sun had risen. The grass ninja who saw it dropped their weapons in despair, some falling to their knees as they realized resistance was futile. The fireball descended like a wrathful meteor, its impact shaking the earth. A deafening explosion followed, and a towering inferno consumed what remained of Kusanagi village. #aftermath. As the flames subsided, Kakuzu surveyed the smoldering ruins with a mixture of awe and disbelief. "Well, that's one way to make a statement," he muttered, shaking his head. "But wasn't this overkill?" Tetsuya stepped down from the scorched remains, brushing soot from his coat. His expression was calm, almost serene. "Sometimes you have to remind the world why they should fear you."
He turned to Kakuzu, his voice steady. "Let's go."
The daimyo should be much more reasonable now. Without another word, the two figures disappeared into the night, leaving behind a village that no longer existed.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Boss, aren't you going too far? Kakuzu quickly came to Tetsuya's side, and only then did he notice that Tetsuya's appearance had changed a little. There are several black and white Madara lines on the originally fair face, especially the two yellow spots at the corners of the eyes are particularly conspicuous. In the past, he looked particularly cunning when he smiled with his eyes slightly narrowed, but in this state, Jai looked even more unreal and mysterious, as if he was a figure walking out of an ancient mural. Kakuzu, who possessed the secret technique of earth grievance, immediately noticed the energy fluctuations emanating from Tetsuya, which were obviously different from chakra. "Boss, what's going on? You mean this? This is called Sage Mode. I practiced for many years to learn it. This is also the first time I use it in actual combat." Tetsu also grinned. After practicing Sage Jutsu with Wang Tai Sin for so long, he was finally able to activate Sage Mode. "Although it has been a long time for me, it is like seeing a ghost for the Huangdaxian who know JS practice. It is the first time that they have seen someone who has learned their Huangpai Zifen Sage Jutsu and can successfully open it so quickly. Sage Mode. You know, normally, it is basically impossible to achieve it without 100 or 80 years, but Jai only spent a few decades. He is simply a genius. But then again, boss, you told me not to kill innocent people in a bloodthirsty way. Look at your attack. The entire Kusagakur village is gone, not to mention any survivors." Kakuzu looked back at the Kusagakur village behind him. It had become a sea of fire and everything was reduced to ashes in the flames. "Don't worry, I know my limits. I can see clearly where there are people and where there are no people. I can only say that it is worthy of being the sage mode of Huangpai Zifen. The feeling of being one with nature is wonderful, as if oneself and the natural world have become one, and one knows exactly what is where. This feeling does not mean that you see it yourself, but that nature tells you that something is there." For example, now he sensed that the earth was telling him that there was a dungeon in the Kusagakur village, and there were some people imprisoned in the dungeon. When he, Entei, struck down, he deliberately avoided the positions of some people who might have been abducted from the Kusagakur village. "Let's go Kakuzu, let's do it in a complete manner. Let's go and deal with the remaining grass ninjas. By the way, let's take a look at who the grass ninjas have abducted." Tetsuya called out to Tetsuya and walked towards the other small half of the Kusagakur village that was not burned to ashes by the flames. When things got to this point, the ninjas of Kusagakur knew that their village was gone and that staying here would only lead to death. It might still be possible for them to run away now. If it were someone else, they might still have the possibility of throwing it away. But this time it was Jai who came to kill them. Jai understood one thing, that is, to cut the grass at its roots, otherwise it would grow again in the spring breeze and that would be bad. Although he was not afraid of the revenge of the grass ninja, a fly cannot kill an elephant, but if a group of flies kept following you, it would be a very annoying thing. The surviving Kusanagi knew that running together would lead to death, so they all dispersed. However, several blue lightning bolts rushed out from the same direction and directly rushed towards the fleeing grass ninjas. It must be said that the speed unleashed by lightning-style chakra mode combined with 8 gates is extremely fast. It is so easy to hunt down these low-level grass ninjas in this open grassland. Kakuzu looked at Tetsuya releasing a large number of clones with lightning-style chakra mode and another secret technique superimposed, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, you released so many shadow clones at once, can you handle it? Which aspect do you mean? The spiritual aspect or the chakra?" Both. "It's all right, no problem." Tetsuya shrugged and walked in the direction of a huge life force unit that his sage mode sensed. On the mental level, I don't know if it's because of Guzi, or because he is a time traveler, but his mental power is actually quite strong, and there is no problem in splitting multiple shadow clones at once. As for chakra, not to mention it. His current chakra amount is no longer something that can be calculated clearly using units of measurement. Kakuzu followed Tetsuya. He felt that he was here just to watch the show, or in other words, his biggest role was to guide Tetsuya. At the beginning, when the boss was still fighting with Taijutsu, he released a compound ninjutsu technique, and then he didn't even have the chance to take action. Just ask, why is the gap between people so big? It was also a fire style. He had always thought that his compound ninjutsu was quite powerful, but compared with the little sun released by his boss, his ninjutsu was just like a small flame. While Kakuzu was thinking wildly, Tetsuya had already arrived in front of a room locked by iron chains. He reached out and ripped off the chain. Dingle bell clang. The thick iron chain was torn off and fell to the ground. Tetsuya pushed the gate of opening and saw the situation inside the house. The furnishings in the house are very simple, with only a simple bed, and there are countless hands of quilts on the bed. A piece of the bedboard was also removed, and it was held in the hand of a red-haired woman for self-defense. One end of the bedboard was sharpened and looked very dangerous, but in fact it was not a threat to the ninja at all. You, who are you? The red-haired woman looked nervously at Tetsuya, who opened the door, and Kakuzu, who was following him. Jia didn't answer the other party's question, and took a look at the red-haired woman in front of him. She was wearing a thin dress, and her arms exposed outside the sleeves were covered with tooth marks, which were obviously bitten. Obviously, this woman should be the future mother of Uzumaki Kaso. He didn't answer the other party's question and asked instead, "Want to live? Who are you? You don't look like you are from the Grass Ninja Village. From now on, there will be no Grass Ninja Village. Everyone in this garbage village has been killed by us. I just ask you, do you want to live?" 2 people killed the entire Grass Ninja Village. This incident had a big impact on Uzumaki Karen. Although the strength of Kusanagi village was not strong, it was not possible for just the 2 of them to kill them all. But she did hear the movement outside before, and the firelight that illuminated the night like daylight, as if the Kusanagi village had really been attacked just now. I want to live. I want to live well. Live like a living person. If these 2 people can really do something like destroying a village with 2 people, maybe with their help, I can really live well. Okay, take this. This one took out a seal scroll, took out a bag from it and threw it to Uzumaki Karen. There is some water and food inside, as well as an identity certificate from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Leave the Kusanagi village and go south. You will see a business road and a carriage with the logo of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Show it to the merchant on the car. Whatever you have in hand, he will take you out safely. After saying that, Je turned around and left. He also sensed that there were many people hidden in various places in the Kyuzagakur village. He had to go and see if those who did not escape were kidnapped like this Uzumaki descendant, or if they survived. Kyuzagakur ninja. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but when he saw it, Je was shocked. Wow, there were quite a few people with special bloodstains or who had mastered some special ninjutsu and ended up in the Kyuzagakur village. These people are similar to the descendants of the Whirlpool country. Their families were destroyed due to war or some other reasons. They lost their shelter and ended up in the grass country, and were finally brought back to the Kyuzagakur village. Their bloodstains and ninjutsu became the research objects of the Kusanagi village. No wonder before traveling through time, when I was watching videos and saw the characteristics of the major ninja villages, it said that the Kusanagi village was good at studying the techniques of other ninja villages. Je just said that their village was so weak, so what qualifications did they have to study the techniques of other villages? It turned out that they were studying the ninjutsu and blood on these people. As for these people, Jia carefully examined them and found that they were basically some useless bloodstains and ninjutsu. It is no wonder that other ninja villages did not take them in, but let them go to the land of grass, and finally the grass village collected them and studied them like treasures. People like Uzumaki bloodline are already SSRs among this group of people. The others are basically some R-level ninjutsu and bloodstains. There is only one bloodstain that can be called SR, called the Dragon Life Reincarnation Technique. This technique is similar to the Jimmy Tensei developed by Cho. Both use their own lives to exchange for other people's lives. This thing is really useless to Tetsuya, not even as interesting as the fire-style ghost lantern that guy has. For these people, Je also gave them a choice. Those who wanted to survive were given ID cards of Shiwa and Chiba Chamber of Commerce, allowing them to go to Chiba Chamber of Commerce in different countries and cities. These people have some unique skills, and it is not a loss for Chiba Chamber of Commerce to earn income. Maybe they will have miraculous effects one day. As for those who could no longer survive, Tetsuya asked Kakuzu to give them a ride. Before the sun came out, Tetsuya and Kakuzu had already left the Kyuzagakur village. No, it should be said that the ruins of the Kyuzagakur village. Boss, when are we going to meet the daimyo of the land of the grass? Back at the hotel, Kakuzu curiously asked Tetsuya about his next plan. Je also smiled and poured himself a cup of tea. Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't sleep the whole night. Let's take a rest first. No matter what, we have to let that idiot daimyo know that the Kyuzagakur village is gone, don't you think? Kakuzu nodded. Yes, that makes sense. We have to wait until he knows that his support is gone, so that we can take the lead in the subsequent negotiations. That's right, don't worry. As long as we don't go to see the daimyo, he will be the next one to worry. Under Tetsuya's leadership, the 2 of them stayed in the hotel, ate and drank as they pleased, but they refused to meet the daimyo of the land of the grass. The situation of the daimyo of the land of grass was just as Tetsuya had imagined. He gradually became uneasy from his original calmness. Lord Rivai, it's been a few days and the president of the Kinyi Chamber of Commerce has arrived. Why hasn't he come to see me yet? Shouldn't he be eager to discuss business with me? The uneasy daimyo once again found Rivai, the lord of Gilan City who was temporarily staying in the capital. After all, his greatest reliance now was Rivai. Facing the current situation, he hoped that Rivai could give him some advice. Rivai smiled calmly and comforted him. Daimyo, don't panic. This Chiba Tetsuya was able to establish the Chiba Chamber of Commerce and make such a big name for himself, so he is definitely not a mediocre person. We suddenly raised our requirements by 50%, which he definitely would not be able to accept. So he should be dragging his feet now, trying to wear out your patience. I guess he must think that he only needs to delay for a few days, and you will definitely feel that there is a change in the cooperation, and then you will take the initiative to find him. The daimyo screamed and stood up. I think there is only one possibility for daimyo. Then let's waste it and see who can outstrip whom. The country of grass is my territory, so how can he have the confidence to compete with me? It should be the Uchiha Madara who was rumored to be resurrected from the dead. It must be those idiots in Kusanagi village who somehow offended Uchiha Madara. Yes, that must be the case. Why is this happening? Tell me clearly. How could such a big village disappear so quietly? Didn't they run away? Didn't they call for help? Hearing this, Lord Wuvai shook his head. What Wuvai City Lord said makes sense. This Kinija is indeed a shrewd businessman. If it weren't for you, Wuvai City Lord, reminding me, I'm afraid I would have really gone to find him. The famous man was shaking all over, and the grass ninja village was destroyed. His first thought was the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Although the Chiba Chamber of Commerce is very powerful, they are just businessmen. It is even more unrealistic to want to quietly destroy a ninja village. Cough cough cough. The two chatted and laughed and began to drink tea. The daimyo laughed as he spoke, unfolded a mini folding fan and fanned himself. Although the suspicion of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce is high, I don't think it could be him. Although I have heard that there is a powerful Wuvai beside Chiba Tetsuya, who protected him through countless assassinations, but even so, it is really a fantasy to destroy the grass ninja village with just one person. The daimyo coughed violently. The entire grass ninja village has turned into scorched earth, so the person who attacked the grass ninja village must be a fire-style master. There are only a handful of people in the ninja world who can do this, and it will not be easy to do this. Take action. However, the next moment, neither he nor Wuvai could laugh anymore. Once you take the initiative, the other party regains the initiative in the negotiation. What? How is this possible? At this moment, someone hurried over. Then why is this happening? Hearing Wuvai say this, daimyo nodded. Are you okay, daimyo? Sorry, sir, city lord. I just received the news that the grass ninja village was destroyed. The entire village was turned into a purgatory, leaving no one alive. No, when the grass ninja village was destroyed, no news came out. City Lord Wuvai quickly stepped forward to support the daimyo. Daimyo, the lord of Wuvai City, has important news. The daimyo was cheerful and felt that everything was under control. Master Wuvai, why do you think this is happening? Could it be possible that the Chiba Chamber of Commerce did all this? Uchiha Madara, who relies on the Gadu statue to stay alive in the cave. Big news? What? Could it be that the boss of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce couldn't hold on any longer and took the initiative to come to me to talk about cooperation? What? The person who reported the news was already sweating profusely. After all, the news was so exciting. Although the grass ninja village is not as good as the 5 major ninja villages, it is still the ninja village of their country of grass. It will be gone if it is gone. The thing was discovered when the Kusanagi who was on a mission returned to the village. When he returned to the Kusunin village, the entire Kusanagi had turned into a piece of scorched earth. There were houses that were burned to ashes and buildings everywhere. The charred remains of the ninja. Wuvai thought about it, and then he came to a very ridiculous conclusion. Uchiha Madara. Hearing this name, the daimyo became even more frightened. Before he succeeded to the throne, he heard this name mentioned countless times by the previous generation's daimyo, Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world, and the existence of the same name as the god of ninja, Senjo Hashirama. Compared with Senjo Hashirama, Uchiha Madara is much more unreasonable. If you encounter any problems, if it is Senjo Hashirama, you can still talk and communicate. But if it's Uchiha Madara, then the only way is to wait for death. After all, that feared ninja Shura doesn't care who you are. Regardless of whether you are a noble or a famous person, as long as he decides to kill you, you must die. Then what should we do, Lord Wuvai? Will Uchiha Madara come to kill us? Don't panic, daimyo. The destruction of Kusakunin village happened a few days ago. If Uchiha Madara wanted to kill us, we would have been dead long ago. Hearing this, the daimyo breathed a sigh of relief. Master Wuvai, you are right, I am too nervous. The distance between the capital of the Kingdom of Grass and the Grass Ninja Village is not that far. If you travel by carriage, it will only take about a day. If you choose a ninja with a faster pace in the city, especially a strong one like Uchiha Madara, if you destroy the Grass Ninja Village at night, you can come to the capital damning few to take their heads in the morning. Then what should we do next? Keep waiting. Wuvai thought for a while and then said, Okay, daimyo, please continue to wait. I'll go meet Tetsuya Chiba for a while to see what his attitude is. No, this is not enough. Perhaps it was the destruction of the Grass Ninja Village that made the daimyo completely determined. The Grass Ninja Village is gone. The impact of this incident is really too great. We must get more things. Daimyo, what do you mean? A trace of greed and cruelty flashed in the daimyo's eyes. Even if the destruction of Kusanagi village has nothing to do with the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, it is the Chiba Chamber of Commerce that brought bad luck, so they must come up with more things. On the basis of the 50% increase, I want another 20% of the shares of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. 2% of the shares of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. As soon as these words came out, Wuvai frowned. Would this be too much, daimyo? I'm afraid Chiba Tetsuya wouldn't agree either. No, he will agree. The daimyo said with a sinister smile. I will send an invitation to him in my name and invite him to visit your Ghost Lantern City as an apology for wasting time these days. After he receives the invitation, he will definitely feel that I have given up and don't want to spend any more time with him. In order to take the initiative, he will definitely agree to go. As long as he arrives at Ghost Lantern City, won't everything be decided by you, the Lord of Wuvai City? When Wuvai thought about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed feasible. Although the major ninja villages knew that Ghost Light City was a prison, businessmen who were not ninjas probably didn't know what that place was. If Chiba Tetsuya arrives at Ghost Lantern City, wouldn't he have the final say in all this? I think it's feasible. Very good, then I will send an invitation to Chiba Tetsuya. The date will be set in 2 days. Lord Wuvai, what do you think? Excellent, sir. I will go back to Ghost Lantern City to make preparations. Okay, then the future of our country of grass will be left to you, Lord Wuvai. Don't worry, daimyo. Wuvai left, and the daimyo's invitation was quickly sent out. Jai, who was resting in the hotel, was a little surprised after receiving the news. Ghost Lantern City. Tetsuya's expression became a little tense. He really does have one. There are so many famous tricks in this country of grass. He really thinks that I don't know where this Ghost Lantern City is. Not to mention that Tetsuya has watched the movie version. Kakuzu, who is right next to him right now, has been to the ghost town and been imprisoned. It seems that this famous person from the Kingdom of Grass is planning to play the same trick as the Hungman Banquet. Haha, interesting, boss. It seems that the real confidence of the daimyo of the Land of Grass is not the Grass Ninja Village, but the City Lord of Ghost Lantern City, Wu Wei. Now it seems that this is indeed the case, so doesn't it mean that I killed the wrong person? The Grass Ninja Village blocked the sword for the City Lord of Ghost Lantern City. Kakuzu shook his head and said, you can't say that. If you really want to count, Ghost Lantern City is also part of Cao Ninja Village. The owner of Ghost Lantern City, Wuvai, comes from a family in Cao Ninja Village. It's just that their family has been responsible for guarding the prison for generations. And as far as I know, there are 12 elders of Kusanagi Village who are still in Ghost Lantern City, and they seem to be called Kisanoichi. Well, that's it. Then there's nothing wrong with killing. It can only be said that some fish slipped through the net. So, boss, what do you think of this invitation? Tetsuya grinned. What else can I say? Since they have already sent out the invitation, of course I will go. Besides, I don't like unfinished projects. Since there are still fish that have slipped through the net, it is just a good opportunity to eliminate them together. Moreover, I heard that there is something called the Box of Bliss in Ghost Lantern City. I am very curious and want to take a look. The Chest of Bliss. Kakuzu frowned upon hearing this familiar name. Boss, I'd better not touch this thing. It's not a good thing. Don't worry, I have my own sense of discretion. As he spoke, Tetsuya clapped his hands. By the way, you don't want to go this time. Why? I have stayed in Ghost Lantern City. If I am here, no matter what the boss wants to do, it will be much more convenient. It's okay. I don't need to know too much about that broken place. I just need to know where it is. And there are other tasks that you need to do. Other tasks? The boss is rich though. Tetsuya grinned. If nothing else happens, the daimyo of the Land of Grass will definitely not go to Ghost Light City this time, so you keep an eye on him for me and don't let him escape. Kakuzu paused and understood immediately. After the boss has been to Ghost Lantern City this time, I am afraid that Ghost Lantern City will cease to exist just like Kusanagi Village. If the news comes back in advance, the daimyo may run away in advance. I understand, boss. I will keep an eye on that guy. He can't go anywhere until you come back, boss. 2 days passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was the time mentioned in the invitation letter. Jai turned into the pot-bellied appearance that ordinary people would recognize. As soon as he came out of the hotel, he saw people from Daming Mansion. President Chiba, President Chiba. A servant who looked plainly dressed, but a closer look revealed that the plain clothes were actually made from extremely expensive materials, brought a carriage to Tetsuya. It goes without saying that these people are from Daming Mansion. Good morning, President Chiba, we will pick you up and go to Ghost Lantern City as agreed. Tetsuya smiled kindly. Ha ha ha, thank you for your hard work. The daimyo was so thoughtful that he even arranged for someone to pick me up. Originally, I planned to hire a carriage to go to Ghost Light City. Well, look at what you said. How can you hire a car by yourself? The Lord has already arranged it, so please ask President Chiba to get in the car. Good. Jia didn't hesitate and got into the car directly. Set off. The carriage started, and Jai opened the door curtain and looked forward. Ghost Lantern City, your grandfather and I are here. If you invite Laozi to the Hungman Banquet, I will be a crow. Ghost Lantern City is a city built on an island. It is said to be a city, but in fact it is more like a huge castle. The carriage pulled Tetsuya to the pier, and he switched to a boat to take Tetsuya to the island. Once he landed on the island, Tetsuya discovered that the island was much larger than what he had seen before. After getting off the boat, Jai saw several people in uniforms and a sedan. It must be Mr. Tetsuya Chiba. Yes, it's me. You are from Ghost Lantern City, right? Tetsuya looked at these people in uniforms. The clothes these guys wore did not look like the clothes that the ninja world should have at all, but more like the clothes that the prison guards in One Piece would wear. Yes, Mr. Tetsuya, our lord of the city has been waiting for your arrival for a long time. He specially asked us to pick you up. Mr. Tetsuya, please get on the sedan. Let's set off for Ghost Lantern City now. Okay, thank you for your hard work. With a smile on his face, Jai calmly sat on the sedan chair that was obviously transformed from a prison cage. I have to say that the scenery outside Ghost Lantern City is pretty good. There are plants called ghost lanterns growing all over the mountains and plains. These plants have orange-yellow fruits and look like little lanterns. He heard from Kakuzu that these ghost lights fruits can be eaten normally, but if you eat the white fruits, your whole body will be paralyzed, and it will take at least a day to relax. Generally, when the prisoners in Ghost Castle do not want to work, they will be paralyzed, eating the white fruit to escape labor. The sedan moved forward and soon arrived at Ghost Lantern City. The domineering and majestic gate slowly opened, and two teams of jailers walked out in unison, lining up on both sides of the city gate. The sedan stopped and Jai walked out of the sedan. Congratulations, please invite the lord of the city. After giving the order, all the jailers saluted together. Weavai, followed by a group of people, made a full appearance. President Chiba has traveled thousands of miles to come here. It is really an honor for me. Jai laughed happily. Ha 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 ha, no matter where, I am very excited to be able to come to Ghost Lantern City. By the way, did the daimyo arrive first? Why didn't I see the daimyo? When Jai mentioned his name, there was no emotion on Weavai's face. The daimyo is waiting for President Chiba in the city. Please ask President Chiba to come with me to the city. He really just opened his mouth and said, that old boy from the land of grass has never left the Daming Mansion. How could he be in Ghost Lantern City? But it doesn't matter, he is here to flip the table anyway. It's easy to say, please ask City Lord Weavai to lead the way. Weavai looked at Jai and couldn't help but smile. He walked in front and led Jai into the Ghost Lantern City. As soon as we entered the city, the heavy door behind us slammed shut. If it were an ordinary person, the door would be closed, and he would probably have no chance of escaping after entering this Ghost Lantern City. Weavai, who was walking in front, spoke. I'm afraid President Chiba doesn't know where my Ghost Lantern City is. Of course I know. It is a famous prison in the ninja world. It houses criminals from all major ninja villages. As a member of the Heavenly Prison Clan, Lord Weavai, you have mastered the fire-style Heavenly Prison. All prisoners who enter this ghost town will be planted. Fire-style Heavenly Prisons mark to limit their chakra and prevent them from escaping. Do you think I'm right? City Lord Weavai. Weavai looked back at Jai with some surprise. You actually know everything? Then why do you still come to Ghost Lantern City? Tetsuya smiled calmly. I was invited by the daimyo to visit Ghost Light City. I'm not a prisoner, so why don't I dare to come? And I'm not a ninja. Does Weavai City want to use fire-style Heavenly Prison on me? After saying that, Tetsuya opened his arms directly. Then please invite City Master Weavai. I come here with sincerity to travel and discuss cooperation. If the City Master insists that I accept the mark of Heavenly Prison in order to have a good discussion, then I have no choice but to accept it. Seeing such frankness, Weavai laughed. Ha ha ha, I have to say that President Chiba is so courageous. You are right, President Chiba is not a prisoner. How could I use the Heavenly Prison technique on President Chiba? Isn't that right? I'm not a prisoner, I'm a guest. Ha ha ha, yes, President Chiba, please invite me to take you around this Ghost Lantern City. At Weavai's invitation, Jai entered the prison area of Ghost Lantern City. Leader Weavai met criminals from various ninja villages. The charges of these criminals sounded more heinous than the last. But in fact, they are just a group of guys with no reputation. It is impossible for a truly powerful ninja with some special qualities to be handed over by the major ninja villages. Not only in this ninja world, these ninjas with special skills are also a resource to a certain extent, especially ninjas with special blood inheritance limits, not to mention. As for some powerful rebellious ninjas, even this mere Ghost Light Castle cannot contain them, such as Kakuzu. Even the reason why Kakuzu was imprisoned in Ghost Light City back then was because one of his hunting targets was captured in Ghost Light City, and he came in to take that guy's head and exchange it for money. These prisoners are nothing to look at. I heard that there is a box of bliss in Ghost Lantern City that can grant people's wishes. Is this true? Haha, I didn't expect President Chiba to even know this. Weavai laughed twice. The box of bliss does indeed exist, but it is just an antique passed down from a long time ago by our Heavenly Prison Clan. It does not have any power. Oh, is that so? Tetsuya suddenly asked while holding his chin. Master Weavai, do you have any children? Weavai was confused when Jai asked. No, why did you suddenly jump to such a personal issue? Not yet, I'm not married yet. That's it, I understand. Hearing Weavai's answer, Jai nodded. He's not married yet, which means his son Gui Gui hasn't been born yet, and this guy hasn't gone crazy over the broken box yet. He remembered that in the movie version, this old boy flipped the box around until he went crazy and killed his son. In order to resurrect his son, he grabbed people everywhere and fed chakra to the box, and a monster was resurrected. Seeing Jai's thoughtful look, Weavai couldn't guess what Jai was thinking, but at this point, he didn't intend to guess anymore. President Chiba, let's talk about cooperation now. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation are you talking about? No big names are here, so what's there to talk about? Haha, I came to negotiate with you on the order of the daimyo. Now we, the country of grass, are going to add an extra 50% to the additional 50% we requested before. More. Je was also happy. More? What else do you want? We, the country of grass, want 20% of your shares in the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. No, how dare you ask for 20% of the shares? Sanshao Hanzo didn't even ask me for shares, and none of our fire country daimyo asked me for shares. Why do you, the grass country, do it? Seeing Jai's confused look, Weavai smiled with satisfaction. Why? Just because you are on my territory now. Weavai waved his hand, and a group of people shrouded in robes and wearing zodiac masks appeared and blocked the way forward and backward. If you don't agree, you may have to live with me for a while. Looking at the 12 people blocking him before and after, Tetsuya knew that these should be the 12 elders of the Kingdom of Grass. City Lord Weavai, what do you mean? You don't want to have a serious conversation, you just plan to turn the table over, right? Jai still looked at Weavai with a calm expression. Good guy, you haven't lifted the table yet, so you can't help but lift the table first, right? Weavai smiled and shook his head, opened his hands and said, No, aren't I having a good discussion with you? I just want you to show our capital. Now it's time for you to consider whether to agree to the conditions I proposed, President Chiba. Okay, it's not just about flipping the table. Jia breathed a sigh of relief and laughed, and then said, After all, I'm here to flip the table. It wouldn't be fun if you flipped the table first. What's the meaning? Weavai frowned. He felt something was wrong. Why did this guy look like he didn't have to act anymore? What I mean is, my performance is over, it's time for us to play something interesting. Chakra seal, unlock. Boom. Tetsuya opened the chakra seal and released his chakra aura without reservation. The terrifying chakra fluctuations seemed to have condensed into substance, and immediately set off a wave of air in the castle. A hole? How is this possible? Damn it, how can there be such a terrifying chakra? Isn't this Chiba Tetsuya an ordinary businessman? Such a terrifying chakra, is that guy a monster? Ryuvai broke out in cold sweat for a moment, but then he turned from shock to excitement. What's the use of a huge chakra? It's meaningless in front of me. Your majestic chakra is the best nourishment for the box of bliss. Ryuvai raised his hand, and red energy condensed on the cane. Fire-style heavenly prison technique. He slapped a palm towards Tetsuya. By surprise, as long as he can capture Tetsuya, he will be able to lock the chakra in his body in an instant. Get off and drive. Before Weavai could touch Jai, he directly swept Weavai's head with a whip kick. Boom. Weavai flew out and instantly penetrated a cell. The prisoners in the cell ran away without saying a word. But before he could run very far, his whole body was ignited with flames, and the fire-style heavenly prison in Weavai was activated on him. Ahem. Getting up from the ground, Weavai glared at Jai fiercely. Kusuno Minoru, come with me and take down this guy. Weavai gave an order, and 12 Kusanagi members rushed towards Tetsuya. Use less to fight more. Jai also became interested and clapped his hands directly. Bang! A puff of smoke suddenly exploded, and everyone in Kusanagi took half a step back and looked at the smoke warily. Among them, the man wearing a pig head mask raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Wind release, gale wind palm. With one palm strike, a strong wind instantly blew away the smoke. However, the moment the smoke dissipated, a horrifying scene appeared. More than 30 Tetsuya appeared in the encirclement. This is Konoha's multiple shadow clone jutsu. The dragon head masked man with some experience recognized this technique and couldn't help but be a little shocked. Let me play with you first. When I have enough fun, I will send you to reunite with the other people in the grass ninja village. The next moment, these 30 or so Tetsuya rushed out and rushed directly towards different Kusanagi members. It's still a case of more fighting against less, but just now there were more of them, now Jai has more. People from other grass ninja villages. Weavai, who stood up again, thought of something and looked at Jai in shock. You destroyed the grass ninja village. Congratulations on getting the answer right, as a reward for guessing the truth. Tetsuya raised his right hand. Buzz. In an instant, a huge ball of light appeared in his hand. This technique is called Raisnon. With a charging slide, Raisnon pushed towards Weavai. In an instant, Raisnon expanded to be taller than a person. Weavai hurriedly rolled and crawled to avoid it. At this moment, the city lord of Ghost Lantern City was so frightened that he rolled and crawled on the ground in front of other prisoners. For a moment, all the prisoners watching the show burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? After finally escaping Raisnon, Weavai got up from the ground and became angry when he heard the prisoners' ridicule, which directly triggered the heavenly prison mark in everyone's body. In an instant, the original laughter turned into a shrill wail. Hey, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. You are too shameless. Jai's voice came from above Weavai's head. Nanny. When Weavai looked up, he saw a huge ball of light covering it. This move is called Block Raisnon. Boom. The Raisnon fell with a crash and penetrated the floor directly. Dong dong dong. With 3 muffled sounds in a row, Tetsuya's Raisnon punched through all the floors and reached the bottom floor, a basement full of experimental equipment. Ahem. Weavai collapsed on the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, several more figures fell down from the sky. They were 12 grass-nosed people. The floor above collapsed, and these guys fell to the bottom together. Oh, sure, life is quite tenacious, and I'm not dead yet. Tetsuya was a little surprised to see Weavai, who was still alive after blocking Rasengan's shot with his own move. Is it the substitution technique? The moment it was hit, the substitution technique was activated and it replaced the position with something else. Damn guy. Weavai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Tetsuya. He didn't understand how this guy could be so strong, and what was going on with the technique called Rasengan. It didn't even require sealing, and it was still so powerful. He just used the substitute technique to avoid the center. He was injured like this just by being hit by the edge. If he had been hit from the front, he would not have died on the spot. Weavai, let's go together, this guy is very strong. Other members of Kusuno Minoru also stood up again. Several of them were slightly injured, and Kusuno Minoru members were still using Sage Jutsu to treat others. No, I have a better plan. As he said that, Weavai looked in the direction of a door with a special shape in the basement. Hey, let me tell you, you guys are conspiring loudly in front of me. Is this really okay? Seeing several people beeping loudly, Tetsuya couldn't help but complain. He also discovered the strange door. He didn't know what was behind the door. Could it be the box of bliss? He could no longer remember the specific details of the theatrical version, and he had forgotten what the point of bliss was. He only knew that there was a monster named Satoru inside the box. Chiba Tetsuya, although you have deceived everyone and hidden your own strength, you should never come to this place. Weavai's momentum suddenly became arrogant, as if he had obtained some trump card. No, how dare you talk to me like this? Did that door give you the confidence? Jai looked at the door in confusion. Take the move, fire-style heavenly prison fire sword. Chakra surged in Weavai's hand, and the pure chakra turned into red flame energy and finally turned into a sword. Holding a red long sword, Weavai took the initiative to attack Jai. Interesting, Rasengan. Rasengan instantly destroyed Weavai's heavenly prison fire sword, and Tetsuya pushed directly towards Weavai. Weavai quickly retreated until he reached the strange door, and then decisively launched the teleportation technique. Seeing that Rasengan was about to hit the door, Rasengan suddenly disappeared. Tetsuya dispersed the chakra in his hand and looked at Weavai, who ran out of the teleportation technique, and smiled. You want to trick me into using Rasengan to attack this door, and then use the power of the door to steal my chakra, right? It's a pity that this trick doesn't work for me. When Weavai saw Jai arriving at the door, he also smiled. Really? Will this trick work for you? Only then did Tetsuya notice that the 12 Kusanagi formed a strange formation, and the chakra on them burst out at the same time, forming the shadows of 12 different animals behind them. The next moment, the shadows behind them were connected according to the specific order of the 12 days of Ziku, Yinmao, Chen, Suwu, Shen, Yuksahai. What? Formation? Or barriers? Sharinan appeared in Tetsuya's eyes, and the 3 Megatama rotated into Mangekyo. He was ready to open Susanna. Now, fire-style heavenly prison. Weavai struck out with a palm, and red energy flew out and landed on Jai. In an instant, Tetsuya felt that the chakra in his body was being withdrawn. However, the speed of withdrawal seems a bit insignificant compared to the overall amount of chakra. There is no way, the amount of chakra he has accumulated from lottery draws over the years is too much, and the whole thing is simply a humanoid-tailed beast. Forget it. Tetsuya also kept a 3-tails Isabu at Guza's place but did not extract it. As the chakra poured in, the door behind him changed and the whole thing shook. Ha ha ha, great, we succeeded. I have already told Chiba Tetsuya, your thick chakra is the food that bliss points to. Boom. The next moment, the door on the wall finally revealed its true identity. This door was actually the decoration on the box of bliss. As the box of bliss trembled, the entire huge box flew directly upwards, piercing the ceiling of the basement and heading to the ground. Quickly, catch up. The box of bliss is open. As long as you make a wish, our grass ninja village will be able to rule the entire ninja world. The rabbit-headed masked man shouted excitedly and took the lead in leading others to run outside. Chiba Tetsuya, just wait here to die, ha 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 ha. Weavai laughed and jumped up, running towards the hole created by Rasengan. No, just leave like this? Don't care? Do you really think I can't do anything? Jia was a little confused. They just ignored him? Shaking his head, Jia stretched out his right hand and put it on his heart. Juju powder. Bang. The blue chakra erupted, and a shot of Jutsu Dispeller directly dispersed Weavai's ninjutsu. This thing is really useful. With a sigh, Tetsuya quickly followed. He also wanted to see the monster named Satoru. On the Gaidang City Labor Camp Square, a huge box burst out of the ground. This box is larger than the cells where the prisoners live. On the sides of the bliss box are 4 faces representing joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. And Weavai also came to the box, surrounded by the 12 grasses. Box, it's time to open it. Box of bliss. Following Weavai's call, the entire box of bliss filled with black mist. Tetsuya, who came up slowly from the underground, happened to see this scene. Oh, are you planning to open the box of bliss? Box of bliss, please give me strength, give me the power to rule the ninja world. Weavai made his wish towards the box of bliss. Hey, is he actually ruling the ninja world? That's right, after all, he doesn't have a son at this time, so it's naturally impossible for him to wish for a son. Box of bliss, please listen to my wish. Soon the bliss box reacted. Coming. Our grass ninja village is finally reaching its peak. Protect Weavai well and don't let anyone interrupt you. That's right. The 12 grasses immediately surrounded Weavai. The prisoners outside were stunned when they saw this scene. and Jie just watched and had no intention of stepping forward to stop him. After all, he came here for the monster named Wu. He wanted to see what level this thing was, whether it had a shadow level, and as for the 6 paths level, this kind of thing is untouchable. Roar. A scream rang out, and this scream was actually emanated from the reliefs of human faces on the box of bliss. The shackle-like device on the relief fell, one of the faces opened its mouth, and a terrifying energy rushed out and poured into Wu Vai's body. Come on, that thing is enlightened. Jie also became excited when he saw the energy. Ah, Wu Vai roared after receiving the power. Ha 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 ha, power, I feel great power. Endless power. 12 grasses felt the change in Wu Vai, and became excited. Great, this way, our grass ninja village will be able to rule the ninja world. Wu Vai suddenly turned around and looked at the person who spoke, Cao Zushi. I'm sorry, it's me who wants to rule the world, not some grass ninja village. What? Wu Vai, what do you mean? Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Vai's hand suddenly stretched out and pierced his heart directly. I am not Wu Vai. My name is Wu. Thank you very much for releasing me. In return, I will send you to death. No, Wu Vai is crazy. Hurry up and kill. The words are not finished yet. They were all grabbed by a pair of big black hands, and they were all crushed to death with a strong force. This death was really tragic. The onlookers realized that something was wrong and immediately turned around and ran away. Even Kusuno Minoru is not Wu Vai's opponent, let alone those guys who have been sealed with chakra, and Wu Vai completely exploded into a huge monster, or it could be said that Wu showed his true form. A huge one, shaped like a beheaded giant. However, his body proportions are extremely weird. He has no eyes. Under his ribs is a huge mouth with ferocious fangs. His feet are connected to each other by a slightly thin spine. His arms are so long that they can hang to the ground. The whole body is covered with black hair, and there is a pair of wings on the back. Can you see without using your eyes? Can you also read minds? Interesting. Roar. Satoru roared. He felt the fear in the hearts of the escapees, which made him particularly excited. Wait, why is there a strange guy? Satoru turned his huge body towards the direction of Tetsuya, and Tetsuya also walked towards Satoru at this moment, his pair of Mangekyo Sharinon glowing red. Hey monster, let's play. Wu looked at Jia doubtfully. What is this? Why can't I see what's going on in his mind? He had existed from the time of the Sage of 6 Paths until now, but this was the first time he had encountered a being whose thoughts he could not understand. No, it cannot be said that this is the first time he has encountered it. After all, there is another existence whose voice he cannot understand, and that is his creator, the old man. Could it be that this guy is on the same level as that old man? But he quickly rejected the idea. No, it's impossible. That old man is the pinnacle of this world. There is no way anyone can be like him. But this guy's eyes are very similar to the old man's son. I said, what are you thinking about? Seeing that Wu was standing there in a daze, Tetsuya directly used the Raise Non to attack him. Boom. Wu flapped his wings, creating a strong wind and flew directly into the air, avoiding Jia's attack. Although it cannot see through Tetsuya's thoughts, how can it be a simple character since it has survived from the 6 Paths era to the present? It can also avoid many dangers with its instincts. That technique, how come it's so similar to the one used by Ashura? Hey, human, are you the descendant of Ashura or Indra? Tisk, so annoying, you're bullying me for not being able to fight in the air, right? Jie didn't answer Wu's question, but just felt particularly unhappy watching this guy flying in the air. Humble human, answer my question. Wu flapped his wings, and a large number of feathers shot out instantly, covering Jie like a rain of arrows. Susanoo. A golden half-body of Susanoo rose from the ground and protected Tetsuya. The prisoners behind Jie who had not had time to escape were in trouble and fell under the feathers of enlightenment in an instant. Tisk, you can fly, right? I'll let you fly. Tetsuya made a tisk sound, and his Mangekyo Sharinon pupil power exploded. He drew a bow from behind his back, drew the bow and arrow, and locked onto Satoru who was flying in the air. Not good. A strong sense of crisis arose, which was a rare feeling since Wu was born. Look at the arrow. An arrow was shot out, its sharpness was revealed, and the golden arrow disappeared directly after flying for a distance. Gone. Noticing that the arrow had disappeared, Wu was stunned for a moment, but a strong sense of crisis kept reminding him that the deadly threat had not been resolved. With his wings flapping, Wu instinctively climbed up rapidly. However, the next moment, a golden arrow appeared out of thin air above him. Middle. Puff. The golden arrow instantly pierced through Wu's body. Roar. Wu wailed and fell from the air. It was a little bit confused. What kind of bow and arrow was this? It disappeared after being shot, and then strangely appeared on its escape path. Damn it. Wu cursed and got up from the ground. There was a hideous wound on his big head that was as big as a torso, running through his big head. He, this is what they call, even though I am old, my arrows are still sharp. Tetsuya let out a villain-like laugh. Wu touched the wound on his body and immediately opened his arms. Heavenly prison curse. What? Jie was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that after this guy occupied Wu Vai's body, he could actually use Wu Vai's technique. The shrill wails sounded from every corner of Ghost Lantern City, and the red chakra energy soared into the sky, turning into a red rain of light and gathering towards Wu. Wu opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the squeezed chakra energy into his mouth. The majestic chakra energy was swallowed into his belly, and the wound on Satoru's head shot by Tetsuya's arrow quickly healed. Is there still such an operation? Tetsuya frowned. That's not enough. The quality of these guys is too poor. You should become my food too. After swallowing the chakra of all the prisoners in the entire Ghost Lantern City, Satoru still felt that it was not enough and rushed straight towards Tetsuya. I really gave you too much face. With a clap of his hands, his pupil power exploded again. Susanaa's complete body. The half-length Susan rose from the ground and turned into a complete Susan giant, and Tetsuya also came from the center of Susan to the head of Susan. Roar. Satoru opened his mouth and let out a terrifying sonic boom, and the sonic shock swept towards Susanoo. The hard Susanoo was shaken by the impact and began to shake. Snort. Tetsuya snorted coldly, and the bow and arrow in Susanoo's hand changed form, and a golden longsword appeared. Eat me and chop me with 3 swords. The golden Susanoo giant stabilized his figure and waved 3 sword energy towards Satoru. Shuashwashwa. The sword energy flew and instantly tore apart the square of Ghost Lantern City. The sword light flew vertically and horizontally, flying directly out of the island, tearing apart the turbulent waves outside the island. Satoru, who relied on his flexible body to avoid 3 slashes, opened his mouth, and a red flaming sword spit out from his mouth. This long sword is very familiar to Tetsuya. It is Weavai's fire-style heavenly prison fire sword. Obviously, after this guy takes over Weavai's body, in addition to his own abilities, he will also gain the ability of the host. Satoru flapped his wings and accelerated, swooping down and slashing at the Susanoo giant with his sword. Well done, I'll kill you with my sword. Under Tetsuya's control, the Titan Susan put his sword into its sheath, stepped forward and slashed out with the sword. Sen. The golden sword light slashed out horizontally, and the red sword light slashed down. Bang. The swords collided, and in an instant, the impact that erupted stripped away all the colors in the world, leaving only the ultimate black and white. Shua. The red sword edge in Satoru's hand shattered together with his wings. How could a sword condensed from fire-style ninjutsu be Susanoo's opponent? It's over, I'm tired of playing. Tetsuya turned to look at Satoru who had lost his wings and fell from the sky. Changhong Divine Kingdom. The Mangekyo Sharinon in the left eye burst out with amazing power. The next moment the surrounding space changed. Nanny. Wu got up from the ground and found that he was in another place. A red sun shines on the earth above the golden sky, and the earth here is actually an endless sea of clouds. On top of the stacked cloud mountains stand a series of magnificent palaces, as if you have arrived in the kingdom of God. What is this place? Welcome to my kingdom of God, I am the god here. The golden Susanoo giant exuded the brilliance of divinity under the red sun. Tetsuya controlled Susan to raise the long sword in his hand. The long sword in Susan's hand triggered the reaction of the temples on Yunshin, and dazzling divine light came from all directions. The sword slashed down with divine light all over the sky, as if everything in the world would be cut off under this sword. Wu Wei's huge body was annihilated under Jai's sword. Wu Wei was peeled off, and at the same time, there was a ball of red energy that was peeled off. The moment Jai came into contact with the kingdom of Chenghong, the red energy returned to the box of bliss as if it had escaped. And Wu Wei, who was lying on the ground, completely turned into a corpse. Well, it's not bad. This monster is almost cage level in strength, and it's stronger than ordinary cages, such as Kojuro in Borutoden. Tetsuya also made a judgment about the strength of this guy named Satoru. As he spoke, he looked towards the box of bliss. The face that originally had its mouth open on the bliss box has closed its mouth again. It seems that it needs to be re-injected with chakra to activate it. Oh, I have an idea. With a bad smile on his face, Tetsuya walked towards the box of bliss and put his hand on it, then mobilized the chakra in his body and poured it towards the box of bliss. With the supply of chakra, the bliss box reacted again, bursting out a thick black mist. Hey, after eating my chakra, my wish will come true. Let's go out and play for a while. Hearing Tetsuya's words, the bliss box immediately stopped shaking. Then a shocking scene happened. The 4 faces on the side of the bliss box actually sucked back the black mist emitted, and at the same time returned the chakra. No, what do you mean? Just don't want it if you don't want it? Don't I want to lose face? There is no reason to take back what Laozi gave out. Take chakra and realize my wish. My wish is, get out of here. Tetsuya's stubborn temper also increased, and he jumped directly on top of the box of bliss, pressed his hands on it, and increased the output of chakra. The black mist that was originally sucked back by the 4 human face reliefs was forced out again under the infusion of the majestic chakra. Immediately afterwards, the face that represented joy, anger, sorrow, and joy opened its mouth and spit out a ball of red energy. The red energy fell on the ground and condensed into an entity. UBD, what on earth do you want to do? I have already voluntarily returned to the seal of the box of bliss. Your face. Tetsuya frowned, and he discovered that Satoru who was forced out by him actually appeared in a human form, not the monster before. The most important thing is that this guy looks exactly like me. You guy, why do you want to become like me? You still have the nerve to say it. Hearing Jia ask this, Wu Qi stomped his feet. It's not all your fault. I forcibly poured a large amount of chakra into the box of bliss. Under the influence of your chakra, I also became like you. Ha 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 ha, interesting, really interesting. Tetsuya laughed. Then do you know my ninjutsu? How can it be possible if you want to eat shit? Satoru curled his lips. unless I can take over your body. So, what exactly are you? Tetsuya sat on top of the box of bliss and looked at Satoru and asked, you were born from this thing? What is this box for? Was it really created by Sage of Six Paths? Humph, why should I tell you? Of course, you can also choose not to say it. Tetsuya knocked on the box of bliss under his butt. If this thing is destroyed, you will probably die too, right? Snort. Satoru still snorted coldly, not intending to answer Tetsuya's question. If he hadn't been unable to stay away from the box of bliss, he would have turned around and run away by now. Oh, my temper is quite stubborn. Seeing that Satoru didn't answer his question, Tetsuya wasn't angry and still said with a smile, I am a practical person. If others don't answer my questions, then I will find a way to implement it myself. Yes, you are indeed very strong, but it is still impossible to destroy the box of bliss. Yeah. Tetsuya smiled and narrowed his eyes. How about we give it a try? Just try it. If this box was so easy to break, I would have opened it long ago. Do I still need to absorb your chakra to open it? That's right, then I really want to try it. As he spoke, Tetsuya took out a sealing scroll. Come out, 7-star sword. A strange-looking silver sword appeared in Tetsuya's hand. When Wu saw this big sword, everyone was dumbfounded. 7-star sword? That bad old man's ninja tool. How come you have this thing? Are you a direct descendant of that bad old man? Seeing Tetsuya take out the 7-star sword, to be honest, he panicked. After all, this thing, like the box of bliss, was made by the bad old man from Six Paths. Moreover, the 7-star sword is still used for combat. If nothing unexpected happens, it should really be able to split open the box of bliss. Who is the descendant of that bad old man? Don't talk nonsense. This thing is my trophy. Come on, let's try it. Is this box stronger or the 7-star sword in my hand? Tetsuya raised the 7-star sword, and chakra surged, all gathered in the 7-star sword. For a moment, the 7-star sword was filled with a deep chill. He raised the sword and lowered it. Looking at this posture, Je was also planning to open a hole for the box of bliss from above. Wait, leave the box under the knife. Satoru didn't dare to gamble, so he immediately shouted loudly. I was born in the box of bliss, but I was not created by Sage of Six Paths himself. Mr. Six Paths originally created only this box. He wanted to use this box to seal a certain thing or a certain person. People. But then Sage of Six Paths gave up on this box, and I was finally born from this box. Jai stopped what he was doing. The 7-star sword in his hand was only 1 inch away from the box of bliss. Oh, so the box was made by Sage of Six Paths, but you were just an accident. Wu showed a sad and angry expression, but still nodded. That's right, I'm just an accidental product. That bad old man discovered my existence and noticed my abilities, so he locked me in this box. As he spoke, he recalled in his mind the scene when old Den of Six Paths saw him. Sage of Six Paths, is it the ability to understand people's voices and confuse people's hearts? Your ability is too dangerous for this ninja world. For the sake of the ninja world, you should stay in the box. A pair of big hands fell, and Satoru, who was just born, was sealed in the place where he was born, a place where there was only endless darkness and nothing else. I was just born at that time. Why did you treat me like that? What did I do wrong? Is he going to seal me just because my talents are dangerous? I don't accept it, and I won't give in. I hate him. I hate the ninja world he created. In order to get revenge on him and escape from this box, I used my natural ability to bewitch others to sacrifice chakra to open the box. After I don't know how many years, I finally succeeded and escaped. In order to get revenge on him, I destroyed half of the ninja world he loved. That feeling of revenge is really great. He owes me that. As he spoke, he changed the subject and clenched his fists. But when I was about to destroy everything he loved, his 2 sons found me, found the box of bliss and sealed me back again. Since then, I have been sealed until now. Tetsuya sat above the box of bliss and listened calmly to Satoru telling him about his F-ed-up life. However, long before he finished talking about the purpose of Sage of Six Paths in creating the box of bliss to seal someone, he was already distracted and stopped listening. If nothing else, this thing was originally created by Six Paths Lao Den to seal his dear mother. But later, his mother was sealed by him and his brother using Six Paths planetary devastation, and this thing was abandoned. After Jia figured this out, he got distracted and called out Erha. Guze, come out and see if this thing created by Six Paths Old Den has any effect. It's just a broken box, what's the use? Although this thing can be considered a treasure in this world, it doesn't mean much. That's it. Jia was a little regretful after receiving Guze's reply. He was also wondering if this thing could have any special effects. For example, if the chakra was enough, it could explode troops crazily and create a large number of enlightenment. It would be fun if you could. In the subsequent ninja battle, Black Zetsu will make a bunch of white Zetsu miscellaneous fish, and he will make a bunch of them to realize their enlightenment, and then form a 3-way battle with the Ninja Alliance, and the 3 pillars will stand out. This will be fun. But unfortunately, this box is useless, and obviously Satoru only has this one. Guze heard the regret in Jai's words, and immediately noticed the business opportunity. Oh, my dear master, actually, if you really want to do something with this box, it's not impossible. Oh, what do you say? Hearing Guze talk like this, Jie also knew that it must be trying to get some money out of him. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he is not particularly short of money now. If he can come up with a plan that he is satisfied with, it is not impossible to spend a lot of money. My dear master, do you remember what I said? Yes, I remember. Don't keep repeating your words over and over again, just say what can help. How much will it cost me? Haha, you are indeed my master. You are just happy, so I'll just tell you the truth. Recently, we have updated a special card pool called the Golden Card Pool. Tetsuya, didn't the gold wheel exist a long time ago? When you first found me, wasn't the highest level prize pool gold? No, my dear master, you have misunderstood me. This gold is not that gold. Stop talking nonsense and be direct. To put it simply, this gold prize pool does not accept banknotes. There is no need to count coupons. You have to use gold to draw. Gold, real gold and silver. Yes, my dear master, your understanding is so strong. You understood what I meant right away. I suspect you are blaming me. How could it be? You are my dearest master. By the way, why did you suddenly start collecting gold? Wasn't it just currency in the past? Could it be that your Tongzi realm is short of gold? Hey, it's hard for me to say this. All you need to know is that I have opened a gold prize pool and consume gold. That's it. Okay, let's turn it on. Let me see what's going on with this gold prize pool. Okay, my dear master, the gold prize pool has been opened for you. According to my search, there are 30 kinds of rewards in the gold prize pool that will be helpful to your current needs. Jie also saw a huge gold turntable in front of him, and one drawer required 100 taels of gold. The value of this 100 taels of gold is not a small amount. One draw costs 100 taels of gold. Aren't you serious? Do you know how much merit a minister in ancient times had to make before he could be rewarded with 100 taels of gold? One draw and 10 consecutive draws are worth 1,000 taels of gold. Hey, master, believe me, this gold prize pool is definitely worth the money. Just try it by drawing one shot and 10 consecutive taels. I know you still have 1,563 taels for commercial use. The gold is in the seal scroll in your right sleeve pocket. Damn, Guzi, how do you know so clearly? Why are you spying on me? No, how dare I? I just paid a little attention. I will pay attention every time you take money. Maybe you just take the money to draw the card. Tetsuya's head was full of black lines. Although it sounded a bit outrageous, Tetsuya knew that this was really something that his son could do. Okay, let's draw the card. Okay, the gold 1,000 taels are successfully consumed, and the gold prize pool is opened for 10 consecutive draws. The huge turntable began to rotate under the influence of the dog's paws. Ding! Card drawing completed. Congratulations on getting Sage Jutsu, Sword Raising Technique *1. Congratulations on getting Sage Art Sanmai Kamikaze, Ninja World Modified Version. Congratulations on achieving 25 years of Sage Jutsu Cultivation. Congratulations on achieving 25 years of Sage Jutsu Cultivation. Congratulations on obtaining the innate ability, Artifact Recognition *1. Congratulations on getting the Identity Modification card *1. Congratulations on obtaining the Eye Technique Strong Firmness Technique *1. Congratulations on obtaining 25 years of Sage Jutsu Cultivation *1. Congratulations on obtaining 25 years of Sage Jutsu Cultivation *1. After the card drawing was over, Tetsuya looked a little confused at what he had gained. It's not Guzi. Why are the things I pulled out this time so weird? Are you trying to trick me? Are these things really worth so much gold? Of course, my dear master, we have been together for so many years. Have I ever tricked you? Yes, and there are many more, such as the time when I tried to make cup noodles, like the time when Izuna's clever trick was Tobirama's fault that I don't even try now, like the time when I drew gifts for Nagato and the others, such as... Stop talking, my master, please save some face, okay. Guzi knelt down directly to Tetsuya, clasped his paws together and begged. In the past, I was an ignorant dog, but this time I really didn't cheat you. Don't you want to control that box? That talent, ability, and artifact can identify its owner. As long as you put a drop of blood on the box, he can complete the artifact identification. You can control this box at will, as well as the art of raising swords. Although it is called the art of raising swords, the things that can be nourished are not limited to swords. Your 7-star sword, golden rope, banana fan, etc. can also be raised. As for the testimonials for strong men, they are so powerful that they can glare at anyone who is pregnant. Tetsuya was shocked when he heard this powerful person identification technique. Wait a minute, this strong person identification technique won't be what I think it is. That's right, it's exactly what you thought, master. No, you really have things that are not available in the ninja world. You can get things from that world. It's necessary, after all I told you from the beginning. Guzi grinned, quite proudly. Jie also briefly checked the reward information he received, which was basically the same as what Guzi said. Guzi, what is this identity modification card for? Oh, this literally means that you can change your identity once. As he spoke, Guzi rubbed his chin. However, I think this name is not very good. It should be called a relationship modification card to be more appropriate. It modifies the identity and modifies the identity relationship between two people. For example, isn't your current relationship with that guy an enemy? You can use this card to modify it and change your identity from his enemy to his father. As long as the modification is completed, you will become his father in his cognition. Holy shit, such a DK. Tetsuya's eyes widened immediately. The effect of this thing was much more powerful than other rewards. Then if I change my name to the god of Atsutsuki, wouldn't I be invincible? What are you thinking? This identity modification card must be close to the other party before it can be used, and after use, it will not take effect until the other party notices anything abnormal within an hour. Ah, what a waste. Jai lost interest all of a sudden. He originally thought he had drawn a god-level item, but he didn't expect it to be so weak and have restrictions. It's not a complete waste. You can use it now. Change your identity to that guy's father. As for how to prevent him from noticing anything unusual, this is easier. Just hold him down and beat him for an hour. That's it. Jai tilted his head and suddenly smiled. What's the point of being his father? Isn't it the same generation as Six Paths Laodang? No matter what, I have to be one generation older than Six Paths Laodang. After saying that, Tetsuya directly activated the identity modification card and modified the target Satoru. A panel appeared in front of him. At this moment, in Wu's eyes, Tetsuya's identity was a powerful enemy. Tetsuya directly deleted the word enemy and changed it to Grandpa, the powerful Grandpa. Perfect. Satoru, who was cursing Sage of Six Paths and telling his tragic past, suddenly paused and looked up at Tetsuya. Grandfather. Oh, my dear grandson. Je was also happy. The effect was really good. As soon as the modification was completed, he called himself Grandpa. No, you are not my grandfather. We were here just now. Obviously Satoru was not a fool. He immediately noticed the abnormality. Seeing that the identity modification card was about to expire, Tetsuya directly activated his newly acquired pupil technique, the strong identification technique. Grandson, look at your grandpa and my eyes. What? The strong person's identification technique was activated, and Satoru paused. He felt as if a figure appeared in his head. It was an elder who was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness and looked extremely knowledgeable. The elder held a bamboo slip and spoke. What is filial piety? What is love? If you have not experienced the pain of 10 months of pregnancy, how can you know the greatness of maternal love? Feel the greatness of maternal love. The next moment, Satoru felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and then it began to swell. No, damn it, what did you do to me? It's nothing, I just want you to feel the difficulty of motherhood and the greatness of maternal love. Experience it well, my dear grandson. Je was also quite satisfied with the effect of the strong identification technique. The most powerful thing about this technique is that it allows the target of the technique to experience the feeling of being 10 months pregnant and the pain of childbirth within an hour. Warm reminder, the feeling of pregnancy in 10 months and the pain of childbirth are two experiences at the same time. Ugh. Wu only felt that his current experience was very complicated. He wanted to vomit, and there seemed to be something in his stomach. He was extremely anxious when it was over. At the same time, his lower body was accompanied by severe pain that he had never experienced before. Such a complicated feeling made him lose the space to think, and he could only vomit and wail. Originally, Je also saw that the effect of this technique was quite good, and he was very satisfied, but when he looked at it, he also felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the guy's face now looked 60 to 70% similar to his own. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. It's like I've fallen into this spell? It won't work. I can't watch it anymore. I'd better get an artifact to claim its owner first. Tetsuya couldn't help scratching his head when he looked at the box of bliss that was as tall as a several-story building under his feet. He grabbed the 7-star sword and used his fingers to pull out a drop of blood, which fell on the box of bliss. There was no way, after all, after several rounds of strengthening his physique, his recovery ability was really abnormal. The blood dripped on the top of the box of bliss. There was no splendor, no vision of heaven and earth. It was just a simple way to establish a connection between Tetsuya and the box of bliss using blood as a medium. And Jai completely understood the function of this box of bliss through this connection. To put it simply, this is a sealing prop used to seal others. In layman's terms, this thing is a pokeball. You go up first to consume other people's status, and when you're done, you can use this pokeball to successfully capture and seal the other party. Satoru's state is a bit like this pokeball that just came with an elf when it was created. That's interesting, pokeball. I'll catch an elf later and play with it. This thing was made by Six Paths Laoden to imprison his mother, so it should be no problem to imprison a Atsutsuki. Tetsuya hasn't given up on his plan to capture the Atsutsuki clan yet. After all, he still wants to detach their eyes, such as the Pure Eye, the Rinnegan Eye, and the 9 Megatama Samsara Eye, for fun. That's how it should be done. With a clap of his hand, the originally huge box of bliss instantly shrank in size and turned into a Rubik's Cube-like toy that was held in Tetsuya's hand. It's quite convenient. I'd say it's impossible for Six Paths Laodang not to have thought about how to carry this thing. After all, if you can't shrink it and carry such a big thing to fight with others, even if others don't know you are carrying this thing, what kind of thing is it? But I will definitely be on guard. After casually practicing a knife-raising technique, Jia felt that the connection between the box of bliss and himself was one step closer. If the previous intimacy level was 60 points, just passing, it is now almost 60.01 points. After confirming that the sword-raising technique was effective, Jai fired the 7-star sword with his backhand. Taking a look at the time, it was still early for the 1-hour test of the strongman identification technique to end. Jai walked towards other rooms in Ghost Lantern City to see if he could still find some loot. After searching for a while, Jai found that this ghost city was extremely poor, and all the scattered money added up was not as much as the money he had with him. Bah, you are so poor. No wonder you would join forces with the daimyo of the Land of Grass to raise the price. Tetsuya walked out of the castle cursing and saw Satoru lying motionless on the ground. Is this guy dead? So, this guy is really your grandson. Kakuzu looked around at Satoru who came back with Tetsuya. Don't tell me, it looks quite similar. Of course, can my grandson not be like me? You think so, right Chiba Satoru? Tetsuya grinned and looked at Satoru, who had a bitter face. Okay, don't be so grim. If you don't want to stay outside, I will send you back to your private room. If you have nothing to do, just go and rest. Satoru didn't speak, lowered his head and returned to the room that Tetsuya had prepared for him. After he left, Kakuzu asked curiously, "Tell me carefully, what happened when you were on Ghostlight Island? What happened to Satoru?" Kakuzu was so curious that as soon as Satoru left, he quickly asked what was going on. Tetsuya briefly recounted his experience on the island to Kakuzu. After listening to it, Kakuzu said he was awesome. As expected of you, boss, you can subdue even this monster born under the hands of Sage of Six Paths. Hey, it doesn't matter. Six Paths Lao Dang is actually the same as us. We all have one head and two hands, so it doesn't matter. Tetsuya waved his hand and asked. The daimyo of the Land of Grass didn't run away, did he? Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on him. He's still waiting for news about Weavai in Daming Mansion. Really? Then I'll rest assured. Jai nodded and asked again. By the way, how is Sakumo's situation? He's fine. He just stayed in his room and didn't go anywhere. He was just worried about you. He even came out to ask about you this morning. Really? Then I'm going to see Sakumo. I should go to negotiate with the daimyo tomorrow. If a Konoha village guard like him is here tomorrow, he can still play a big role. Are there going to be negotiations tomorrow? GGG. Kakuzu laughed like a villain. After the negotiations are over, this country of grass can basically be declared to belong to us. Tisk, stop smiling. We are serious businessmen. Don't make us look like some supervillains. Hey, the boss is right, we are serious businessmen. Tetsuya went to see Sakumo's condition and found that he was doing well and could eat and sleep. It's just that he feels that his existence is a bit redundant. After all, Tetsuya's own strength is beyond imagination. One person can defeat a group of elite ninjas from the root organization, which makes him a bit redundant as a guard. As for other things, he didn't think much about it for the time being. After a day of rest, Tetsuya took Kakuzu and Sakumo to the Daming Mansion to discuss business with great fanfare. The daimyo who had waited patiently for 2 days was shocked. The first person to come was not Weavai, whom he had been waiting for a long time, but Tetsuya. Following Tetsuya was a man with a Konoha guardian. Erha ninja. He thought of many things at once, but Tetsuya didn't care what he was thinking about. Why, Mr. Daimyo, am I surprised to see the person who came back first? Ahahaha, no, how could it be? Ha ha ha, really? That's good. Tetsuya grinned. Okay, Mr. Daimyo, it's been a long time since we came to the country of grass. Now it's time for us to talk about cooperation matters. Easy to say, easy to say. The daimyo wiped the sweat from his head and smiled very reluctantly. Negotiations began, and the daimyo, who had lost all his cards, gave up his struggle completely. He had already prepared for the worst. At worst, he would run away to find his cousins. At most, he would pay some price to help him regain his position as daimyo. However, something unexpected happened to the daimyo. Tetsuya did not make any particularly excessive demands, but just reproposed the initial conditions. Seeing this, the daimyo happily signed the contract. With the signing of the contract, Jai's plan officially began. Compared with the progress of the project in the country of Sichuan, the progress of the country of grass has lagged far behind. But Jia is not worried, there is still plenty of time anyway. When a person devotes himself wholeheartedly to something, time flies by as if pressing the accelerator button. The ninja world also fell into a strange calm, without any major events happening, and there was not even any friction between the major ninja villages. It seems that the ninja world is really at peace, but anyone with a little experience in walking in the ninja world can feel that there is something strange everywhere under this peace. Just like the calm before the storm, no one knows when this peace will be broken. And once it is broken, there will probably be another bloody storm. The development of Kusanagi village was extremely smooth. Relying on the support of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce and the smooth business roads, the originally poor and backward Kusanagi country began to change. Commercial areas and industrial areas are constantly being developed and improved, and even education is blooming with vitality with Jai's support. The capital of Grass Country, branch of Chiba Chamber of Commerce. The door to Tetsuya's office was pushed open. Boss, I'm back. How is it? Is there any different news from the ninja world? Especially from Sunagakuer village. Looking at the dusty Kakuzu, Tetsuya poured Kakuzu a cup of tea and asked about the situation in the ninja world. Kakuzu took the teacup and took a sip. There is no big news. The entire ninja world is filled with a strange kind of peace. As for Sunagakuer, I followed the caravan to see it. There is nothing strange about it. But I did find a talent in Sunagakuer village. Kakuzu's eyes lit up when he mentioned the word talent. Oh, talent? What kind of talent is business talent? Or should I say, ninjutsu talent? Seeing the way Kakuzu's eyes were shining, Tetsuya couldn't help but become interested. The person who could be called a talent by Kakuzu should be someone related to money, if nothing else. When it comes to money, Tetsuya thinks of the 4th generation Kaze Kage Raza. He is good at using magnet style and uses magnet style to control the sand to fight. He is also the only one in the ninja world. How should I put it? He should be an all-rounder. He can do both fighting and making money. Kakuzu introduced excitedly. That person's name is Luasha. He is a disciple of Kaze Kage from the 3rd generation. He uses the magnet style ninjutsu. The most powerful thing is that he can control the gold sand. I asked about it and he dug out the gold sand himself using the magnet style. Boss, this guy is a talent. He can both fight and make money. Let's dig him over and let him join our Chamber of Commerce and become a member of our Chiba Chamber of Commerce. In this way, as long as he is here, we will have a steady flow of money. Of gold. Ha 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 ha, what you have in mind is quite beautiful. Kakuzu, he is a disciple of Kaze Kage from the 3rd generation. He may become Kaze Kage from the 4th generation in the future. You actually want him to dig gold for us. Tetsuya slapped the table and laughed. Do you think it's possible for someone to leave a good Kaze Kage behind and become a gold miner? Time flies and years pass. A shocking news broke the original piece of the ninja world. Kaze Kage, the 3rd generation member of Sunagakuer village, disappeared. Who is Kaze Kage in the 3rd generation? He is the Grand Master Magnet Style Ninjutsu, a super strong man who can control the iron sand in the sky to fight. But it happened that such a top expert in the ninja world suddenly disappeared. For a moment, people in Sunagakuer village were in panic, like a herd of beasts that had lost its leader. They instantly split into multiple factions, but Elder Kande, who should have come out to preside over the overall situation and avoid chaos, could not stand up and say a word. Because Kaze Kage, the 3rd generation member, disappeared together with his grandson, the genius puppet master of Sunagakuer village, Scorpion, who is only 15 years old but has extraordinary combat power. At this point in time, Scorpion and Kaze Kage disappeared at the same time, which makes people wonder if there is any connection. Although everyone does not believe that Scorpion can kill or defeat Kaze Kage by himself, the possibility of him colluding with the enemy village ninjas cannot be ruled out. As Scorpio's grandmother, Elder Cho was naturally ostracized. In order to stabilize the situation in the village, the ninjas of Sunagakuer village left the village one after another and began to search for traces of their Kaze Kage outside. The ninjas from Sunagakuer village appeared on the territory of other ninja villages, immediately breaking this false peace. Using the excuse of being a ninja in Sand Hidden Village, problems began to arise between countries and within them. Various hidden dangers that were not dealt with during the last ninja war began to arise. Civil wars, invasions, plunders, and all kinds of things began to break out. The country of Grass, Chiba Chamber of Commerce branch. Gio was sitting in his office, looking through the latest information. It has finally begun, the 3rd ninja war. Tetsuya drank tea and looked through the information booklet, which was much thicker than usual. The 3rd ninja war finally broke out, which means that the old Madara head is going to cause trouble. Boss, have you read the latest information? Is the war going to start again? 2 figures pushed open the door and came out. It was Kakuzu and Uchiha Izuna. Izuna also noticed the abnormal changes in the ninja world. He realized that a new round of ninja war was about to begin, so he simply stopped studying any forbidden techniques and rushed to the grass ninja village with Kakuzu. He knows this guy Tetsuya very well, and a new round of ninja war is about to begin, which shows that this guy Tetsuya is going to start his life again. In the last Ninja World War, he did a big job. He took himself with him and made a high-profile appearance at the end of the war in the name of his brother Uchiha Madara, which shocked the entire ninja world. I don't know what kind of cool moves he will make this time. No matter what Gio wants to do, he feels that he can't miss it. Hey, you are all here, sit down and try the new tea I got. Izuna and Kakuzu sat down and watched Tetsuya pour them a cup of tea. The two picked up the teacup and took a sip. They felt that it was not much different from Jai's other teas. I wonder what you two think of this war. Kakuzu shook his head and replied. What else can I say? It's just the same as before. What do you think? Izuna said after thinking for a while. I think this war is not so much a new ninja war, but rather a continuation of the second ninja war. No way, it's been several years since the second ninja war. And wasn't this ninja war caused by the disappearance of Kaze Kage from Sunagakuer village? Regarding Kakuzu's confusion, Izuna explained. The disappearance of Kaze Kage in Sunagakuer village is just a fuse. As we all know, if there is no explosives, even if the fuse is lit, there will be no explosion. The real reason that triggered this Ninja World War was that the last Ninja World War ended a bit anticlimactically. The conflicts between the villages were not properly resolved. Various problems were kept in the heart, and each village was forced to deal with them. The Ninja Village, and even various countries, have become a barrel of explosives. At this time, the fuse in Sand Hidden Village happened to be lit, thus triggering this new Ninja War. As for why the last Ninja War ended with an anticlimax, the three people present knew very well what was going on. That's right, it's because of the three of them. In order to show off in front of his disciples, he came out in the name of Uchiha Madara and beat Sancho Hanzo violently. This super strong man who was famous in the ninja world once again appeared in front of everyone in the ninja world, which made everyone tremble in their hearts. If you continue to fight, what should you do if Uchiha Madara can't stand it and comes to your battlefield to dance? You must know that Senju Hashirama is gone. Who else in the ninja world can stop Uchiha Madara in his heyday? In order to avoid being forced to dance by Uchiha Madara, the major ninja villages had no choice but to end the war hastily. So much so that the hidden dangers of the Third Ninja War were laid. But boss, why are you telling us this? Kakuzu was a little confused as to why Tetsuya was telling them this. Kakuzu, you have to understand that if you want to make money in business, especially big money, you must understand the market conditions and the unspoken rules of the industry. Only when you have enough information can you ensure that the risks of doing business are minimized. Tetsuya asked again after taking a sip of tea. Then let's see now, among these ninja villages, who has the biggest conflict with whom, and who will become the protagonist in this war? Hearing this question, Kakuzu looked at Izuna, and Izuna nodded. They both answered at the same time. Konoha. When it comes to who has the biggest conflict among the major ninja villages, then it is naturally Konoha who gained the biggest benefit in the last war. Not only the last ninja war, but even the first ninja war, Konoha was the biggest benefit recipient, which made him naturally stand on the opposite side of other ninja villages. Now that we know this, the next thing to do is simple, pay attention to Konoha's movements, and then profit from it. This ninja war is different from the last ninja war. Not only are the causes of the war different, but Tetsuya's identity has also changed. Before the last ninja war broke out, Chiba Tetsuya was just an ordinary Fire Country businessman, and not many people knew him. But now he is Tetsuya Chiba, the president of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. I don't know how many pairs of eyes are watching. If he dares to hoard supplies in advance to make war fortune like the last ninja war, people from all the major ninja villages will definitely stop him. And based on the last experience, many villages began to prepare war supplies early. By the way, boss, have you read the latest information sent back by the Chamber of Commerce? Kakuzu suddenly brought up the matter of intelligence again. Tetsuya paused and replied, I was reading it before you guys came, but the information sent back is indeed a bit too much. I haven't finished reading it yet. What's wrong? Kakuzu reminded. Then boss, you probably haven't seen the information about Yuyin village yet. Yuyin? I really don't have this. What's wrong? Has there been any sudden change in Yuyin? There is really no sudden change. Everything is going according to plan. Sanshou Hanzo has become more and more greedy and corrupt. After our Chamber of Commerce shut down most of its affairs, he began to exploit and oppress ordinary people in Yuyin village. The Akatsuki organization founded by Nagato and Yahiko also began to grow continuously, and it seemed that it was about to become a force against Sanyo Hanzo and the others. However, judging from the survey results of people in our Chamber of Commerce, there seems to be someone behind this who is fueling the fire. Is anyone adding fuel to the flames? Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. Is it Sancho Fishkita? He remembered the Sancho fish he had controlled with Sherinon at the time. The task he had given him before leaving Yuyin village was to continue to seduce Sancho Hanzo to fall. No, it's not true. We keep a close eye on those people around Sancho Hanzo. Although Sancho Kanda has been pushing Sancho Hanzo to fall, he is not behind everything in Yuyin village. Kakuzu shook his head. He still knew the people around Sancho Hanzo, and their movements were all under the observation of the people arranged by Kakuzu. The situation in Amegakur village during this period is very unclear. Not only are there people pushing for division and confrontation within Amegakur village, but people in Konoha have also begun to come into contact with Sancho Hanzo. Konoha, if nothing else happens, it should be the route controlled by Danzo. When it comes to someone in Konoha contacting the Amegakur village, don't think about it. Basically, it is definitely the guy Danzo who did it. It seems that he must also be aware of the existence of the Akatsuki organization. After all, Danzo claims to be the darkness of the ninja world. If he encounters an organization like the Akatsuki organization that is determined to bring light to the ninja world, he will definitely not be able to deal with it. It should be, boss, do you need me to help Nagato and the others? Need not. Before Tetsuya could answer, Izuna rejected Kakuzu. If my disciples can't even help the disciples of the inherently evil Senju Tobirama, then they are not worthy of continuing to be my disciples. This. Kakuzu was a little surprised, but he quickly reacted. Boss Izuna and Senju Tobirama of Konoha are bitter enemies. It was Senju Tobirama who killed Boss Izuna back then. Now that Boss Izuna has been resurrected by his boss, but Senju Hashirama is dead, there is no chance for the feud between the two of them to be settled. Therefore, Boss Izuna is planning to let his disciples settle things with Senju Tobirama's disciples, right? Izuna is right, don't worry about Nagato and the others. Tetsuya knocked on the table to attract their attention and said, they are no longer the little brats you saw in Yuyin village. If you show their strength alone, even you may not be able to deal with them. If someone else had said this, Kakuzu would definitely have dismissed it. After all, he was a powerful veteran known as the Immortal Ninja, possessing the secret technique of Earth Resentment and Grandmaster 5 Escape Ninjutsu. But since it was Tetsuya who said this, he believed it. What's more, it was Tetsuya and Izuna who taught these three little kids. The two of them are ruthless people who can stir up chaos in the ninja world when they join hands. Even if the disciples they teach are not as powerful as them, they will definitely not be too weak. In the mountain cemetery, the sleeping Uchiha Madara is awakened once again. How long have I slept this time? The elderly Uchiha Madara sat up from the stone bed without even raising his head. He could feel that his vitality had become weaker than the last time he woke up. This is the case with the Gadu statue giving me the chance to live longer. If it weren't for the Gadu statue, I'm afraid I would have already passed away. White Zetsu on the side answered. Lord Madara, you have been asleep for less than 10 years this time. It's only been less than 10 years? Tell me, Black Zetsu, why did you wake me up this time? Lord Madara, the Third Ninja World War has begun, and the carrier of the Rinnegan has grown up to become the leader of a faction. Now I am promoting the intensification of the conflict between them and the Rain Shinobi Village, and then I plan to let them rule the Rain Shinobi Village. The Kingdom of the Moon paves the way for the Moon's Eye project. Moreover, I have already selected another chess piece, who is a descendant of your family. I think he is very suitable to be your future spokesperson. A descendant of the Uchiha clan? What's his name? Hearing that his spokesperson had been found, Uchiha Madara finally raised his head. Black Zetsu replied. Uchiha Obito. Then Black Zetsu introduced the basic information of Obito to Madara. You did a great job. After listening to it, Madara praised Black Zetsu. Such a person is undoubtedly the best choice. The more such a person's heart is filled with sunshine and hope, the deeper he will sink when he loses all his scouts. Black Zetsu, get ready and look for an opportunity to start implementing your plan. I understand, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu took White Zetsu away, leaving Uchiha Madara alone in the cave. Hihi, cough cough cough. Uchiha Madara smiled and coughed twice, and these two coughs made his already weak body even more uncomfortable. But Uchiha Madara still felt extremely excited when he thought that his plan would be implemented soon. Less than 10 years, haha, it's been less than 10 years since the last war ended. I was right, Hashirama. People cannot understand each other. Just wait until my plan succeeds, then I will create a peaceful world, a beautiful world. Madara was extremely excited when she thought that her plan would soon begin. At the same time, the first wave of conflict between Omura and Omura broke out in the ninja world. After the third Raikage confirmed that the Kaze cage of the Sand Village had disappeared and the village was leaderless, he decided to lead a team in person to help the Sand Village stabilize the situation in accordance with the principle of mutual assistance among the 5 major ninja villages. Isn't there no one in your Sand Village who can stabilize the situation? Well, then I will lead you. The third Raikage leads a surprise attack on the Sand Village. When this news broke, many people found it hard to believe. You have to know that there are several countries between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Wind. Let's not talk about the small countries. The most important thing is that there is also a vast kingdom of fire between the two countries. No one has figured out their relationship. How did the Thunder Kingdom suddenly appear in the Wind Kingdom and attack the other side? In Tsunagakure village, the entire senior management of Tsunagakure was in a state of distress. They themselves fell into internal strife because of the disappearance of Kaze Cage and no one to lead the overall situation. The sudden attack on Kumigakure caught Tsunagakure off guard. The front line suffered successive defeats and lost a lot of territory, but Union's side, which was in full swing, had the momentum to march straight in and completely overthrow the Kingdom of Wind. Cho's residence. After learning that his grandson was missing and that it was most likely that his grandson killed Kaze Cage, Cho seemed to have aged by 10 years. Cho, who had completely lost his energy, sat in his room and studied the puppet left by his grandson. Talk talk talk. Elder Kyande, I'm in Zailuasha. I have something to ask for. Seeing that there was no response for a long time, Luo Sha directly opened the door of Cho's house and entered Cho's home with his girlfriend Korra and his girlfriend's brother Yashimaru. They found the oldest elder in Tsunagakure village in the workshop. I'm sorry, Elder Cho, we came in without your permission. It's you, a disciple of the 3rd generation. What's your name? Elder Cho, I am Raza, this is Garuro, and this is Garuro's younger brother Yashimaru. Seeing that Cho actually forgot his name, Luo Sha was not angry. Instead, he respectfully introduced the names of himself and his 2 companions. Elder Kyande, the village has reached a critical moment. I would like to ask you to help the village tide over the difficulties. Hey, Luo Sha, why did you come to see me? I'm just a helpless old lady now. I'm afraid I can't help you much. Luo Sha said anxiously. Cho-sama, please cheer up. I believe that the teacher's disappearance has nothing to do with your grandson. There must be some misunderstanding. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely investigate all this personally and give your grandson his innocence. But now Tsunagakure village has reached a critical moment. Raikage from Cloud Hidden Village led people to raid the Kingdom of Wind from the sea. Those idiots are still fighting among themselves. Elder Cho, I hope you can support me and save all the people in the village. Integrate your strength and get through this difficulty first. Luo Sha, you. Cho looked back at the young man and wanted to say something. Please, Elder Cho. Luo Sha didn't give Cho a chance to refuse, and bowed deeply to Cho. Please, Elder Cho. Asterisk 2. Garura and Yashimaru bowed to Cho together. Looking at the 3 people, Cho didn't know what he was thinking of. It might be the village, it might be Kaze Cage, the 3rd generation project who did a pretty good job, or he might be thinking of his grandson. Finally he sighed. Okay, I understand, but I don't know how many more people I can gather, but I will try my best. Very good. With the support of Elder Kyande, Luo Sha became more confident. Since he would choose to come to Cho for help, he was already prepared for Cho not to agree, but fortunately Cho agreed. In an oasis somewhere in the Kingdom of Wind, a handsome young man with short crimson hair was working on a piece of delicate mechanism. It's done? I'm finally done, my masterpiece. Xiao looked at the humanoid puppet in front of him, the excitement on his face uncontrollable. And this humanoid puppet turned out to be Kaze Cage, the third generation who disappeared from Sunagakure village. It's just that the current third generation Kaze Cage is dead, and his body has been transformed into a human puppet by Scorpion. Xia threw out a few chakra threads and connected them to the human puppet. Driven by chakra, the human puppet suddenly moved, as if it had come alive. Human puppetry, Scorpion's highest art, transforms the dead person's body into a puppet, and can also retain the bloodstain boundary in front of the deceased. For puppet masters, this technique can only be achieved by legendary geniuses, and Scorpion that's the genius. He looked at the face of third generation's Kaze Cage puppet, and his joy at successfully creating the human puppet suddenly disappeared by half. Humph, now that you are dead, the next target is Konoha's White Fang. Thinking that Scorpion put away the human puppet, he took out the information he collected before the start of the ninja war. It showed that before the war broke out, Konoha's White Fang Heitake Sakumo was invited to become a guard, but now he is not. If something unexpected happens, he should still be protecting the wealthy businessman in the country of grass. After all, Konoha has not been involved in the war, and the ninjas in Konoha village have not been recalled urgently. After confirming the location, Xia immediately stood up and prepared to leave the Kingdom of Wind and go to the Kingdom of Grass to take revenge on Heitake Sakumo. He has made up his mind. After killing the culprits who killed his parents, he will find a place to stay and study his eternal art. Everything will die and decay one day. In Scorpio's view, only eternity can transcend everything, and eternity is art. On the other side, while Reikage personally led the team to attack the Kingdom of Wind, his son was not idle either. His father went from the sea to the back of the undefended coastline of the Kingdom of Wind. Although the technology tree of their Union village was relatively crooked, the transportation capacity of the fleet was still limited. Apart from a group of combat units, Reikage did not carry much supplies at all. In order to help his father, Third Reikage's son and his good partner opened a supply line under the arrangement of the village. While everyone in Sunagakure village was busy returning to defend the rear, they penetrated into Sunagakure's front. Hitting them both head and tail cannot be done at the same time. Gugu. A white ninja pigeon appeared on Tetsuya's windowsill, and Tetsuya, who was studying the situation in the ninja world, put down the information in his hand. Oh, ninja pigeon? It's the news from Eureka and Urabi. Under normal circumstances, the contact between other people and themselves is transmitted through the intelligence network established by the Chiba Chamber of Commerce and the Weasel clan. The only exception was the two idiot ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village. Tetsuya took the secret information from their respective feed and read it. According to the plan of the top management of Union Village made two-pronged arrangements for the attack on Sunagakure village. First, the Third Reikage personally led a team to surprise the rear of the Kingdom of Wind by sea. Then another group of troops took advantage of the Kingdom of Iron, the Kingdom of Taki, the Kingdom of Grass, and the Kingdom of Rain to carry supplies to supply Reikage, who was the first to invade the Kingdom of Wind. It's interesting, Union Village is really brave for its talented people, who can do such ruthless work. Seeing this piece of information, Tetsuya laughed. Who came up with a surprise attack and supplies that spanned half of the ninja world? What a genius. But don't mention it. Without Kaze Cage in Sand Hidden Village, this wave of blitzkrieg in Kumo Hidden Village really has a chance of success if there are no accidents. But if nothing else, there were surprises in this plan. Read on. The plan changed. Sand Hidden Village elected a temporary Kaze Cage and reorganized the manpower defense. The attack was frustrated and the front line was in urgent need of supplies. Tutai proposed a risky strategy, selecting a team of troops, carrying half of the supplies, taking a shortcut directly from the country of fire to the country of wind to support Reikage, while the others hurriedly followed the original plan. Borrowing the road through Konoha, which genius came up with this plan? You, a bunch of bandit-like ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, passed through Konoha's territory, and it was during this war. Who knows if you really borrowed the road? Or do you want to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Konoha village? Zhe also sighed. The person who came up with this plan is really a little genius. But then again, if they go through the land of fire, they will probably run into Minato. Then it will be a battle between the young Ab team and the young Minato, and then the strongest duo recognized by the ninja world will be defeated by Minato. The Yellow Flash, which was already famous in the ninja world, has become even more famous since then. Although the battle between the youth Ab group and the youth Minato is also a famous scene, Zhe has no intention of watching the battle, because he had a more interesting piece of news. The Chiba Chamber of Commerce reported that a red-haired boy was trying to find out about the guards around President Chiba. The red-haired boy first ruled out Nagato. After all, Nagato was currently busy saving the Hidden Rain village, so why would he be looking for news about the guards? Besides, almost everyone in the Chiba Chamber of Commerce knew Nagato and the others. If they were looking for me, they would have been brought here long ago. Then who could this red-haired boy be who was spying on his guards? It should be Scorpion. Apparently, since he changed the ending of Heitake Sakumo's death, Scorpion came to seek revenge on Sakumo after killing Kaze Cage. Jai supported his chin with one hand and flipped through the information with his right hand, thinking. To be honest, Scorpion is a very pitiful child. He lost his parents in the war, lacked love since childhood, and the truth was hidden from him by Cho. Growing up in an environment lacking parental love, his personality became distorted, and the moment he learned the truth, he completely exploded. Finally, he killed the third-generation leader Kazekage and fled the village. If the original plot had developed, after killing the third-generation leader Kazekage, he should have gone into hiding to study his eternal art, until he killed people everywhere to study human puppets, and was finally spotted by the Akatsuki organization. After being taught a lesson by Konan, he also joined the Akatsuki organization. He is also one of the founding members of the Akatsuki organization after Yahiko's death. Even Zayadai, who joined the Akatsuki organization later, was brought up by Sasori. However, now that Sakumo is not dead, Sasori, who knows of Sakumo's existence, comes to seek revenge on the White Fang of Konoha. What's wrong, Tetsuya? What are you thinking about so seriously? Izuna knocked on the door, and when no one answered, he pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as I came in, I saw Jai supporting his head with one hand and flipping through the information with the other. Nothing. I just met a child who lacked love since childhood and thus became mentally distorted, and I'm wondering how to deal with him. A child who lacks love since childhood and has a distorted mentality. Izuna frowned. Will lack of love lead to psychological distortion? During the Warring States period, I don't know how many children of our Uchiha clan had their parents die on the battlefield. Those children grew up under the care of their family, and they didn't show any psychological distortion. Are there any differences between the people you mentioned, such as extreme and stubborn personalities, bad tempers, and shouting for killing and fighting at every turn? As he was talking, Je stopped talking because he suddenly realized that it seemed that everyone in their Uchiha clan had some problems, and the situations he described were normal within the Uchiha clan. What's wrong? If you have any questions, just tell me. Don't stop talking midway. Nothing, I just think it's boring. Okay, don't think too much about it. It's just a little kid with a bad habit. If you ask me, just give him a beating. Tetsuya nodded. Don't mention it. I think your idea makes sense. What should we do if the child is disobedient? Most of the time, it's because of something. Just give him a beating and he'll be fine. The capital of the land of grass, Chiba Tea House. Sakumo's greatest pleasure every day when he had nothing to do was to sit in the tea house, drink tea, and look at the grassland in the distance. Yushuumao is drinking tea. You are quite leisurely every day. Boss Chiba, why are you here? Sakumo looked at Tetsuya with some surprise. After all, based on his understanding of Tetsuya, basically if nothing happened, he would not leave his office easily. At most, he would just stroll around inside the Chiba Chamber of Commerce building. Of course I'm here to see you. I spent a lot of money to hire guards from Konoha. Tetsuya smiled and sat down at the table, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. I'm in the Chamber of Commerce handling Chamber of Commerce affairs every day. It would be better for you to sit here drinking tea and enjoying the beautiful scenery of the grassland. It's so comfortable. As he spoke, Tetsuya took a sip of tea. Well, it tastes good. Sakumo shrugged and smiled. I would like to take on the responsibility of a bodyguard, but the problem is that you don't seem to need it, Boss Chiba. Not to mention that there is a veteran strongman like Kakuzu in your Chamber of Commerce. You are already strong in your own right. Outrageous, and by the way, there is also your grandson. To be honest, your grandson is really annoying. He can always guess what I am thinking. Haha, he is indeed quite talented at spying on people's hearts. Seeing that Sakumo was in a good mood, Tetsuya also brought the topic to the main topic. Sakumo, a new war has begun. Don't you plan to return to Konoha? Sakumo shook his head. It's just a local war, and Konoha hasn't been involved yet. The ninjas of Konoha have always prioritized the glory of the village and mission, and my current mission is to protect your safety, so I cannot leave the mission without permission. If it were in the past, during this period, he would definitely return to Konoha immediately and prepare to fight for Konoha. Even if the war had not yet reached Konoha, he would go back and prepare in advance. But now his mentality has changed. Konoha is his home, but it seems that not everyone in the family really likes him as a family member. So just wait, if it comes to an extremely critical moment, he will go back. But it will definitely not be now. At least, now he doesn't have to think about so many things in the country of grass. Okay, let's talk about something else. Tetsuya refilled himself a cup of tea and took a sip before saying, I learned some interesting news from our Chamber of Commerce's intelligence network. There is a person looking for you. What do you think he is looking for? Someone is looking for me. Hey, take Sakumo frowned. Aren't you from Konoha? Tetsuya shook his head. No, but I have a very deep connection with you. Hey, take Sakumo thought about it carefully, but in the end he still couldn't think of anyone looking for him. After all, there are not many people related to him in this world now, most of them are in Konoha, but Tetsuya said that the person looking for him is not from Konoha, so who could it be? He must be my enemy. As an excellent ninja, Sakumo quickly guessed who was looking for him. The only people outside the village who would come to me deliberately are those who have a grudge against me. That's an accurate guess, so why don't you guess again which of your enemies is going to cause trouble for you? However, facing this problem, Sakumo shook his head. $1G at carat. I have too many enemies. The relatives and friends of the opponents I killed, and those who had conflicts with me during the mission, everyone may come to me for revenge. It is impossible for me to remember all their names, and, for me, there is no need to know their names. I just need to kill them when they come to kill me. That's right. You deserve to be Sakumo. You deserve to be the White Fang of Konoha. You are calm and decisive enough. Are you calm and decisive? Sakumo shook his head and picked up the teacup. Speaking of which, are you really not worried about Konoha? Your son Kakashi is still in Konoha. It's okay. I believe Kakashi will be fine. He is a very good and reliable ninja. When it came to Kakashi, Heitake Sakumo, who was originally hesitant, finally showed some smiles. But the last words he said made a little incomprehensible. No, what are you thinking, Sakumo? Kakashi is very good, but that doesn't mean he can lack fatherly love. What's more, he himself has lacked maternal love since he was a child. As he spoke, Tetsuya patted his thigh. I finally understand. What do you understand? Tetsuya rolled his eyes at Heitake Sakumo. I can finally understand why Kakashi has been so outstanding since he was a child. This child has not had a mother since he was a child, and he has a father like you who always talks about the village and the mission. If he is no longer outstanding, I'm afraid can't live anymore. This. Don't rush to refute, I just want to ask you something. Tetsuya asked, looking at Sakumo. Is this kid Kakashi very sensible since he was a child, but in fact he is not that close to you? He keeps everything to himself and does not communicate with you as his father. Well, that's true, but it doesn't mean that Kakashi and I are not close. Besides, I don't think there is anything wrong with Kakashi. If you are still stubborn with me here, let me take you to see how distorted the character of a child who lacks father's love and mother's love will be when he grows up. Outside the capital of the Kingdom of Grass, on a vast grassland, a strong wind blew past, causing a wave of green waves to rise. A young man wearing a yellow-brown vest and with eye-catching red hair came from a distance. And waiting for him on this side of the grassland was Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo looked at Scorpio. Are you looking for me? Seeing the white-haired Konoha ninja standing in front of him, Xia's hands began to tremble uncontrollably in excitement. I finally meet you, White Fang of Konoha. Do I know you? Who are you? You go around trying to find me with great fanfare. Haha, Heitake Sakumo, didn't you think of something when you saw my red hair? Heitake Sakumo shook his head. No, although red hair is rare, it is not uncommon in this ninja world. I dare not say that there are 100 red hairs that died in my hands, but there are at least dozens. I don't know what you are saying. Who is it? Seeing that Heitake Sakumo didn't recognize him, Xia suddenly became even more excited. Even if you don't know me, you still dare not recognize this red hair. I'm going to kill you to avenge my parents. Come on then. Although you are still very young, as long as the ninja confirms that the other party is his enemy, then all other external factors are not important. Saying that, Heitake Sakumo drew out the White Fang ninja sword that was carried behind his back. Then let you see my masterpiece. Xia took out a seal scroll, unfolded the scroll, and released the seal. Bang! A blue puppet appeared in front of Scorpion. With a flick of his hands, the blue chakra line connected to the puppet's body. That one with blue hair is Kazekage, the third generation of Tsunagakuer village. Yes, this is the guy who started the war and destroyed everything. I killed him and transformed him into my human puppet. Since he likes war so much, then I will make him my eternal war weapon. As he spoke, Xia's expression was a little distorted, and he pointed at Heitake Sakumo and yelled, You are next. After I defeat you, I will transform you into a puppet while you are still alive, and let you feel all the pain in the transformation process. Finally, I will use your two puppets to destroy Konoha and Tsunagakuer village. It's not enough to just kill the two culprits, he thinks. Zion believes that the two villages of Tsunagakuer and Konoha are the source of all troubles. Since he wants revenge, he must do it more thoroughly and wipe out these two villages. Wipe out. I will make you two my sharpest swords. Shua. While Scorpio was still delivering his speech, Heitake Sakumo had already slashed out with his sword. Chakra is attached to the White Fang, a blade made through a special forging method, and can perform flying slashes like sword energy is released. The sharp sword energy struck directly at Xia's hands controlling the puppet. Damn it, you actually made a sneak attack? Magnet-style sand iron defense. Scorpion flicked the chakra thread in his hand, and the third generation Kazekage puppet immediately opened its mouth and spit out a large amount of black iron sand. Under the influence of magnet style, the iron sand instantly formed an iron wall in front of Scorpion. White Fang slash struck the iron wall, tearing a crack and disappearing. The gap was quickly filled with other iron sand. Magnet-style Seititsu Shiger. Xia controlled the puppet again and flicked the puppet's arm. The sandy iron originally used for defense instantly turned into iron needles, and black iron needles shot out, hitting Heitake Sakumo like a heavy rain. Faced with such a dense attack, Heitake Sakumo did not retreat but advanced. He kicked his feet violently and suddenly exerted force, and his whole body was ejected on the spot. Nanny. In Scorpion's eyes, the charging Konoha White Fang's figure became illusory, as if there were multiple Konoha White Fangs overlapping each other. He understood that this guy was moving at high speed to avoid his attack. At the same time, he waved the White Fang ninja sword in his hand, blocking part of the iron needle. Heitake-style swordsmanship, White Fang dodges. In the blink of an eye, Heitake Sakumo had rushed in front of the Scorpion. He slashed with the ninja sword in his hand, drawing a silver-white arc in the air and biting the Scorpion like white fangs. Magnet-style sand iron triangular pyramid. Magnet-style sand iron column. Magnet-style sand iron cube. Magnet-style. Scorpion constantly manipulates the puppet to release magnet-style ninjutsu. Logically speaking, magnet-style ninjutsu is difficult to avoid, because the sand and iron that rely on magnetic force to gather together have huge magnetic force. These magnetic forces will attract the metal products on the ninja's body and restrict the opponent's movement. For example, the ninja sword in Konoha White Fang's hand, the blades in his knife bag, the forehead protector on his head, and even the buttons and zippers on his clothes are all made of metal. But Keiya noticed that except for the ninja sword in the hand of Konoha White Fang, which was affected by the magnetism, the others would not be affected at all. But it was clearly not like this when I played against Kaze Cage from 3rd generation before. Your puppet technique is very powerful, and you can create such a human puppet, but after all, you are not the 3rd generation Kaze Cage. Even if your puppet masters the technique he used in life, it is still not him. Shut up, you, the murderer of my parents, don't lecture me like an elder. Scorpion flicked his hands to increase chakra's output. Magnet-style sand-iron boundary method. The 3rd generation Kaze Cage puppet opened its mouth and instantly spewed out a large amount of iron sand. The iron sand transformed into steel thorn barriers in the air, and a large number of spikes fell from the air and strangled Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo's figure is agile, as if he can predict the landing point of all attacks, either dodge or cut through the iron sand with one sword. He just started to swim among these iron barriers, as expected of Konoha's White Fang. But do you still have the skills to deal with this move? Scorpion waved his hands, suppressing the weakness caused by the massive consumption of Shakira and released another ninjutsu. Magnet-style sand-iron top. A large number of sand-iron spikes fell, restricting Heitake Sakumo's movements. At the same time, a huge sand-iron triangular pyramid gathered in the sky. The triangular pyramid rotated at high speed and instantly turned into a black top and smashed down towards him. Tisk, if this is hit, it will turn into minced flesh. But now he has no other choice, his escape route has been blocked. There is only one choice now, and that is to fight. Heitake Sakumo raised the White Fang ninja sword in his hand. Heitake flow, white blade light teeth flashing. The black sand iron top fell, and Heitake Sakumo waved the ninja sword in his hand and slashed white slashes in the air. These slashes were superimposed together, like a white chrysanthemum. However, the collision between black sand iron and white sword light did not appear in imagination. Heitake Sakumo's goal from the beginning was not the giant sand iron top. He directly cut through the obstacle and headed towards Scorpion himself. When fighting against puppet masters, fighting with their puppets is the biggest mistake. Directly attacking and killing the puppet masters themselves is the most correct choice. However, as a genius puppet master, Scorpion would naturally not let Heitake Sakumo get close. Therefore, Sakumo has been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for an unexpected opportunity. And he had waited for this opportunity. When a person feels that he is about to succeed, it is often the time when his defenses are at their most lax. Just like just now, Scorpion felt that Heitake Sakumo had no way to escape, and the final choice was to fight the sand iron top. If he won, he would have a chance to continue fighting. Not to mention that he felt that in that situation, he, Heitake Sakumo, could not win. Even if he did win, the period of time when he broke through the sand iron top would be enough for Scorpion to regroup and launch a new offensive. And this is the opportunity that Heitake Sakumo is waiting for. He has discovered the flaw in this sand-iron boundary technique before. If this move is used by 3rd generation Kaze Cage himself, I am afraid he really won't be able to escape. But unfortunately, Scorpion is not 3rd generation Kaze Cage. After breaking out of the barriers, in the blink of an eye, Heitake Sakumo was already in front of Scorpion. Heitake Flow White Fang Flash. Another slash came out, this time going straight to Scorpion's throat. However, Scorpion smiled. 3rd generation Kazecage's puppet stood between Scorpion and Heitake Sakumo. The arm hidden under the wide robe stretched out. The puppet's arm had long been transformed by Scorpion and turned into a huge blade. Dai Heitake Sakumo. Shua. Heitake Sakumo's white fang blade directly cut off one arm of the 3rd generation Kaze Cage puppet, and the blade of the other arm of the 3rd generation Kaze Cage puppet penetrated the white fang's body. Haha, I succeeded. There is my special poison on the blade. You have lost. Become my new puppet. When Xie saw White Fang's body being pierced, he suddenly smiled proudly. I won't let you succeed. Heitake Sakumo retreated repeatedly and performed a hand gesture. The next moment, his whole body was on fire. Damn it, you actually dare to set yourself on fire. Xiao immediately controlled the puppet and planned to go up and stop Heitake Sakumo, but it was too late. The flames exploded, and Heitake Sakumo was burned to ashes in front of Xiao's eyes, leaving only a white fang ninja sword stuck in the grass. Superior. Damn, 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 damn. Scorpion roared angrily. Although he had completed his revenge by killing Heitake Sakumo, he didn't expect that this guy actually took his last breath and burned himself, leaving no body. This greatly reduced the satisfaction of the revenge he had finally completed. However, at least there is a white anti-ninja sword that can be kept as a souvenir. Just when he reached out to pull out the white fang ninja sword, suddenly a suction force burst out and directly pulled the white fang ninja sword away. Who? Hello? Hello little brother, my name is Afei. Please give me some advice when we meet for the first time. A slightly funny voice sounded. Xie saw a man wearing a black robe and a yellow swirl mask. A Fae, you are the A Fae who appeared on the battlefield of Yuyin village with Uchiha Madara. Oh my, I didn't expect you, red-haired brother, to actually know me. Am I so famous? It really makes me happy, he. A Fae twisted his body artificially, looking very shy and embarrassed. But Scorpion felt tremendous pressure from such a funny clown. His subconscious told him that the guy in front of him was very strong and he should not fight against him easily. You must know that he has just experienced a battle. Konoha White Fang is not a simple thing. This battle consumed most of his chakra. It is definitely not a wise idea to take action for a ninja sword now. Choose. Red-haired brother, what's wrong with you? You look very unhappy. Is it because of this knife? Xia didn't speak, but A Fae continued to talk. If it's because of this knife, then I'm sorry, I can't give this to you, because I also like this knife. Also, if nothing happens to me, please leave the country of grass as soon as possible. The country of grass will become very dangerous next time. Listening to A Fae's words, Xia was thinking, since A Fae is here, does that mean that Uchiha Madara is also here? If this is the case, then the current country of grass is really very dangerous. I know, I'm leaving now. Xia put away the puppet, turned around and left. It's okay. Isn't that easy to talk about? Jai looked at Xia slightly panicked back and saw that he quickly left the country of grass, and the direction he left was towards the country of earth. What about Sakumo? Have you realized how dangerous it is for children who lack love since childhood, leading to inner distortion? Hey, take Sakumo, who had been hiding not far away, relying on the yellow and white genjutsu to isolate Scorpion's perception, was in a complicated mood at the moment after watching the normal battle. First of all, he recognized the child. When he was alone in the rear of Sand Hidden Village, he saw a couple who looked very similar to Scorpion. One of them also had red hair. If nothing else, that couple was Scorpio's parents, and they died in his own hands. But he didn't regret killing them. After all, they were hostile forces at the time, fighting for their respective villages. If he didn't kill them, many people in Konoha would die when they came to the front line to support them. Many children in Konoha will lose their parents and relatives. He just feels a little emotional. What made his mood even more complicated was what Jai said before. Scorpion was distorted in his heart because he lost his father's love and mother's love since he was a child. If you think about it carefully, your own Kakashi is actually in a similar situation to Scorpion. He has lost his mother since he was a child, and he can't always be with him. Kakashi has been so good since he was a child, and this Scorpio can be seen to be a young genius. He had heard a saying before, there is actually only a thin line between genius and madness. Damn it, could it be said that Kakashi is actually as crazy as the guy named Scorpion? It's just that Kakashi hasn't shown it yet? Boss Chiba, can I go back and see Kakashi? Of course, no problem. Tetsuya agreed readily, just when Sakumo was about to say something. He suddenly said again. But have you ever thought about a question? What problems will you face if you take the initiative to go back now? Will there be any problems if I go back at this time? Tisk, 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 think about it. Although the war has not yet reached Konoha, the war has already broken out. Konoha must have entered a state of war readiness. The war will happen sooner or later. And if you go back at this time, how will others see you? Heitake Sakumo is not a fool, of course he understands what others will think of him. They will feel that they are returning to the village to gain military exploits. That's right. Tetsuya nodded. Furthermore, you also know that in the past few years, while you have been away from Konoha, someone has been trying to find ways to erase your achievements and influence in the village. You should also know why. If you go back now, I'm afraid you won't just be regarded as just coming back to grab military exploits, I'm afraid some people will think you're blocking their way. Heitake Sakumo was the first to say what Tetsuya hadn't finished. But why? These are extraordinary times, and war may affect the village at any time. Why do they still think about this? Yes, I also want to know why. Tetsuya spread his hands and wanted to know why, then just ask Danzo directly. He will definitely tell you in the firmest tone that everything is for Konoha. Anyway, no matter how hard the ninja war is fought, it is impossible to fight directly to Konoha village. Konoha village actually suffered 3 serious attacks. One was Uchiha Madara plus 9 tails, one was Uchiha Obito plus Seiko, and the last time was our rice-carrying master who ran to Konoha to carry rice. None of these things happened during the ninja war. In short, the war would not affect their internal problems in Konoha, it would just kill some people. But if you are a ninja, there is no reason why you will not die. Hashirama, who is as powerful as the ninja god Senjo, is still dead. Then what should I do? Jai rolled his eyes and smiled. I have an idea, I wonder if you agree with it. What idea? Konoha, Hokage building. With the outbreak of the war, although the flames of war have not yet reached Konoha, Konoha's security has become several times stricter than before. A messenger from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce went through layers of inspection and finally met Konoha's top leader, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the stuff in his hand. Hokage-sama, I finally get to see you. It's really not easy to meet you. It's far worse than what our president told me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile while holding his pipe. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, it's a special period, there's nothing I can do, I have to follow the rules, right? Let's talk business. I wonder if you, Mr. Messenger, have anything to say at this time, rushing back from afar. Ahem. The messenger cleared his throat and showed a sad expression. Hokage-sama, I am here to announce a death. Give obituary notice. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned immediately. He had a bad premonition. Could it be that? Just a few days ago, a powerful puppeteer wanted to assassinate our president. In order to protect our president, Lord White Fang had a fierce battle with the puppeteer. Unexpectedly, the puppeteer actually had a personal grudge against Lord White Fang. In the end, he killed Lord White Fang at the cost of sacrificing his own puppet and being seriously injured himself. As he said this, he placed the package on the Hokage's desk and opened it to reveal 2 items. The White Fang, the ninja sword used by Heitake Sakumo, and the forehead guard, which is so tattered that the logo on it is almost worn out and cannot be seen clearly. I'm sorry, we can't bring back Lord White Fang's body. After all, the final explosion was too tragic. Lord White Fang was everywhere. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not reply, but just lowered his head and continued smoking. The smoke kept coming out of his mouth, making it impossible to see his eyes clearly. Sakumo, I didn't expect him to leave like this. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. I couldn't tell whether it was regret or something else. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. Okay, you don't have to say sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him and said, we are all ninjas. The moment we accept a mission, we are destined to complete it with our lives. It is normal even if we sacrifice ourselves in the process of executing the mission. We should say sorry. Logically speaking, after White Fang's sacrifice, we should immediately arrange for someone to take over White Fang's original task. But you know, the ninja world is not peaceful right now, and we in Konoha really can't spare any manpower. It's okay, we understand. Lord White Fang is a hero, and on behalf of our president, I am willing to give some pension to compensate his family. As he spoke, the messenger took out some money and put it on the table. Nominally, the money was given to the White Fang family, but since it was placed on the Hokage's desk, it was naturally up to the Hokage to decide how to deal with it. I understand. White Fang sacrificed his life for the mission. He is indeed a hero and a role model for us Konoha ninjas. I will also take some money from the village to compensate his family. Then I'll have to trouble you, Hokage-sama. Sakumo felt that it was a bit of a loss to just give money to the Hokage, but Tetsuya told him that it was worth using the money to buy him the title of a hero. Moreover, after receiving the money, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be reluctant to give up such a name. After all, a dead hero would not have any impact. Instead, it could set an example for others. After getting the money, Sarutobi Hiruzen worked very efficiently, and the news of Heitake Sakumo's death spread. However, this time his death was different from his original fate. He was not a suicide because of rumors, but a hero who gave his life to complete his mission. He became a being praised by everyone in Konoha, and became the benchmark and idol of the ninjas. Kakashi learned about his father's death and took a long time to accept it. Konoha held a memorial service for Heitake Sakumo, publicized Heitake Sakumo's deeds, and at the same time signaled the ninjas to follow his example and learn more from him. After the memorial service was over, Kakashi returned home alone. Looking at the empty home, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Obviously this home is the same as before. Even before, most of the time, I was the only one in the home. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was processing information. An Umbu ninja knocked on the door and walked into the office after getting permission. Lord Hokage has urgent information. News came from the front line that a team from Kumagakure village has entered the Land of Fire. According to the information obtained by the Hyuga family, the people leading the team are the son of 3rd Raikage and 8 Jinchuriki killer bees. What? The son of 3rd Raikage and the 8 tails Jinchuriki? What is Kumagakure doing? By sending Jinchuriki into other countries without authorization, is this planning to invade our country of fire? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was solemn, and at the same time there was some anger in his heart. They didn't take their own ninja hero seriously. They in Konoha know very well how powerful the tailed beasts are. After all, Uchiha Madara led 9 tails to break through Konoha's barriers, enter the village, and finally start the Battle of the Valley of the End with Konoha's first Hokage. After that battle, the terrain of the Valley of the End was directly changed. Notify Minato immediately and ask him to lead a team to see what Hidden Cloud Village is going to do. If the other party's purpose is not pure, Minato can be allowed to do it without reporting. Understood, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja responded. Why was Minato sent? Because he knew something about the son of 3rd Raikage. Like his father 3rd Raikage, this young man was good at using lightning-style chakra mode and was extremely fast. Ordinary ninjas were no match for him. In order to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, sending Minato, known as the Yellow Flash, is the safest choice. Moreover, Minato is a disciple of Jiraiya, his disciple, and the one coming across from him is the son of 3rd Raikage, so he has to send a ninja with sufficient weight on his side. If Sunin is not around, then Minato is the best choice. Minato received the order and set off immediately. These 2 future 4th generation members are about to start a destined battle for the name of speed in the ninja world. In the country of grass, Tetsuya is sitting in his office, playing with the box of bliss the size of a Rubik's Cube in his hand. Huangbai, who had not appeared for a long time, was also sitting on Jai's desk, holding a pipe in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. There was a strange person lying on the floor in front of them. Strictly speaking, this guy can't be called a human. He is all white, with spiky-like plant species growing on his body, light green hair and weird eyes. Xiaojia, a lot of these things have appeared in the Kingdom of Grass recently. It seems that someone has ideas about the Kingdom of Grass. This guy has gone the farthest and has already reached the vicinity of the capital. They used an extremely special technique to hide on passersby and try to sneak into the capital, but this kind of ninjutsu is as conspicuous as a light bulb in front of the sage jutsu, and I caught them before they even entered the capital. Tetsuya smiled, narrowing his eyes slightly. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Taisin. I didn't expect you to take action yourself. I thought those who were patrolling the capital were all the younger generations of your clan. Huang Bai smiled and took a puff of his cigarette. It is true that some young people were patrolling before, but I was just bored. I have been in the yellow skin tomb for so many years, so I thought I would go out for a walk. Who would have thought that I would run into this guy after just a few days of wandering around? Such a guy. So, what are you going to do with this guy? Tetsuya looked at the white zetsu. This thing was actually a product of the chakra sacred tree. It was formed by a person whose chakra was drained after performing infinite tsukuyomi. But now they can no longer be called human beings. Let's seal it first. This thing is quite useful. Maybe I can use it to do business with an old friend of mine in the future. The old friend that Tetsuya mentioned is naturally Orikimura, this scientist who is obsessed with immortality. A white zetsu's body will definitely be his best research material. Huang Daxian, there will definitely be more and more of these things in the future, but you don't have to keep a close eye on them, as long as they don't parasitize on the people in our Chamber of Commerce. I understand. I will inform the younger generation in the clan to keep an eye on it. By the way, you should offer a tablet of Old Master Huang at the headquarters and branches of the Chamber of Commerce so that the old man can keep an eye on the Qinyi Chamber of Commerce at any time. Departments, this kind of dirty stuff can't come in. Jie was also stunned for a moment. Oh my god, is he planning to set up a branch in each department of his own Chamber of Commerce? But it's okay, with the immortals helping to look after it, there's no need to worry about anyone causing trouble. He looked at White Zetsu on the ground again. This guy appeared in the land of grass. It seems that Black Zetsu and the others are preparing for their future plans. After all, the turning point of Obito's fate, Kanabi-hashi, is in the land of grass. It seems that White Zetsu will appear in the land of grass, and it should be that Black Zetsu is scouting the place in advance. Okay, Xiaojai, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I still have to inform the younger generations in the clan. Remember to notify me if there's anything you need. I understand. Take care, Wang Taisin. With a bang, Huang Bai broke free from the spiritual connection and returned to the yellow-skinned man's grave. And Jai took out a sealing scroll and stepped forward to seal White Zetsu. The Third Ninja World War is a war that will affect the ninja world for decades to come. So what should I do next to make things more interesting? Compared to the Second Ninja World War that made him rich, the biggest benefit for Tetsuya in the Third Ninja World War was that he used the contract to change his identity from a businessman to a noble in the ninja world, the monarch of a country. As for the rest, it is either to pave the way for the future or just for fun. After putting away the sealing scroll, Jie also began to think. If we were to say what was the most crucial thing in the Third Ninja World War, it would definitely be Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu creating a villain like Obito. As we all know, Kamui can hardly hide her tears, and all she sees is Lin. Thinking of this, Jie also showed an evil smile. He, young Obito, I will prepare a special gift for you. I look forward to the day when we officially meet. The Third Ninja War soon entered the acceleration stage. The two quasi-fourth generation shadows of Konoha and Kumigakuer had their first confrontation. This battle allowed Kumigakuer to see the power of the Yellow Flash. Minato used his strength to prove the saying that if you encounter a yellow flash during a mission, you can give up the mission and escape. On the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, because the plan to borrow a road from the Kingdom of Fire to go to the Kingdom of Wind to support Third Reikage failed, Third Reikage became more and more difficult on the front line. In the end, he had to admit that this plan to attack the Kingdom of Wind was indeed a bit unsatisfactory. Too taken for granted. Finally, he took his remaining men and withdrew from the Kingdom of Wind and gave up the invasion plan. The invasion of Cloud Hidden Village was successfully repelled, which allowed Raza to accumulate a huge reputation. He also justifiably removed the word agent in front of the agent Kazekage and officially became the fourth generation Kazekage of Sunagakuer village. The Third Reikage is also a ruthless person. He just retreated from the Kingdom of Wind after suffering a defeat, and then turned around and gathered his troops to attack the Kingdom of Earth. At the same time, in order to retaliate against Konoha's refusal to use the road, which resulted in him not being able to get supplies on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, he had to give up the invasion. Third Reikage directly asked his son to take Killer Bee to officially attack the Kingdom of Fire and start a war with Konoha. The two-threaded war started, and it was awesome. At the Chiba Chamber of Commerce branch in the Land of Grass, Tetsuya looked at the latest battle reports coming back from all over the ninja world and couldn't help but be speechless. It's really lively. This Union Village is really awesome. It's like a wild dog that has taken mad dog medicine. It will bite anyone it catches. Regarding the crazy behavior of Union Village, Jia couldn't help but exclaim that it was awesome. Continuing to look through the information, he saw the news that the new generation of combination of Union Village was fighting against Namikaze Minato. No, buddy, here we go again. How many times has this happened? You have never won 2 versus 1. At most, it's a tie. How dare you keep challenging Minato? Since the war between Cloud Hidden Village and Konoha Village, Namikaze Minato's battle with Ab combination has become a reserved program on this battlefield. However, the two sides fought many times, and Minato basically won, or the two sides tied, each withdrew their troops and waited for another fight in the future. After flipping over, it turned out that this time the two sides were tied again. Boss, the latest news. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and Kakuzu excitedly shouted the new news. What new news are you so excited about? Is it a combination versus Minato? I saw it, and they tied again. No, the information in your hand is out of date. It was collected and summarized by people from the Chamber of Commerce a few days ago and passed on. Kakuzu took out a scroll and placed it on the table. I have a piece of new information from an intelligence dealer on the black market. The third Raikage of Union Village is dead. Third Raikage is dead? When did he die? Just yesterday. Kakuzu said with some emotion. This third Raikage was also a ruthless man. He fought against 10,000 rock ninjas, but in the end he was defeated by the enemy's large numbers and died of exhaustion. He wasn't killed, he was exhausted. He was really a monster. Tetsuya opened the scroll and read the information. He also knew some information about the intelligence. After all, the third Raikage fought against 10,000 rock ninjas and became the strongest Dinin. He had often seen people doing it before he traveled through time. But when I saw the detailed events in the scroll, I couldn't help but feel a little amazed. Fighting 10,000 IWA ninjas, my dear, are there actually so many ninjas in Uegakuer village? No, boss, why are you focusing on this? Jai rolled up the scroll, waved his hand and said, none of this is important. What is important is that the third Raikage is dead. I am afraid that the war between Kumigakuer and Konoha is about to end. Kumigakuer will probably shrink back to the Land of Thunder, elect the next generation of Kage, and then recuperate. Prevent Uegakuer from biting back. He thought for a while before continuing. And Oniki, the third Tsuchikage from Uegakuer village, is not a fool. He knows that he has just killed Raikage from Kumigakuer village. If he continues to bite Kumigakuer, he will definitely encounter a more fierce counterattack by Kumigakuer. By then, the Uegakuer it's not worth the loss. Kakuzu said with some confusion when he heard this. So, boss, according to you, is the third ninja war coming to an end? Tetsuya shook his head and smiled. No, but the climax is coming. What's the meaning? Come to Kakuzu, take a look here. Tetsuya gestured to Kakuzu to look at the map of the ninja world hanging in his office. What do you see on the map? I saw the ninja world. Great, so what did you see in the center of the ninja world? Kakuzu moved his gaze to the center of the map. It's the Fire Nation. That's right, it's the Land of Fire. Tetsuya stretched and said. The country of fire is a good place. Do you know what's so good about it? The good thing is that it occupies the most fertile land in the ninja world. There are no vast deserts or steep mountains here. It's not isolated overseas. The islands are not mountainous and rocky hills. Just say that such a piece of land should not be coveted. Kakuzu understood the meaning behind Tetsuya's words. Boss, do you mean that there will be another ninja village invading the country of fire? That's right, there's more than one. More than one. Kakuzu frowned. The two villages in the country of wind and the country of thunder had just ended the war. Now it was time to recuperate and adjust. It was unlikely that they would send troops to the country of fire. Although Uegakuer village in the Land of Earth has just ended its war with Cloud Hidden village, the village has already started war mode. It is impossible to stop it for a while. After all, once the war machine is running, it will not stop so easily. Down. If Uegakuer village will invade the fire country, Kakuzu thinks it is possible, but the boss said that more than one ninja village will invade the fire country. Forget about those small ninja villages. Unless they can completely eliminate Konoha and swallow up Konoha's territory, after the war is over, those small ninja villages will be liquidated. Could it be that the last village that will invade the Land of Fire is Kurigakuer? But isn't Kurigakuer on the sea? They didn't participate in the last ninja war, so will they intervene out of thin air this time? Seeing Kakuzu's confused look, Tetsuya patted him on the shoulder. Just watch it, Kakuzu, there are many people watching this fat piece of meat from the fire country. Everyone can't wait to step forward and take a bite. The country of Earth, the village of Hidden Rock. Due to the invasion of Kumigakuer village, the entire Uegakuer village has entered a state of war. It can be said that Uegakuer is highly united at this moment, and the power of Tsuchikage is particularly concentrated. Onoki sat on the main seat and looked at the other people in Uegakuer. Everyone, the war has begun, let us make this drama more lively. Uegakuer village was ready to start another war and began to deploy troops to station at the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass. In their war plan, Uegakuer's army would directly pass through the trade route connecting fire and earth from the country of grass, march straight in, and kill directly towards the country of fire. While the Uegakuer village was still stationing troops, something unexpected happened to the entire ninja world. Kurigakuer, a ninja village with a low presence in the ninja world, actually took action, and immediately raided the fire country from the sea, catching the fire country by surprise. And this time, Kurigakuer village can be said to be coming in a menacing manner, directly dispatching the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kurigakuer village who are in charge of 7 special ninja swords. However, Konoha is Konoha after all, and its foundation is so profound that even Kirikage, one of the 5 great ninja villages, cannot easily shake its foundation. After the attack, Konoha quickly adjusted its defenses and mobilized manpower to the coastal front line to defend Kurigakuer. However, as is often the case in the world, blessings never come in pairs and misfortunes never come alone. As Konoha prepares for Kurigakure's attack, Iwagakure seizes the opportunity. The mighty ninja army of Iwagakure village directly broke out of the Kingdom of Earth and rushed into the Kingdom of Grass, using the Kingdom of Grass as a springboard to attack the Kingdom of Fire. The war of the Third Ninja World War finally involved the country of Grass. For a time, the situation in Konoha seemed particularly dangerous. A Kurigakure village had already invaded their Fire Country territory. If Iwagakure village were allowed to invade their Fire Country territory again, it would be a serious matter. When the time comes, the two major ninja villages, Iwagakure and Kurigakure, will join forces to fight against Konoha. No matter how powerful Konoha is, they will not be able to withstand the pressure brought by the two major ninja villages joining forces. When things got to this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, couldn't sit still. He rarely put on his armor again and went to the front line in person to fight against Kirikage on the coast of the Land of Fire. At the same time, he sent out good friend Danzo Shimura led an army to the border of the Land of Grass, intending to block the Iwagakure army outside the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought very well, but they underestimated the number and marching speed of Iwagakure's army. With the existence of the Grass Country's trade routes, Iwagakure's army marched straight in, directly reaching the border of the Fire Country. The plan of Iwagakure village is to defeat the Fire Country's border defense line in one fell swoop. As long as they break through the Fire Country's border defense line, they will enter the field they are good at. Relying on numerical superiority and large-scale coordination, ninjutsu steadily advanced on the battlefield, thus sweeping across the entire Fire Country. Konoha once again sent elite reinforcements. These elites rushed to the border of the Land of Fire as quickly as possible, but the number of ninjas sent by Iwagakure village was too large, and quantitative changes caused qualitative changes. Even the elite ninjas experienced the feeling of being powerless when encountering the surging waves of enemies. Relying on their numerical advantage, Iwagakure directly stretched the front line and advanced steadily, encroaching on the territory of the Land of Fire bit by bit. Konoha is trapped in the same two-threaded battle dilemma as before in Cloud Hidden Village. However, unlike Union Village, Union Village fought on two fronts because they took the initiative to open up two fronts in order to seek greater results. Konoha did not take the initiative, he started a two-front battle passively. The two major ninja villages of Iwagakure and Kurigakure launched attacks on Konoha at the same time. For a time, Konoha was under great pressure. In the conference room of the Hokage building, Konoha's top management gathered here. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just returned to Konoha after repelling the Kirigage army from the front line, walked into the conference room without even having time to take off his armor. How is the situation on the front line? Too bad, Kumigakure's previous attack on Iwagakure put Iwagakure in war mode. All production was prepared according to war needs, and they had sufficient supplies to be transported to the front line along the Chiba Chamber of Commerce's trade routes in the country of Grass. Our front line was severely defeated and has retreated to the second line for defense. Mido Kabuto reported the latest situation with a solemn expression. The trade routes of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce? Damn it, I didn't expect that at this time. The trade routes they opened would actually become a helper to Iwagakure village. Humph, monkey, I have already said that organizations like the Chiba Chamber of Commerce should be in our hands. Okay Danzo, now is not the time to talk about this. I believe that Boss Chiba doesn't want the business route he opened up to be used by Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded his old buddy, and then looked at the map. I think it is not difficult to repel Iwagakure. They are so strong now mainly because they have a steady stream of supply support. Once they lose supply support, they will definitely not be ours when fighting in our homeland of the Fire Country. Opponent. Danzo snorted after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion. Humph, you put it simply, how do you cut off the other party's supplies? Destroy all the trade routes of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce in the country of Grass. Need not. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention to Danzo's tone. He pointed to a place in the country of Grass. We only need to destroy this place. This is an important node in the supply line of Union Village. Most of their supplies need to pass through here if they want to be transported to the front line. Everyone looked at where Sarutobi Hiruzen was pointing, and there was the Konobi Bridge. It does seem possible. After studying it carefully, the head of the Nara family among the pigs, deers, and butterflies nodded and approved Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal. Destroying a bridge is much easier than destroying an entire trade route. I think 2 jonin and 2 chinin should be enough. 2 jonin? How many other jonin are on standby in the village now? Go to bed, Koharu replied. Minato's class has just returned from a mission. Kakashi in their class has completed the jonin assessment before and officially became a jonin. The configuration of their class happens to be 2 jonin and 2 chinin. Hearing Minato's squad, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be quite suitable. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique can move quickly on the battlefield, and it only requires them to destroy a bridge. This is a good match for Kakashi, a newly promoted jonin. There shouldn't be any difficulty. Okay, send the order to Minato's squad and ask them to blow up the Konobi Bridge. After the Konobi Bridge is blown up, start the counterattack against Iwagakure. Yes. N. The order was passed on, and the gears of fate began to turn. The Minato squad, who had just returned from a mission and rested, received a mission from the Hokage building. Minato Jonin, this mission is crucial and affects the entire war. I hope you can complete the mission as soon as possible. I know, we will complete the task as quickly as possible. Minato took over the task and read the contents carefully. Go deep behind enemy lines and blow up the Konoha Bridge. He had already carried out missions like this deep behind enemy lines with Kakashi and the others several times before, and it was not difficult. Missions like blowing up bridges and destroying important enemy facilities were also no problem. But after getting this mission scroll, Minato always felt a little uneasy in his heart, as if something would happen during the execution of this mission. On the front line of the Land of Fire, Minato and the three Kakashi arrived at the front of the Konoha camp. Beyond that was the area occupied by Uegakuer. Minato looked at Obito, who was about to make a move, and Kakashi, who looked indifferent and couldn't help but shook his head. These two disciples of my own are really worrying. The death of Kakashi's father made this taciturn disciple become even more indifferent, showing an indifferent attitude towards everything except the mission. He only wants to become an outstanding ninja like his father Heitake Sakumo, a ninja who is called a hero and role model by everyone in the village. As for Obito, although this kid is full of passion, he has a carefree personality and likes to show off his strength. He is the most uneasy type. Among the three, only Nohara Lin is the most reassuring one, but Kellen is a medical ninja and is not very powerful in combat. Kakashi, Obito, Lin, you all listen to me. Further ahead is the area occupied by Uegakuer. The situation we may face next is very dangerous, so you all have to be alert. Do you understand? Don't worry, Minato-sensei. We've already prepared it. Obito is full of confidence. The completion of several previous tasks gave him great confidence. Lin said with a smile. Don't worry, Minato-sensei, we will work hard. Seeing both of them agreeing, Minato looked at Kakashi again. Kakashi turned his head and looked into the distance. I understand, let's go quickly. Isn't this mission very urgent? Okay, let's go. Minato sighed and set off with the three of them. The group of people left the Konoha position at night and followed the route planned in advance, bypassing Uegakuer's large army and heading towards the Konoha Bridge. Konoha Bridge is located on a river valley near the Country of Fire in the Country of Grass. At this moment, Konoha Bridge has gathered a large number of ninjas from Uegakuer village, and the person leading the team is the elite Jonin from Uegakuer village. This man is different from other ninjas. Other ninjas may be good at some kind of ninjutsu or physical skills, but what he is good at is organizing an army of ninjas to fight collectively. Because of this, he was particularly favored by third-generation Megakure Oniki during the war. The East Dead Man led a team of about 50 Uegakuer ninjas to gather here, obviously planning something. Between the bamboo forest, Minato, and the three people gathered together. I just went to inquire about it. There are more than 50 Uegakuer ninjas gathered in the Konoha Bridge Uegakuer stronghold. It seems that they want to attack one of our Konoha strongholds. Then what should we do, Minato-sensei? Should we just rush up and kill them all? Obito heard that there were about 50 people on the other side. Instead of being afraid, Obito was extremely excited. Obito, don't underestimate Uegakuer's ninjas. They may not be good at fighting alone, but when a group of Uegakuer's ninjas gather together, they often burst out with amazing fighting power. Minato looked at the excited Obito and persuaded him patiently. And Kakashi spoke. Don't worry about them, we are ninjas and we should focus on the mission in our hands. Kakashi. Lin looked at Kakashi in disbelief. How could he say that? It was a war now and we were not on a bounty mission. Everyone was fighting for the village. How could he ignore these ninjas of Uegakuer village? Kakashi, it's war time now. Obito retorted. How can we ignore these guys? Even if a few of us are not their opponents, we should inform everyone. Kakashi didn't speak, but it could be seen from his eyes that he still felt that the task should be prioritized. In the end, Minato made the decision. Well, let's observe first and see their intentions. If they make any dangerous moves, I will go back and inform everyone. How about you three continue to perform the mission? Kakashi nodded. Obito was hesitant, but Lin thought for a long time before she felt that this might be the best way. After all, she knew that her teacher was known as the ninja world's fastest, and if there was danger, the teacher would definitely be back soon. Okay, since you all agreed, let's wait. As night fell, the IWA Nin inside the Konoha Bridge began to take action. Under the leadership of the East Dead Man, this team of more than 50 people rushed towards a position on the front line of Konoha. Now they understood what the other party wanted to do. They were planning to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. If Minato is successfully attacked by the opponent, then Konoha may lose a large part of its front defense line. Kakashi Jonin. Exist. Now I appoint you as the temporary captain. You lead the team members to continue the mission. I will inform everyone in the rear to be careful of the IWA ninja's sneak attack. Clear. Looking at Kakashi, who had no expression on his face, Minato took a deep breath and said solemnly, Be careful, do you understand me, Kakashi? I see. Okay, I'll go first. After saying that, Minato no longer hesitated and ran quickly towards the direction of Konoha's position. He knew that the sooner he informed the rear, the sooner he could rush back, so that the possibility of Kakashi and the others encountering risks could be reduced. After Minato left, Rin looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, what should we do next? Kakashi looked in the direction of Konoha Bridge and replied calmly, Blow up the bridge. But, can the three of us do it? We are ninjas. There is no question of whether we can do it or not. We can only do whatever it takes to complete the mission. After that, Kakashi stopped caring about Obito and ran towards the Konoha bridge alone. Seeing this, Lin and Obito had no choice but to follow, but they had no choice but to make Kakashi their captain now. The three of them sneaked all the way, being extra careful. But they are still too young. Even if Kakashi is a Jonin, he is just a newly promoted Jonin, and he is still far behind those old guys. The three people who were sneaking didn't notice that a gaze had been fixed on them. Swish swish. Several shurikens instantly cut through the space and attacked them. Snort. Kakashi reacted immediately. It was too late to escape. He pulled out the White Fang ninja sword that was his father's relic and was handed over to him by third Hokage himself. I still remember the day the village held a funeral for my father, and the third Hokage found me. Kakashi, your father is a hero. He is great who sacrificed his life for the mission. This is your father's relic, the White Fang ninja sword. I hope that while inheriting this sword, you will inherit your father's will and become an excellent ninja becomes the hero of the village. Hey take flow White Fang flash. The blade light flashed across, like the Konoha White Fang general, all the incoming shurikens were bounced away. Alert, we have been exposed. An enemy appeared from the darkness, holding a long knife in one hand and a kunao in the other, looking at the three of them with a ferocious smile on his face. Why, have all the people in Konoha been killed? It's really sad to let children of your age go to the battlefield. Damn you guys, don't underestimate us, we are the ninjas of Konoha. Ninja? Ha 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 ha, that's ridiculous. Kid, what's happening now is not just a ninja game, this is war, and war can kill people. The demon leech roared, and instantly threw out a kunao and attacked Kakashi. He did not attack Obito immediately because he could see that Obito was just a fool. Among the three brats, the one who was really powerful was the one with the ninja sword, who had just slashed away all his attacks. Kakashi was also unequivocal. He stepped forward and flicked the kunao away with another knife. At the same time, a dazzling electric light burst out from his left hand, a lightning explosion, and a cry like the cry of Chidori. Chidori. With one move, Chidori stabs the leech. Kakashi's palm pierced the leech's body, but the leech exploded into a ball of white mist. Kakashi, be careful, that's a shadow clone. Obito immediately formed a seal, opened his mouth and spit out a ball of flame. Fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball flew over and directly hit the leech that appeared above Kakashi. However, what was surprising was that this leech was also a clone. Ha 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 ha, so a kid is a kid? Let him die. Several demon leeches actually appeared in the darkness. These guys all held kunao in their hands. Seeing that the two of them were defenseless, they threw out the kunao and attacked them at the same time. Damn it, there are so many kunao, I can't avoid them. No, only one of them should be real. Obito was anxiously distinguishing true and false kunao, while Kakashi had already rushed forward with his ninja sword again. Shua. Bite. Among several kunao, Kakashi successfully knocked away the real kunao with one strike, and at the same time, dazzling lightning erupted from his palm again. Chidori. Another Chidori stabbed the opponent's leech straight into the chest. However, the blow was easily dodged by the demon leech, and he slashed out with his backhand, striking Kakashi's raised left armpit. The pain in my hand caused the Chidori on my hand to disappear instantly. But Kaka was not a vegetarian either. He endured the severe pain and waved the blade left by his father with his right hand. Hey take flow White Fang flash. The sword was slashed out, the crescent moon-like blade flashed, and blood splattered. The demon leech was slashed in the back by Kakashi. However, the demon leech was not angry because of his injury. He directly activated ninjutsu and sneaked into the ground. He has gone underground, everyone, be careful. Obito shouted and stared around cautiously. The moment his voice fell, a hand came out from the ground and directly grabbed Obito's foot. Obito was shocked when he saw the magic leech suddenly appear and grab his foot. Die, kid. The magic leech was slashed out with one strike. However, a kunao appeared on top of the demon leech faster than his knife. Shua. A figure appeared out of thin air. Raisenon. After blocking the shot, Raisenon hit the target directly, and the leech didn't even have time to utter a cry. Minato-sensei. Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Minato appear. Are you all okay? After Minato confirmed that the magic leech was dead, he asked everyone about their situation. Obito wiped his tears. I'm fine, but Kakashi was injured because of his recklessness. Kakashi covered his wound and rolled his eyes at Obito, while Lin stepped forward to check Kakashi's wound and began to treat it. What kind of look are you looking at? Seeing that Kakashi was a little unconvinced, Obito said even more unconvinced. Obviously you were injured because of your own recklessness and insistence on going your own way. Kakashi looked at the unconvinced Obito and the obvious tears in the corners of his eyes and said calmly. Article 25 of the Ninja Handbook, as a ninja, you must not let others see your tears. The enemy saw the way you shed tears just now. How can you criticize me? You, I say you too, that's almost enough. Lin looked a little angry at the two arguing. We are all teammates. Can we talk to each other well? If there is a problem, why can't we just have a good chat and solve the problem? Obito turned his head away, and Kakashi also turned his head away from looking at Obito. After Lin healed Kakashi's injury, she dragged Kakashi to Obito, then grabbed their hands and held them together. You two, please talk to me carefully. We are still performing the mission. We cannot affect the mission because of your conflicts. Do you understand? The two of them were still stubborn, a pair of big hands pressed on their heads, and Minato showed a sunny smile. Lin is right. You two need to work together well, understand? It's still very dangerous on the front line. I may need to go to support you. The next mission still requires your cooperation to complete. As long as it's over there, I will come back as quickly as possible. Oh well. Understood. The two nodded, and under the witness of Minato, they formed the seal of reconciliation. Early the next morning, Minato left, and the three of them continued to sneak close to Konoha Bridge. Soon, they saw a huge river valley, and a magnificent bridge spanned the entire valley, connecting both sides of the river valley. That's the Konoha Bridge, the goal of our mission. Obito couldn't help but swallow as he looked at the bridge in front of him. Kakashi, are the detonators we brought enough to blow up this bridge? It should be enough. We only need to blow up the key support points of the bridge. Once the support points are destroyed, the entire bridge will collapse. It is rare for Kakashi to say so many words, that is, they are related to the mission, otherwise he would not waste so much time. Be prepared, go there and step on the points first, and find an opportunity to place the detonating talisman to destroy the bridge. Kakashi issued the combat order, and the three set off immediately, sneaking towards the Konoha Bridge. However, in the dark, there were already two pairs of eyes staring at them. The Konoha Bridge they observed before is located at a high point, and if they want to get close to the Konoha Bridge, they need to pass through a bamboo forest along the river valley. The three of them walked in the bamboo forest in a triangular formation. Kakashi and Obito walked side by side in front, and Lin stood behind them. After entering the bamboo forest, Obito felt a sense of discomfort. The slender bamboos block out the sky and the sun, the dense bamboo forests block all sunlight, and the light between the bamboo forests is dim. Suddenly, a sound broke through the air, and several sharpened bamboos flew towards the three of them from the sky. Enemy attack! Everyone, be careful! Fire-style great fireball! Obito shouted, quickly formed seals and opened his mouth to spit out blazing fire. In the bamboo forest, sharp bamboos kept coming from all directions. Obviously, the other party was prepared and knew they would come. Kakashi also understood that the guy killed by Minato-sensei yesterday was most likely just a patrolman. After a night passed and the patrolman did not come back, these IWA ninjas knew that someone was coming to attack, so they prepared an ambush in advance. There is no way to continue fighting like this, we must fight out. Kakashi secretly thought to himself and quickly confirmed the direction. He saw a figure in the bamboo forest. Obviously, that was the IWA ninja who was hiding in the dark and controlling the mechanism. Heitekiryu Ryu Blade Tooth Flash. Kakashi waved the ninja sword White Fang in his hand and rushed out. In the dark, the IWA ninja saw Kakashi rushing over so quickly, so he stopped hiding and jumped out of his hiding place, showing the sharp blade tied to his arm. Gan blade style thrust. He punched out his fists and stabbed Kakashi with two sharp blades. Kakashi waved his sword to resist, but the weapon of this rock blade was really weird. Although it used a double blade, it used a boxing technique. Fist blade? IWA ninja really knows how to use some strange weapons. Making a complaint in his mind, Kakashi speeded up the movements of his hands. However, the other party is obviously an experienced person with very sophisticated experience. The weirder the weapon, the harder it is to use ordinary combat experience to judge the opponent. It seems that the sword is used for boxing, and the most important thing about boxing is actually footwork and bodywork. Moreover, this guy's double swords are tied to his arms, and his hands can also form ninjutsu seals. For a moment, Kakashi actually seemed a little passive. Kakashi! Obito exclaimed. He didn't expect Kakashi to be so reckless and rushed forward alone. Obito, Lin, let's follow quickly, don't let that guy Kakashi get too far away from us. With that said, Obito and Lin rushed over despite the fierce bamboo rain. Another wave of sharp flying bamboo traps came, and Obito launched the great fireball technique again. The fireball surged and destroyed the flying bamboo instantly. Obito, Lin. Obito heard Lin's exclamation, and when he turned around, he saw a tall and strong ninja from Iwagakure village appearing behind them at some point and controlling Lin. When IWA ninja Huguang saw his companion catching a kid, he immediately retreated and came to Oishi's side. UBD, let go of Lin. Haha, go ahead and dream, kid. IWA ninja Oishi sneered, knocked Lin unconscious, put her on his shoulders and ran away. Lin. Obito immediately wanted to catch up, but as soon as he took a step, the fire triggered the mechanism, and a large number of flying bamboo fell from the sky. Obito hurriedly used ninjutsu to resist, but after just a short delay, the firelight and the big stone had already disappeared into the sea of bamboo with Lin. Lin. Kakashi frowned for a moment when he saw Lin being taken away. There is actually another person, he is hiding somewhere. You still have the nerve to say it. Angry, Obito stepped forward and grabbed Kakashi's collar. It's all because of your recklessness and insistence that you let that IWA ninja's hands take away Lin. What does this have to do with me? It's because you didn't find the enemy yourself. How can you say that? You are our captain now. Faced with Obito's questioning, Kakashi said nothing. Obito looked at the guy in front of him who had no reaction at all about Lin being taken away. He let go of Kakashi and turned around to walk in the direction where Oishi disappeared. Where are you going? Our mission is not completed yet. Mission, all you can think about is mission? Have you forgotten? When you and I were injured, it was Lin who used medical ninjutsu to save our lives. Without her, the two of us would not have been able to survive the mission long ago. I don't know how many times I have died. Lin is more important than the mission. What do you know? Kakashi gave a rare shout to Obito. My father is the hero of Konoha. He sacrificed his life for the mission and became an example for everyone. As his son, I must inherit his legacy? Everyone in the village is watching? Look at me, this wooden man. The son of Konoha White Fang. I cannot fail. I do not allow myself to fail. I bear the glory of my father, because I am the son of Konoha White Fang. Ninjas all put their mission first. Pa. A slap landed directly on Kakashi's face. Kakashi also didn't expect that Obito would hit him. Obito shook his head with disappointment. Sakumo-senpai is a hero and a role model for everyone, but Sakumo-senpai must be very disappointed to see you now. Do you really think that Sakumo-senpai is called a hero because he has to risk his life to complete the mission? You are wrong. The reason why Sakumo-senpai is a hero is because he has to protect others even if he sacrifices himself. And you can't even protect your teammates. Sakumo-senpai must be very disappointed in you. I'm also very disappointed in you, Kakashi. Lin and I don't need your protection. I will protect Lin myself. After saying that, Obito turned around and left. He was going to save Lin. After taking a few steps out, Obito turned back and looked at Kakashi. In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules and violate the rules are called scum. However, those who do not cherish their partners are worse than scum. If anyone thinks that such behavior is not a ninja, then I will defeat that so-called ninja. Ninja. After saying that, Obito sped away, leaving only Kakashi alone. In the cave, the unconscious Lin was tied to a wooden stake. Huguang and Dashi planned to torture out some information about Konoha from Lin. Dashi, you go out and guard. Those two brats will definitely come to rescue their companions, and then they will be caught in one fell swoop. I see. Dashi activated the camouflage hidden technique and was about to leave. Suddenly his movements froze, and Huguang's movements also froze. Oh my, I finally waited for the right time. It really made me wait. Jai slowly emerged from the ground and looked at the situation in the cave. Lin was still in a coma, while Oishi and Huguang, the two jonin from Uegakuer village, had dull eyes and blurry eyes. Apparently he fell under the influence of genjutsu. These guys can't escape Tetsuya's eyes when they are operating in the land of grass. He has been waiting near the Konoha bridge for a long time, which can be regarded as waiting for Obito and the others. Tetsuya looked at Lin curiously, looking at the white moonlight that Obito could not forget. As expected of the person Obito cares about, he is indeed pretty, but as we all know, the dead Bai Yueguang is the most beautiful Bai Yueguang. As he spoke, he took out a scarecrow, took a drop of blood from Lin's fingertips and dropped it on the doll. The scarecrow immediately changed, with two Madara lines similar to Lin's face appearing on its face. What will happen if Obito sees the dead Bai Yueguang come back to life in the future? I really look forward to that day. Outside the cave, Obito finally found the cave where Lin was kidnapped based on some traces left behind. Crouching on the big tree, Obito looked in the direction of the cave, his heart beating fast. He began to get nervous, knowing that those two guys should both be jonin if nothing else happened. And will I be the opponent of the two jonin? Will I be caught? Will I kill Lin? The more I think about it, the more scared I become. Pa pa pa. Obito stretched out his hand and patted his face. Calm down, I can do it. After adjusting his mentality, Obito took out a kunao and held it in his hand. Okay, I'm ready. Where are you going? Oishi lifted the camouflage technique and appeared behind Obito. What? When? Obito was shocked. When he turned around, he saw a kunao stabbing towards him. Bloody light collapsed. However, the expected pain did not occur. Instead, the boulder fell forward. A figure that surprised Obito appeared in front of him. Kakashi? Why are you here? Obito was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that Kakashi was really moved by him. Of course I'm coming. After all, I don't want to be looked down upon by you, a loser. However, the knife was not fatal. Dashi quickly retreated and jumped to the branch of another tree, activated the camouflage concealment technique again, and disappeared in front of the two people. Is it invisible? It's so troublesome ninjutsu. How did he even eliminate the smell? It seems that he can only confirm the enemy's position through the flow of air and the collision of objects. Making a complaint in his mind, Kakashi quickly looked for anything unusual. Obito was also nervously looking for Oishi. Suddenly, there was a stampede sound from behind, and Kakashi immediately discovered the other party's position. He was actually behind Obito. Obito, watch your back. Kakashi pushed Obito away and slashed out with his sword. This sword successfully missed Oishi's kunao, but the missed kunao was slashed towards Kakashi. Shua. A burst of blood appeared, and one of Kakashi's eyes was blinded by a kunao. Kakashi. Seeing that Kakashi was blind in one eye, Obito yelled in shock. Dashi's sneak attack failed, and he immediately retreated and hid again. Obito helped Kakashi up and asked him nervously. Hey Kakashi, are you okay? Are you okay? Kakashi covered his eyes, resisting the severe pain and looked in the direction of the enemy's retreat. Be careful. That guy is a veteran. The kunao that was stained with my blood has been thrown away by him, but I'm not sure if he has any other weapons. He glanced at Obito as he spoke. What's wrong? Is there sand in your eyes again? If you are a man, don't cry. I'm not dead yet. Let's deal with the enemy first. Obito wiped away his tears and recalled what his teacher Minato said to him. How can sand get into your eyes even though you are wearing goggles? Since you have said that you want to improve your self-control, don't just talk about it. You must first strengthen your heart and make your heart strong. I will never cry again in the future, not just on my lips, but on making my heart strong first. As he spoke, Obito's eyes began to change. He saw the flow of air, the texture of leaves, and a person running towards him. You go to hell. Obito took out a kunai and stabbed it. Nani? Impossible, how could you see me? Don't underestimate the Uchiha clan's eye skills, UBD. Oishi fell backwards, and before falling from the big branch, he saw the originally black pupils in Obito's eyes turned red, and two Megatama emerged in the red pupils. This Uchiha family's last person finally started his own Sharingan. Those eyes, those ominous eyes. Here, I will protect my companions. Obito hasn't noticed the change in his eyes yet. He only feels that in order to protect his companions, he can burst out with unlimited potential. Obito, your eyes. Kakashi was a little surprised when he saw Obito's eyes. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has been famous for a long time. Well, I finally successfully turned on Sharingan, but it's nothing. Are you okay? Obito looked worried at the hideous scar on Kakashi's face. Kakashi waved his hand and took out the gift from Rin for his promotion to Jonin from his ninja bag. I'm fine. I have the medical kit Lin gave me. I can do some emergency treatment. Once it's done, we'll go rescue Linear. After briefly treating the injuries, the two of them walked straight towards the cave. Now there is only one enemy left, and they have two. Although Kakashi is missing an eye, which affects his combat effectiveness somewhat, Obito activates Sharingan, which makes up for this lack of combat effectiveness. When two people fight one, the advantage lies with them. Oh, I didn't expect it to be you two brats. It seems like that guy is really a loser. Obito ignored the fire and looked at Lin with his Sharingan. The chakra in Rin's body flows very chaotically. It seems that she was hit by Genjutsu. Genjutsu? It seems they are also eager to torture for information. Huo Guang looked at the two brats and sneered. Hey, it looks like he's not an ordinary kid. Kakashi reminded. I fought this guy once. He moves very fast, so be careful. Oh, the firelight threw out the fist blade and rushed towards the two of them. Kakashi pulled out the White Fang ninja sword, Obito gripped the kunai tightly, and the two of them cooperated with each other and rushed forward. As Jonin of Uegakuer village and the captain of the ninja team stationed at Konoha Bridge, there is no doubt that the strength of the fire is powerful. His movements are exceptionally fast, and his sword skills are strange and elusive. Kakashi could barely fight with the opponent before, but now that he is missing an eye, it is even more difficult to deal with it. But fortunately, he is not fighting alone. Kakashi and Obito have worked together for many years and have a tacit understanding with each other. With Obito's glance, Kakashi can understand what the other person means. The two cooperated with each other. Kakashi successfully hit the opponent with his sword. Bloody light burst out, and Huo Guang's whole body fell forward. Obito took the opportunity to add a kick and kicked him to the ground. However, the two of them still had too little experience and did not consider last hitting. The two ignored checking whether Huo Guang was dead and ran straight towards Lin. Jai, who was hiding outside the cave, saw this scene and shook his head. Still too young. As he said this, 1,000 copies appeared in his hand. This 1,000 copies were as thin as a hair, and even if you held them in your hands, it would be difficult to spot them without looking carefully. He didn't want to change the fate of Kakashi and Obito, he just wanted to verify one thing. Whoosh. Qianben shot out and penetrated Huo Guang's head. Now he was completely dead. So, Heiju, will you take action next? Tetsuya watched from the tree, watching Obito and Kakashi successfully rescue Lin, and the three of them prepared to evacuate together. However, this seemingly solid cave that had experienced a battle collapsed without warning. Really? Jai saw the cave collapsed and immediately clapped his hands. Sage mode. Sage mode is turned on, and Jai also begins to perceive nature. Not Black Zetsu. Under Sage mode's powerful perception, Tetsuya immediately discovered something was wrong, but unlike what he thought, it was not Black Zetsu who took action, but White Zetsu. Jai jumped up and dived into the mud like a fish into the sea, heading straight for Baiju. Having completed his mission, Bai Zetsu was about to go back to inform Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara, completely unaware of another figure following behind him. Along the way, Jai followed Baiju to a cave. He did not follow, because he just stood in the distance and sensed several Baiju, as well as a special individual, which was a special product created by Yin Yang style, and an aging, but still domineering old man, Uchiha Madara. Master Ban, the plan was successful. Bai Zetsu emerged from the ground and reported to Uchiha Madara that Uchiha Obito is in dire straits. Heiju also seemed a little excited when he heard the news. Great, Madara-sama, we just need to save this guy and our plan can begin. Uchiha Madara nodded, he was also a little emotional, he finally came to this step. Heiju, take Baiju and bring that boy back. Be careful not to be discovered by others. At the same time, to ensure that the boy is alive, you must ensure that he comes back alive. Do you understand? Yes Madara-sama, I will definitely bring Uchiha Obito back alive. Black Zetsu swore that it would certainly bring Obito back alive. After all, he was an indispensable part of his grand plan to resurrect his mother. You guys, all follow me. In order to ensure that Obito came back alive, Black Zetsu took away several White Zetsus. These white zetsus are excellent replacement parts for human organs, and they can be plugged in and used. The day has finally arrived. It won't be long before I can have a good sleep. Uchiha Madara sighed with emotion. He now looks like a part-time worker who has been working for more than 20 hours and needs a good sleep immediately. After all, relying on the power of Gadu statue to survive until now is not a pleasant thing. The feeling of being forcibly suspended when someone is obviously about to die is really uncomfortable. It's like when you go to the toilet, you just pull it halfway and then forcefully cut it off. And now, as long as Obito is arranged, Uchiha Madara can be temporarily relieved. When Obito completes the collection of tailed beasts under the instructions of the incarnation of his will, Black Zetsu, and then uses the Samsara Eye to resurrect himself, then he can start the final Eye of the Moon plan. Hashirama, just wait, I will bring true peace to the ninja world. Oh my god, I didn't expect that Uchiha Madara, who was famous back then, would actually end up like this. A discordant voice suddenly sounded. Who? Uchiha Madara shouted, and Bai Zetsu, who was lurking underground, immediately came out and guarded Uchiha Madara. However, a golden rope flew out and directly tied up the white Jew. Then with a tug, the white Jew all flew in the same direction. I saw a mysterious man wearing a yellow one-eyed whirlpool mask holding a golden rope in one hand and a red gourd in the other, and directly put all the white Jew into the gourd. Hello, Ninja Shura, my name is Fei, hooligan. Uchiha Madara immediately thought of the mysterious masked man Fei who appeared on the battlefield of Yin Village with the person pretending to be him. You're the guy who showed up with the guy pretending to be me. Yes, that's right. Jai opened his arms, looking very happy, and he twisted excitedly as he spoke. I didn't expect that you, the Ninja Shura, would have heard of me. It's really an honor. Humph, I feel a familiar aura on you. You must be Uchiha too. Uchiha, no, I'm not some Uchiha. Tetsuya waved his hands repeatedly. Don't be related to me. We are far from each other. If you insist on saying so, I am closer to Senju. Well, it's not that close. It's probably like the relationship between the eldest cousin's second uncle's third aunt, the fourth maternal uncle's brother-in-law, the third cousin's fourth cousin, and so on. Listening to Tetsuya's somewhat crazy words, even Shura in the ninja world was a little unable to hold his nerve. You guy, what are you talking about? What is your purpose in coming to me? It has no purpose. After all, I'm not very interested in you, an antique from the past era. Jay also spread his hands very calmly. I just happened to find you here, so I came over to take a look and ask a few questions. An antique from the past era. Uchiha Madara's brows frowned a little tighter, and then he laughed. Ha 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 ha, good boy, you are so crazy. Yes, I am indeed an antique from the previous era, but you are just a mere rebel born in an era without me. As expected of Uchiha Madara, this arrogance is really amazing. Seeing that the old Uchiha Madara was still so crazy, Tetsuya couldn't help but sigh. Okay, old Madara, don't laugh too loudly. I'm afraid you'll be short of breath. Can you answer a few questions for me? Boy, why should I answer your question? Do you think I can't kill you now? Uchiha Madara is confident, as if he still has the final trump card that he has not yet revealed. Jia didn't care too much. After all, there was no need for him to be angry with a dying old man. He thought carefully and then said, well, in exchange, I'll show you something first, and then you can decide whether to answer my question or not. What do you want to show me? Jai raised his head and said, come on, old Madara, look at my eyes, are you familiar with them? This is Mangekyo Sharinon. This is no ordinary Mangekyo Sharinon. Don't you think these eyes look familiar? At first, Uchiha Madara was just a little shocked that Tetsuya had a Mangekyo Sharinon that could be opened and closed freely. After all, Tetsuya had said before that he was not a member of Uchiha's tribe. It was a bit surprising for an outsider to have a Sharinon that could be opened and closed freely. But at Tetsuya's reminder, old Madara took a closer look, and suddenly his whole old body couldn't help but tremble. These are Aizuna's eyes. After recognizing that what was in Tetsuya's eyes was Aizuna's Sharinon, Uchiha Madara became excited. Where did you get Sharinon? Hey, old Madara, don't get excited first. Please make it clear that these eyes are not the eyes of your brother Uchiha Aizuna. His eyes are not used by you as synthetic materials. After Tetsuya reminded him, Uchiha Madara also calmed down. Yes, his brother Uchiha Aizuna's eyes were given to him before he died, and he also relied on his brother's eyes to open the eternal Mangekyo. Logically speaking, it is impossible for another pair of identical Mangekyo Sharinon to appear in this world. Who are you? You are not an Uchiha, but what about your Mangekyo Sharinon? Tisk, old Madara, why do you have so many questions? Can you let me ask you a few questions first? If that doesn't work, let's ask each of you one question. Uchiha Madara thought about it carefully and seemed to think that there was no problem. He didn't say that he had to answer it anyway. He just needs to confirm where his Mangekyo Sharinon came from. Okay, just as you said, each of us will have one question. Okay, I'll go first. Tetsuya sat down on the floor in front of Uchiha Madara with great interest, showing no signs of defense. Uchiha Madara's eyes also flickered. After so many years, besides Hashirama, there was another person who could sit in front of him without any pressure or defense. It seems that in this Afei's eyes, he is very confident that he can't kill him. This piqued Uchiha Madara's interest. When he was young, he would definitely give it a try to see if this guy could really survive from his own hands. But times are different now. I am already old, and it can be said that half of my body has been buried. If you have to mess around, I'm afraid you will be the only one who dies in the end. He would never allow himself to live or die at this time. Seeing that his plan had already started smoothly, it would be a great loss if he died because of this guy at this time. First question, back then you and Senjo Hashirama could be said to be invincible as long as they united. Why not just unify the ninja world and make the entire ninja world a complete empire? This is Tetsuya's most curious question. Together, the original Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama could really achieve what netizens often say, the Susanoo Buddha, and the two of them could destroy the Shikoku. The powerful fire added to the tree world, and the world returned to Konoha. But they did not do this. Instead, they established a village under the jurisdiction of the country's daimyo. It's really funny. Having power does not create rights. Strong people like ninjas are controlled and restrained by powerless nobles. Although, he knew that there must be Senjo Hashirama's influence in it, saying that war is wrong, the hatred brought by war will only continue to breed hatred, and only love can change the ninja world and bring peace. But he still wanted to get the answer from Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was also a little surprised when he heard that Tetsuya's first question was this. For a moment, his thoughts seemed to go back to the year with this question, back to a long time ago, back to when he and Hashirama were young. At that time, he and Hashirama met by the river, and the two became friends. When they were discussing their dreams for the future when they were children, Hashirama proposed building a village that could protect his people. Because, setting up a village was Hashirama and I's ideal when we were young. Speaking, Uchiha Madara also felt a little funny. Oh, maybe. But I once thought about it this way, but Hashirama denied it. He said that hatred will only breed hatred. To change the ninja world with love, people can understand each other. But it turned out that Hashirama was wrong. After he established the ninja village, the peace of the ninja world was entirely due to his strong power to suppress it. The ninja world without Hashirama has now experienced the Third Ninja World War. There was a big war. Tetsuya nodded. It's really like this. What do you mean it's really like this? Tetsuya raised his eyebrows, suddenly realizing that he was wearing a mask and Madara couldn't see his expression, so he spread his hands and said, according to the rules, you can ask a question after I finish asking, but are you sure you want to ask this? Hearing what Tetsuya said, Uchiha Madara was a little angry, but she gave up questioning and asked instead. Now it's my turn to ask you, kid, who are you? Me? I'm just an ordinary businessman. Tetsuya smiled and gave an unexpected but extremely true answer. Yes, he is a businessman who likes to do business. It's just that he does all kinds of business, from selling bulk goods on the street to trading wealth and rights, and even acquiring countries. The most interesting thing is his ultimate plan to acquire the entire ninja world. Kid, you are not particular. I want to know your true identity and take off your mask. Tisk, you have so many demands. Does knowing my true identity do you any good? It doesn't do any good, but it can solve the doubts in my heart. Uchiha Madara stared at Tetsuya with her old and cloudy eyes and said, you should be able to tell that I'm about to die. I'm just holding on for a breath. I don't want to go to the Pure Land with a mystery. There was also the second half of the sentence that he didn't say, which was that he didn't want to wait until he came back from the Pure Land before going to him to ask those questions, because that would be very troublesome. After all, he would have to implement the Eye of the Moon plan by then and bring more benefits to the ninja world. To bring eternal peace. Well, since I admire you so much, it doesn't matter if I show you my true appearance. Tetsuya spread his hands. He didn't care about his true appearance being seen by Uchiha Madara or Black Zetsu. After all, he has several faces in the ninja world, including the pot-bellied middle-aged businessman Chiba Tetsuya, the young businessman's son Chiba Ryo, and even the identity of Chiba Tetsuya's grandson Chiba Satoru. As he spoke, Tetsuya took off his mask and let Uchiha Madara see his true face. Looking at the face in front of him that looked a little childish, but there was a weather-beaten look between his eyebrows and an unusually mature face that had seen all the dust in the world, it took Uchiha Madara a long time to hold back a sentence. Is this what you look like? After hearing Uchiha Madara say such a sentence for a long time, Tetsuya couldn't hold back. No, is there something wrong with my appearance? I think I'm quite handsome. Although he's not as handsome and arrogant as your Uchiha clan, he's still a handsome man, at least on the same level as Minato. Jai pinched his chin, took out a mirror from his sleeve and looked at his face. There's nothing wrong with him, he's quite handsome, although it's not the same handsome style as the Uchiha clan. He felt that he should be the same type of handsome as Minato, and if he looked carefully, he looked a bit like Jin-san. Okay, let's not mention this, old Madara. Tetsuya put on his mask again. Now it's my turn, let me ask you another question. Just ask. Uchiha Madara doesn't have any problems. On the contrary, she thinks it's good to have someone to talk to. What's more, she still has some questions to ask this person. For example, who is the white mask Uchiha Madara pretending to be herself? Old Madara, before the Battle of the Valley of the End, you and Senjo Hashirama were already the top masters in the world. If you had killed Senjo Hashirama at that time, no one would be able to stop you from whatever you wanted to do. Why don't you kill Senjo Hashirama and then just do what you want to do? If it was you at that time, there would be no need for such a conspiracy. Uchiha Madara was about to speak, but was interrupted by Tetsuya. Hey, don't tell me that you are not Senju Hashirama's opponent. I know you know Izanagi, and you can consume a Sharingan to resurrect yourself. Senju Hashirama passed the throne to Senju Tobirama after the Battle of the Valley of the End, and then he began to stay in seclusion. It didn't take long for the outside world to start rumors that Senju Hashirama was dead, and then there was the Ninja World War. It can be seen that Senju Hashirama at that time had reached the end of his rope. This means that if you directly activated Izanagi's resurrection at that time, you would have a chance. Kill Senju Hashirama, and stay away for a while to recover from your injuries. When you recover from your injuries and return to the ninja world, who can stop you? Listening to Tetsuya's words, Uchiha Madara was also a little surprised. How could this boy know so clearly what happened at that time? In the end, Uchiha Madara gave his answer. You only saw Hashirama running out of gas after that battle, but you didn't see how powerful he was in the battle with me. His power is beyond ordinary people's understanding, so much so that I can't guarantee that I will be able to defeat him with complete certainty after activating Izanagi, and before the final battle begins, I have already made a plan to feign death and escape. Besides, there is a link in my plan that requires time, a lot of time. So even if I beat the Hasi Hot Mom like you said, I can't do anything. We may even recruit the 5 major ninja village coalition forces headed by that loser Senju Tobirama. Although in my opinion, more reinforcements are just rubble, but these rebels will also affect my plan, so the plan I make is best choice. Tetsuya nodded. He felt that this explanation was very reasonable. The evolution of the Rinnegan takes time, which he knew. After all, Izuna's Rinnegan has not yet completed its evolution. Also, once Senju Hashirama loses, with Tobirama's mind, he must know very well that he alone will not be Uchiha Madara's opponent, so it is inevitable to recruit reinforcements. Okay kid, now it's my turn. Can you please stop calling me a brat? I'm actually quite old. Oh, are you still older than me? Well, that's true. There was nothing I could do about it. When Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha, I was only 16 years old. He was indeed older than me. Okay kid, answer my question. Uchiha Madara asked the most crucial question. Who was the white mask who pretended to be me and appeared with you on the battlefield of Megakure village during the Second Ninja War? Tetsuya showed a playful smile. Are you sure you want to ask this? The answer to this question may be unacceptable to you. Uchiha Madara frowned upon hearing this. That's what I'm asking. Well, since you asked the question sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. Tetsuya stood up from the ground and patted his butt. The person wearing a white mask and pretending to be you is your good brother, Uchiha Izuna. What? Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly shrank, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble. Cough cough cough. How could it be? Cough cough cough. It could be Izuna. Cough cough cough. UBD is lying to me. Cough cough. Izuna is already dead. Cough cough cough. Because he was so excited, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but trembled and coughed, and even spoke intermittently. Well, I told you that you might not be able to bear it. If you insist on asking this, I'm telling the truth. Uchiha Madara covered her chest and stared at Tetsuya with a pair of cloudy eyes. He just repeated it. Izuna is dead. Jay also spread his hands. Yes, he is indeed dead, but who stipulates that dead people cannot be resurrected? I know of 2 ninjutsu who can resurrect the dead. One is called Jiji reincarnation, which was developed by an old woman in Sand Hidden Village who was extremely grieved after the death of her son and daughter-in-law. One is called Ryuame Tensei, the blood-stained ninjutsu of a special family in the Land of Grass. What's more, there are ways to resurrect besides ninjutsu. As he spoke, he took a step forward, bent over, and lowered his head and spoke in Uchiha Madara's ear. Besides, don't you also plan to have others resurrect you in the future? You. Uchiha Madara looked at Tetsuya with wide eyes. Jai took 2 steps back and laughed. Ha ha ha, don't be too excited, old Madara. Why do you have to wait for someone else to resurrect you? If it doesn't work, just stand in front of me now, and then I will resurrect you. In exchange, you, like your brother, just need to work for me. Seeing Tetsuya's arrogant look, Uchiha Madara was not so angry anymore. Maybe he was too angry and he started to calm down. At the same time, I started thinking about the problem. Although this guy has denied that he is Uchiha, judging from his bad character and crazy smile, it is very likely that he is Uchiha. Also, this Afei seems to know a lot of things. I am afraid that the other party of his infinite Tsukuyomi plan is also aware of it. Maybe he has used the Mangekyo Sharingan with eyes that are very similar to Izuna to spy on the contents of the stone tablet. That's right, it's very likely that this is the case, and it can be explained in this way. Otherwise, how did he know that he was still alive? Otherwise, how did he know so much about the past? Otherwise, how did he know his plan? All this shows that this Afei is a member of the Uchiha clan, and he has also seen the hidden content on the stone tablet. Uchiha Madara, who thought she knew everything, smiled lightly. Tetsuya couldn't stop smiling at him. What's going on? Could it be that the stimulation was too much and old Madara went crazy? It shouldn't be. The dignified Shura of the ninja world has made himself crazy? Just when Tetsuya was confused, Uchiha Madara spoke. I already know. No, old Madara, what do you know? Uchiha Madara said confidently. You must be an Uchiha who was included in the Uchiha clan. Ha! Tetsuya's mind was filled with questions. He didn't understand what Uchiha Madara had done wrong to think this way. However, Uchiha Madara continued. I think you should be Uchiha who was abandoned by the Uchiha clan. Because you were abandoned by your family, you denied your identity as an Uchiha clan. At the same time, because you hated those who abandoned you, you opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? What a poor child. After being abandoned by the tribe, you thought of me who abandoned all the tribesmen back then, so you came here and came to see me, right? Tetsuya's CPU was almost burned out. He didn't know what Uchiha Madara was doing. And the reason why you know so many things is probably because you returned to the Uchiha clan after opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. You should have seen the content on that stone tablet. Tetsuya thought for a long time, and finally figured out Uchiha Madara's brain circuit. It seems that he should have thought that he was Uchiha who was abandoned by his family, and then opened the Mangekyo Sharingan by chance, and at the same time saw the content on the stone tablet. That's why I came to find him Uchiha Madara. She must have come to him for cooperation. However, due to the arrogant character of the Uchiha family, even if they wanted to cooperate, they would not say it directly, but would use lame excuses like asking and answering. Come and tell him that you know a lot of things and hope that he will take one with you when he does things. Even the name he used to call himself changed from the original kid to a pitiful child. You know, he has never called Obito that. After all, in his eyes, Obito is just a chess piece. And he is a genius Uchiha, an Uchiha who, like him, was abandoned by the entire family. Moreover, he also saw through the secrets on the stone tablet just like him. This is equivalent to Tetsuya going through part of Uchiha Madara's experience. What do you think of infinite Tsukuyomi? Uchiha Madara suddenly asked Tetsuya what he thought of infinite Tsukuyomi. No, old Madara, according to the rules of the game, I should be the one asking the question now. Okay, just ask a Fae. Tetsuya was silent for a moment before speaking. Old Madara, why are you so sure that what is written on the stone tablet is true? Is there a possibility that the content on the stone tablet has been modified by someone? Haha, you are really vigilant. Questions about Tetsuya. But I appreciate your vigilance. I have had doubts about the content on the stone tablet before, but the possibility of forgery is not high. After all, only Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can see the content on it. So the person who left these contents must be the ancestor of our Uchiha clan. Since he is our ancestor, how could he harm us? Also, I have verified part of the content on the stone tablet, which means that the content on the stone tablet cannot be forged. Seeing Uchiha Madara's confident look, Tetsuya couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Hey, it's useless, this Uchiha Madara is hopeless. This is the highest level of deception. Interspersing a lie with the truth is the most difficult deception to expose. Most of the contents recorded on the stone tablet left by the Uchiha clan are true, but some things were rewritten by Black Zetsu. Now, Uchiha Madara has verified part of the content, so in his opinion, everything recorded on the stone tablet is true. After all, these are things that I have verified, so how could there be any mistakes? Okay, now it's your turn to answer my question. Faye, what do you think of Infinite Tsukuyomi? Oh, how else can I watch it? Of course I won't watch it. Infinite Tsukuyomi is just a genjutsu. Even if you draw everyone in the ninja world into genjutsu, you can't change the reality. How is it possible? It is clearly written on the stone tablet that as long as the Infinite Tsukuyomi is turned on, it can bring changes to the ninja world. What else could it be? Someone has tampered with part of the above content. Genjutsu is genjutsu. No matter how large-scale genjutsu is, it cannot become real. Okay, old Madara, it seems our communication can only go so far. Tetsuya didn't intend to continue. After all, there was no point in continuing. Just continue to dream about your Infinite Tsukuyomi dream. For a person like you, Infinite Tsukuyomi's dream is quite good. If you can't recognize reality clearly, then continue to live in a beautiful dream. The truth of this ninja world means nothing to you. Haha, Huang Kao kid, what kind of truth do you know? Well, I know more than you. At least I know that the bullshit sage of six paths and the legendary Uzumaki are just aliens from the depths of the universe. And you can only hold the reincarnation eye of the bloodline and rely on the power of collecting the divided sacred trees to become the so-called sage of six paths. Impossible? How could sage of six paths be a bullshit alien? The samsara eyes are the eyes of immortals, which is the reflection of me touching the threshold of six paths. How could it be a bloodline return to the ancestors? Cough cough cough. After saying that, the aging Uchiha Madara coughed violently because he was too excited. Look, you are in a hurry. What's the use of being anxious? You guy. Jay also thought for a while and finally said, well, I predict that in another 10 years or so, an alien will appear. How about I resurrect you and come out to see that alien? You resurrect me. Uchiha Madara, who was originally furious, immediately calmed down when he heard Tetsuya talk about resurrecting himself. Yes, I can resurrect you. As he spoke, Tetsuya sorted out his words and then said, let's make a bet between the two of us. When the alien appears more than 10 years later, I will resurrect you and let you witness with your own eyes whether I lied to you or not. When the time comes, if everything I say is true, you will be working for me just like your brother. If everything I say is false, then I will let you go, and I won't care what plan you want to implement at that time. Uchiha Madara thought carefully and finally nodded. Okay, I agree to your bet. Jie also left, and left after the old Madara agreed to the bet with him. He was not surprised by old Madara's decision, because no matter what the outcome, he had nothing to lose. Anyway, according to his plan, Uchiha Obito doesn't know when he will be able to resurrect himself. Agreeing to bet against yourself is just one more choice. And he didn't think he would lose the bet. How could such an alien race from the depths of the universe exist? You must know that Uchiha Madara has been pursuing the path of infinite Tsukuyomi for decades and invested so much time and energy in it. Now you come to tell him that everything you have pursued before is false. How could he accept this? Of course, Tetsuya doesn't care what he thinks. Anyway, Uchiha Madara will be resurrected sooner or later. For no other reason than Izuna herself, Uchiha Madara will be resurrected. It's interesting to say that Izuna was only in his 20s when he died, and he and his brother Uchiha Madara only spent more than 20 years together. And the time he spent with Izuna and Angle has exceeded the time he spent with his brother. After Tetsuya left, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu returned to the cave with a kid whose half-body had been smashed. And this kid is Obito, and now he relies entirely on the White Zetsu to replace the smashed body parts to survive. But the good news is that he took his last breath. As long as there is a breath left, it proves that he is still valuable and will not be thrown out as garbage. Heiju reported with some excitement. Madara-sama, I successfully brought Uchiha Obito back. Uchiha Madara frowned as she looked at Uchiha Obito, who was almost in human condition. Are you still alive? Black Zetsu nodded. Don't worry, Madara-sama, all the broken organs have been replaced with white Zetsus. There should be no problem after a period of training. Very good, take him down to recuperate. Remember, I want him to live. Do you understand that he is related to our plan? Don't worry, Mr. Ban, I will definitely let him live. Black Zetsu quickly asked White Zetsu to take Obito down to recuperate. Even if Uchiha Madara didn't remind him of this kind of thing, he himself would not let Obito die like this. After all, Uchiha Madara can't last long. If Obito dies, it will be difficult for him to find suitable chess pieces before Uchiha Madara dies, let alone arrange a more detailed plan. Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu leaving. His eyes were extremely complicated. In fact, it's not that he didn't listen to what Tetsuya said at all. In fact, it's not that he didn't have doubts, such as this Black Zetsu who claimed to be the incarnation of his own will. He is Uchiha Madara, the majestic ninja Shura. The incarnation of his will is actually a ball of black mud. This is a bit strange no matter how you think about it. But precisely because he is Uchiha Madara, he doesn't care no matter what Black Zetsu's plans are, as long as this guy is useful, that's enough. In the outside world, Minato, who is the fastest in the ninja world, was late for the first time, and his lateness this time made him unable to save his hot-blooded idiot disciple. When he arrived, only 2 people were left in the original 3-person team. And when he saw the Sharingan and the collapsed cave in Kakashi's eyes, he had already roughly guessed what happened here. Kakashi, Lin, teacher. Kakashi didn't speak when he heard Minato's call, while Lin was already in tears. Sorry, I'm late. Kakashi shook his head. No, teacher, it's not your problem, it's my fault. If I hadn't gone my own way, if I hadn't acted recklessly, none of this would have happened. As he spoke, Kakashi turned and walked in the other direction. Kakashi, where are you going? Go and complete the last mission Obito gave me, blow up the Konoha bridge. He still remembered Obito's words before he took his last breath. Kakashi, don't feel sorry for me. As a ninja, you can't let others see you cry, right? Go complete the mission and become a hero like Uncle Sakumo. Also, Kakashi, you must protect Lin when I am no longer here. Obito was still comforting himself before he died, so he couldn't stand still now. The 3 masters and apprentices went to the Konoha bridge. This time no one could stop him. They successfully destroyed this important supply bridge. The war may be affected by the victory or defeat of a small battle, but it will never stop because of the victory or defeat of this small battle. With the loss of important supply lines, Iwagakure's attack began to slow down, which gave Konoha a chance to breathe to a certain extent. Minato's squad changed from 4 to 3, and no one came in as a substitute, because the entire Konoha could not provide many substitutes. I don't know how many ninja teams were torn apart during the war, and how many ninja teams completely disappeared. The pressure on the front lines of Iwagakure and Konoha has been relieved, but the battlefield between Kirigakure and Konoha is not optimistic. Although Kirigakure's special team, the 7 ninja swordsmen, met Metkai's father, Matt, with his 8 gates dungeon, he directly kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into 3 auspicious treasures. However, the situation on the entire battlefield is not optimistic. The Minato squad, which hastily completed the Konoha bridge mission, rushed to the Kirigakure battlefield again. After the fermentation of the war, the 2 battlefields are not far apart, and there is even a tendency to connect the 2 fronts into one. Especially after the Konoha bridge was blown up and Iwagakure's supply line was affected, this trend became significantly worse. Iwagakure obviously did not intend to give up the war against the Fire Country, and instead chose to cooperate with Kirigakure, who also invaded the Fire Country. The 2 parties decided to join the 2 fronts to fight against Konoha. The war entered a fierce stage, and all 3 parties began to fight with all their strength. Obito, who had been unconscious for who knows how long, finally woke up. He opened his only remaining eye and looked at the dim environment in front of him. Am I dead? Obito's consciousness was still a little confused when he just woke up, but he soon woke up and looked around with wide eyes. and the first thing he saw was an old figure, and the 3 Megatama Sherinon in the old man's eyes. What kind of place is this? This is the gap between the underworld and the real world, Uchiha's people. Your eyes? Grandpa, are you also from Uchiha? Uchiha Madara was on crutches and did not respond. This is up to you to guess. You said this is the gap between the underworld and the real world, but the light here is too dark and you can't see clearly. What exactly is this place? Obito was lying on the bed, twisting his head and looking around. The surrounding environment was so dim that he couldn't see clearly even if he turned on Sherinon. Also, Grandpa, who are you? You can't be Shinigami, the guy who takes people to heaven and hell. After the Minato team arrived at the Hidden Kiri village front, the 3 of them were reorganized and no longer operated as a squad. Minato and Kakashi are both Jonin, and Kakashi obtained the Sherinon and his combat power was greatly improved. It would be a waste to bundle 2 such excellent combat units together. So Kakashi and his teacher separated again. On the battlefield, Kakashi and Lin's team were ambushed by Kirigakuer. Everyone, be careful, it's Kirigakuer's art. Heavy fog enveloped the battlefield, enveloping the Konoha team. With the cover of the mist, the ninjas of Kirigakuer launched an attack on the Konoha team. The blade flashed, and blood burst out. The elusive Kirigakuer ninja will successfully take away the life of a ninja every time he attacks. Quickly use wind release to disperse the fog. It's no use, this is the seaside, and the entire coast has been shrouded in heavy fog. Ah, help me, I don't want to die. A ninja's chest was cut open. Although he lost his combat effectiveness, he did not die immediately. Hold on, I'll come to save you right now. Lin held a kunao in one hand and quickly stepped forward to help with the treatment. A bit of cold light hit Lin, and went straight to the back of Lin's neck. Choke. Just when the kunao was about to penetrate Lin's snow-white neck, Kakashi arrived in time, slashed the kunao away with a knife, and killed the Kirigakuer ninja hiding in the mist with a backhand knife. Obito, thank you for your eyes. Relying on the Sherinon Obito left for her, Kakashi was able to see those guys hiding in the fog. It can be said that these tricks of the Kirigakuer village were completely useless to him. Thanks Kakashi. Lin was also sweating coldly on her back. She didn't react to what happened just now. Kakashi shook his head. You're welcome. I promised Obito that I will protect you. As he spoke, Kakashi stood by Lin's side and killed those ninjas who intended to harm Lin. However, the other party saw that it might not be that easy to kill the medical ninja, so they changed their strategy and attacked the other Konoha ninjas first. And they did not kill them directly, but chose to cripple the combat effectiveness of these guys and seriously injure these Konoha ninjas. Don't you like saving people? Then see if you can save them. Kakashi also saw the other party's intention. Lin, don't be impulsive, this is their conspiracy. But Lin couldn't bear to hear the wails of these Konoha colleagues. They all came from the same village, and some of them were even their classmates, having studied together in the Konoha ninja school. Seeing Lin's reaction, Kakashi knew that he had to do something and he had to find a way to break the situation. After pondering for a moment, he made a choice and began to hold the knife in his left hand. In his right hand, lightning flashed, thunder and lightning exploded, and a piercing scream was made like the cry of Chidori. Chidori. Kakashi directly activated Chidori and rushed in one direction. Then he turned around again and swung his sword with his left hand. Hey take flow thunder 2000 mountains. His right hand was pressed on the blade stained with the enemy's blood, using the enemy's blood as a conductor. The sword light flashed and the thunder light danced. Kakashi relied on Sherinon to start the killing mode in the fog. His way out was to kill these guys as quickly as possible and then lead everyone to evacuate. Of course, this is also a great test for him. After all, ever since he installed Obito's Sherinon, he obviously felt that his chakra was not enough. Kakashi. Just when Kakashi was killing with all his might, a cry for help came from behind him. Lin. A ninja from the Hidden Mist village knocked Lin unconscious and took her away. Lin. Kakashi immediately got angry and drove Chidori to rescue people. However, at this time, all the Mist Village ninjas who had been hiding like rats in a sewer ran out and stood in front of him. Kakashi, who was eager to save people, suddenly became murderous. Get out of the way? If you don't, I will have no choice but to kill you all. After hearing Kakashi's words, the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village did not retreat, but instead picked up their weapons. When the fog cleared, the beach was littered with corpses, both from Konoha and Kirigakuer. Kakashi was breathing heavily and weakly, his chakra was quite depleted, but fortunately he managed to hold on. Lin, wait for me to rescue you. In the Kirigakuer temporary camp, a group of ninjas gathered and Lin was tied to a pillar. What do you want to do? Lin looked around nervously. She felt a little regretful. She regretted why she didn't work hard to improve her strength. If she was strong enough, she wouldn't be captured by the enemy every time. Last time, he was captured by the enemy and ended up killing Obito. Will he kill Kakashi again this time? I am really an unfortunate person. Hehe, what are we going to do? A Kirigakuer sneered. Of course I have prepared a surprise for you guys in Konoha. Bring it up? What? Lin saw that these ninjas from the Hidden Mist village actually brought up a person from their own village, and that person's body was covered with seal characters. Lin didn't know what was going on, but the next moment she saw those people coming forward and untying the Kaze cage characters on the man's body. The moment the seal was lifted, an extremely terrifying aura burst out. What is that? Lin saw a creature as big as an island running out from the man. Everyone start to act according to the plan. At the command of the leader, a group of ninjas activated sealing techniques at the same time. Chains appeared and directly bound the big guy. As long as we seal this guy into your body, we will have a powerful weapon against Konoha. I won't let you succeed. Although she didn't know what they wanted to do, Lin knew that it would definitely not be a good thing. So she made up her mind not to hold Kakashi back anymore and decided to bite her tongue and commit suicide. However, the captain of Kirigakure saw through Lin's intention and directly controlled her with genjutsu. Similar? It's not that simple. We just need to seal Three Tails Isabu in your body and remove the seal when you return to Konoha. The runaway Three Tails will be able to destroy Konoha. Ha 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 ha. Three Tails, destroy Konoha. The last thing Lin heard before she lost consciousness were these two words. She wanted to hear more news, but unfortunately, the genjutsu effect took effect and she lowered her head uncontrollably. Begin, seal the Three Tails into the body of this Konoha ninja. In the Kirigakure temporary camp, the bodies of all Kirigakure village ninjas seemed to be frozen, keeping their movements without any change, and even their thoughts were controlled. If you look closely at their eyes, you will find a special Mangekyo pattern reflected in their eyes. Tetsuya walked in the extreme of Kirigakure, looking at Three Tails Isabu, which was soaked in sea water and was as huge as an island. Three Tails, what is the original form of this thing? It looks too weird. Seeing Kifu's weird look, Jia couldn't help but smack his lips twice, confused as to what this thing looked like. You say it looks like a turtle, but it's not the same. No turtle's carapace is so weird, and this guy's head doesn't look like a turtle, let alone the three tails behind it. It can only be said that this thing should be created based on a monster in some mythical story. Well, it doesn't matter, as long as you know he is a tailed beast. Tetsuya shrugged indifferently and took out the box of bliss. Come in and sit for a while, little Three Tails. Bliss pointed to the side of the human face relief representing joy and suddenly opened its mouth. A terrifying suction force suddenly erupted, directly swallowing the huge Three Tails Isabu into the box. He knew that the body of this Three Tails was engraved with a special curse mark by Uchiha Madara. As soon as he activated it, Three Tails Isabu would go crazy uncontrollably, and the rampaging tailed beast would destroy its Jinchuriki and the surrounding ones. Everything. This is what Uchiha Madara left behind to prevent accidents. Although he had made a bet with Uchiha Madara before, Tetsuya never said that he would not interfere with his plan. After sealing the three dimensions in the box of bliss, Chiba Satoru, who was killing everyone in the gambling house of the Land of Grass, suddenly felt something. What's going on? Why does it smell like fish? Suddenly he thought of something. FK, damn old man, he shouldn't be using Laozi's box of bliss to pack seafood. When the wind picked up, he clapped his hands and all the chips in his hands fell to one area. Hey, I've decided to leave. Wait a moment. Wu Gang wanted to reach out to stop him, but it was too late. Open, leopard, all dealers kill. Laozi's money? Damn old man, I will definitely blast your gold coins hard when you turn around. Obviously, Satoru, whose identity has been modified, has taken on the identity of grandson. The perspective returns to Kirigakure's temporary camp. Tetsuya put away the box of bliss and looked at the empty sea and said, Is Guza here? I want to withdraw the previous draw reward Three Tails Isabu. As Tetsuya finished speaking, a white ball of light flew out of his palm and landed on the sea. A tailed beast whose size was not inferior to the previous Three Tails appeared in the sea. This Three Tails is exactly the same as the Three Tails that was sealed just now, and there is no problem at all. Tetsuya knew at a glance that Guza must have gotten this Three Tails from a certain timeline. But he didn't care about this. Isabu, you should get along well with Nohara-rin from now on. Huo. Isabu responded, saying that he would get along well with this little girl. After doing all this, Jai quietly left again. After he leaves, all the genjutsu controlling these people are released. Everyone in Kirigakure didn't notice anything unusual, and sealed Three Tails Isabu in Lin's body as originally planned. The show is about to begin, I have to find a suitable viewing angle. Tetsuya grinned, and soon he could see that very classic scene. Eyes that cannot be closed, hands that cannot be washed. And, this is, hell. Being able to witness two famous scenes with his own eyes, Jia felt a little excited just thinking about it. Sure enough, after the sealing ceremony was over, Kirigakure took the initiative to withdraw some of the people, leaving only a few ninjas to guard Lin. Kakashi successfully found the camp by following the clues left by Kirigakure. Relying on Sherinon and Chidori to go deep alone, he successfully killed the ninja guarding the hostages and rescued Lin. Lin, are you okay? Wake up quickly. I'm here to save you. Kakashi saw through the Sherinon that Lin's chakra was all in chaos, and he knew that Lin had been hit by genjutsu. Under Kakashi's call, Lin successfully woke up. Kakashi. Great, you're okay, I'll take you away right now. Wait a minute Kakashi, I think. Lin thought about it for a long time and found that she seemed to have forgotten something very important. What's wrong Lin? Kakashi, I seem to have forgotten something very important. Kakashi comforted. It's okay, let's leave here first and think about it later when we get back. Good. Lin agreed, and the two of them evacuated immediately. Stop. Not long after the two escaped from the camp, several Kirigakure caught up with them. At the same time, Obito, who had recovered somewhat after recuperation and escaped from the cave with the help of Faye, was quickly rushing to the battlefield. Kakashi fled with Lin while resisting Kirigakure's pursuit. While escaping, Lin finally recalled what she heard before being controlled by genjutsu. 3 tails, destroy Konoha? Tailed beasts. Lin stopped. Kakashi, kill me. What? Kakashi couldn't understand why Lin would say such a thing. Lin explained hurriedly. Kirigakura's people sealed a tailed beast in my body. As soon as I return to Konoha, the tailed beast will go berserk and destroy everything in Konoha. So, for Konoha, for everyone. Kakashi, kill me? We can't let Kirigakura's plan succeed. But, I promised Obito to protect you. Kakashi, please wake up, we are ninjas. We must learn to sacrifice when necessary. Listening to Lin's words, Kakashi was shaken for a moment, but quickly calmed down. No, I don't have to kill you. Isn't it just a tailed beast? We can go back to find Minato-sensei and Kushina-san. Isn't there a tailed beast in Kushina's body? I believe they will find a way. So let me kill you or something. Absolutely don't. Where to run? Just as the two were arguing, several more Kirigakura appeared from the front, blocking their way. Kakashi frowned. Damn it, it looks like we can only fight. Kakashi drew his ninja sword and prepared for battle. The battle is about to break out, and Kakashi has not fully recovered yet. Most of the time, he only uses Heitake-style sword skills and does not dare to use ninjutsu casually. Lin, who was protected by Kakashi, suddenly flashed in front of her eyes, and the figure of a terrifying giant beast appeared. Ah! He exclaimed, that was the figure of the tailed beast. Looking at Kakashi struggling to kill the enemy and looking at the direction of Konoha, Lin made up her mind. Kid, your sword skills are good, but it's a pity that you are no match for me. The sword skills of a Kirigakura ninja are also very powerful, and it was difficult for Kakashi to make any progress for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made a judgment. There's nothing we can do. Suffer death. The Kirigakura ninja rushed towards Kakashi, and Kakashi also rushed towards the Kirigakura ninja. The opponent struck down with his sword, Kakashi swung his sword, and their weapons flew out at the same time. Not good. The man stepped back repeatedly, trying to retreat to a safe position, but Kakashi still stepped forward and activated Chidori in his hand. Chidori thrust out with one move, but an unexpected figure suddenly appeared between the two of them. Kakashi stared at the person in front of him with wide eyes, and his right hand had already penetrated Lin's chest. Lin looked at Kakashi with tears in her eyes. She. Obito, who had just arrived at the battlefield, happened to witness this scene and suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, as if the whole world had lost its color. Just watching Lin fall into this colorless world. This is hell. Rin just collapsed in front of Kakashi and Obito. The ninjas in Kirigakura village only felt sorry when they saw this scene. Damn it, he actually succeeded. We managed to get it with great difficulty. At this moment, Obito's eyes were about to burst. He opened his eyes wide. In the blood-colored pupils, the 2 Megatama turned into 3 Megatama, and the 3 Megatama began to rotate rapidly. Under strong emotional stimulation, Obito's Sharingan began to evolve. Such strong emotional fluctuations triggered the evolution of Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes. 3 Megatama are connected together to form a pattern like a sickle and a pinwheel. Kamui Mangekyo was born at this moment, and the ninja world ushered in a supermodel mechanical monster. Kakashi also fell down at this moment. He was already exhausted from fighting and could not withstand the consumption caused by Mangekyo's awakening. Obito let out a desperate and angry roar. The white zetsu attached to Obito resonated, and the original hood spread out to wrap Obito's entire head, leaving only the Mangekyo Sharingan outside. A large number of branches suddenly grew on one side of Baizetsu's body, and Wood Style awakened. Who? Reinforcements. Idiot, he is just a person, just kill him. Swish swish. Before he finished speaking, several shurikens flew out, but these shurikens directly penetrated Obito's body and were directly nailed to the tree trunk behind him. What's going on? Did it miss the mark? Obito slowly bent down and arched his body, like a ferocious beast ready to devour anyone at any time. This kind of thing. I don't admit it. With a roar, Obito burst out with amazing power and charged towards the ninjas of Kirigakura village. Every time he took a step, the ground cracked. A hole, don't underestimate the ninjas of Blood Mist village. A ninja stepped forward with his sword drawn. However, in just one breath, Obito's arm penetrated his armor and penetrated his chest. What's even more terrifying is that there are sharp branches piercing out of his back. You must know that these guys are armored ninjas, and they are all the elites of Kirigakura village. However, such an elite was eliminated in front of Obito with just one move. The Kirigakura village ninja standing aside was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. A sharp branch grew out of Obito's hand. He used the branch as a weapon and walked towards the man. Die. 3 Kirigakura village ninjas appeared in an instant and stabbed down from the air with their blades. Puff, puff, puff. I saw 3 shining steel knives penetrating Obito's body as if they were penetrating the air, directly stabbing the Kirigakura village ninja below Obito to death. Go to hell. Obito jumped up and used the classic Uchiha horse, kicking out the left and right kicks respectively, kicking the ninjas on both sides away, twisting his body in the air, throwing the sharp branch in his hand, and pierced the person behind him. The throat absorbs the opponent's blood as nourishment and instantly expands into a spiked wooden ball. What's going on with him? What a strange move. The other Kirigakura ninjas were frightened by Obito's Kamui virtualization ability. You can't attack him, but he can attack you. This kind of ability is simply like a ghost. No, we can't continue fighting with this guy. Withdraw. Before you leave, at least take that woman's body away. Don't leave her to Konoha. Hearing that these guys were planning to take away Lin's body, Obito's eyes widened and he rushed towards those guys, and a killing feast began. A group of elite ninjas from Kirigakure village were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of Obito. Je, who was watching the theater in the dark, also took out a scarecrow from his pocket. I saw a hole in the scarecrow's chest, and the position of the hole was exactly the same as the position on Lin's hand. Hawkins' scarecrow. When the contractor who signed the contract with the scarecrow is fatally injured, the scarecrow will bear the fatal injury for the contractor. This is the top life-saving item that Tetsuya pulled out from Guzi, and it can replace death once. It's just a pity that he can't use it. After all, he can't die at all. But he had already thought about how to use it since he drew this scarecrow. He casually crushed the scarecrow, which had lost its effectiveness, and slipped into the soil. Since he saved Lin, he naturally wouldn't leave her here. After all, Lin will be needed to surprise our ninja villain Deko in the future. Taking advantage of Obito's opportunity to immerse himself in killing, Tetsuya took Lin away, but he deliberately left a few clues for Obito, a clue leading all the way to the sea. After Obito killed all of Kirigakure's elites, he followed the clues to the beach, and came back to the conclusion that Lin's body was brought to the beach by Kirigakure, and was finally swept away by the sea. GGGG, I am really curious, will Brother Tuza start the Age of Discovery because of this? As for Kakashi, as long as Obito is here, nothing will happen to him. After all, Obito shouted that he wanted to cut off all cause and effect in the world, but in the end he didn't get back the eyes given to Kakashi. This shows that Obito still cares about Kakashi. As for Lin, she has become the eternal white moonlight in Obito's heart. According to the development of the original plot, Lin has already finished filming at this time, and will only appear in other people's memories in the future. However, Jia is now preparing to change the script for Lin. Change the script of Return of the King. There is a young girl lying on the green grass of Huangpai's tomb. The girl curled up, as if sleeping in a cradle. Under the big tree not far from the girl, a young man with black hair wearing a bright yellow robe was leaning under the big tree, holding a pipe in one hand and a book in the other. There were two words written on the cover of the book, Jintama. The breeze blows, the black hair floats, and the whole person seems to be integrated with nature, like an immortal. Lin opened her eyes, and what she saw was the blue sky and cotton candy like white clouds. Am I dead? Is this the legendary kingdom of heaven? Lin sat up from the ground and looked around, seeing green grass, blue sky, clear water, and mountains. Birds chirping could be heard in the forest, and not far away there were groups of cattle and sheep grazing leisurely, making it look like a fairyland on earth. Sorry, little girl, this is not a paradise. A slightly lazy voice came from the front, and Lin discovered that there was another person under the big tree not far ahead. If Jia hadn't taken the initiative to speak, she really wouldn't have noticed, and even subconsciously felt that that man and nature were one. May I ask where this place is? Jai closed the book, sat under the tree, and answered with a smile. Welcome to the narrow space between life and death, the world of the dying. Old Madara, your script is very useful. Lend it to me. The world of the dying. Lin was a little confused. She had never heard of such a place in the ninja world. Yes, whenever someone has experienced the transition from life to death, there is a certain possibility of entering this world. After entering this world, people will enter a special state between life and death, so it is called the dying person. Between life and death. Hearing Tetsuya's words, Lin was frightened. Is there such a magical thing? Then, sir, can I still go back? After hearing this question, Tetsuya smiled and asked, why do you want to go back? Isn't it beautiful here? It has a beautiful environment, rich products, no war, no despair. Is there any place more beautiful than here? But, what else is good? But, my companions are still outside, and they still need my help. Hearing Lin's answer, Jia pointed at Lin with the cigarette rod in his hand. Are you sure they need your help? Or, are you sure you are going back to help them? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin's consciousness was pulled into a dark space. In this space, Lin felt that what was supporting her under her feet was not the solid earth, but the rippling water. The next moment, the water surface fluctuated violently, and a huge thing surfaced. Tailed beast. The huge body of three tails appeared in front of Linear. Lin stood in front of three tails like a toy. Human, my name is Isabu. Isabu, three tails Isabu. Roar. Isabu roared and drove Lin's consciousness out of that special space. Lin woke up, clutching her chest and breathing heavily. How is it? Do you still feel that you are going back to help your friends? Jai took a puff from his pipe and slowly exhaled white smoke. Tailed beast, three tails Isabu, so scary. Lin could feel the powerful power belonging to the tailed beast. If this power exploded, the destructive power would be astonishing. Perhaps it would be the right choice for me to die like this, or stay here. As she spoke, her eyes dimmed a little. Obviously she still wants to contribute to Konoha, and she obviously wants to help her companions. However, I can't do anything. In other words, doing nothing is the best choice. Why are you so negative, little girl? Lin sat on the grass, holding her feet with her hands and resting her chin on her knees. Why do you call me little girl? Mr. Mingming, you don't look much older than me. Tetsuya smiled. I just look young. I'm afraid my actual age is beyond your imagination. It's impossible, you look like you're only in your teens or 20s. Tetsuya just smiled at Lin's words and did not continue to dwell on it, but continued to ask. Why are you so negative? The power in your body is not uncontrollable. Can I control the tailed beast inside me? Why not? The tailed beast itself is the aggregate of chakra energy, so since it is energy, why can't it be controlled? Jay also dusted his pipe, poured out the ashes and put it away. Besides, tailed beasts are alive and have their own thoughts. Why don't you try to communicate with them? Communicate with each other. Lin fell into deep thought and realized something at the same time. The person in front of me is definitely not simple. Sir, may I ask who you are? Jai stood up and flicked his sleeves. You can call me Immortal Milio. Milio is the name of this world and my nickname. Sage, are you as powerful and ancient as Sage of Six Paths? Lin suddenly looked at Tetsuya in surprise. The young man in front of him, who claimed to be an immortal, looked very fairy-like and did not look like an ordinary person. Jia saw that Lin had been frightened by him, so he stopped beating around the bush. Little girl, you are the first person besides me to come here in so many years. Our meeting is fate. You have great opportunities and great perseverance. Are you willing to become my disciple? I will teach you how to practice Sage Jutsu. Control the power within you. Lin was a little hesitant when she heard that Tetsuya wanted to accept her as his disciple. She asked after thinking for a long time. Then I dare to ask, Sage, after practicing with you, can I return to the ninja world? Of course, when the time comes and you have accomplished your studies, you can naturally return to the ninja world. Jia continued to fool around. I have calculated it, the ninja world will experience a great catastrophe in the future, and your companions will be in great danger. Once you have learned a lesson, you can return to the ninja world and be of some help. After hearing what Tetsuya said, Lin also made up her mind. She no longer needs to be the character who needs to be protected. She also wants to protect others, and she also wants to protect her companions, and the premise of all this is to gain enough power. Lin stood up and bowed respectfully towards Tetsuya. Master, my disciple Nohara Lin is willing to join the master's section. I sincerely ask the master to take me in as a disciple. In this ninja world, the difference between a teacher and a master is huge. The teacher may be just your guide, while the master needs to teach you and resolve your doubts. Very good, then from now on, you will be my fourth disciple. There are 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister in front of you. You will have the opportunity to meet in the future. As he spoke, Tetsuya raised his hand, and a breeze immediately lifted Lin up. Lin was a little surprised. Are there any senior brothers and sisters in front of me? Did they go out from here too? No, not really. They were my disciples when I was still in the ninja world. Thinking about it, they should have established their own careers by now. The disciples of Sage should also be very impressive. There are also many powerful forces outside the 5 great ninja villages. I wonder who will be the disciple of Sage. Of course, it's also possible for people in the 5 great ninja villages, just like Jiraiya of Konoha. Doesn't he also claim to be a disciple of Toad Sennin? Okay, Lin, since you have become my disciple, don't stand here anymore. I will take you to a resting place. Later, I will start teaching you the introductory techniques of practice. Tetsuya has always been true to his word. When he said he wanted to teach Lin Sage Art, he really planned to teach her Sage Art. As for how far she can learn, it depends on her luck. Anyway, Huangpai's Ifen's Sage Art has no side effects. Even if Sage Mode cannot be turned on, it will be of great benefit to Lin's future path. At this moment, in the ninja world, the war has finally come to an end. After the Kirigakuer village's plan to use tailed beasts to destroy Konoha went bankrupt, Konoha launched a swift counterattack. At the same time, Kirigakuer and Iwagakuer's joint plan was successfully intercepted. Without supplies and unable to unite, Iwagakuer gradually retreated. At this point, the general trend of this ninja world war has been determined. The third ninja war came to an end, and Obito chose to inherit Uchiha Madara's will and complete the Eye of the Moon plan. In the Land of Rain, the 3 Nagatos, led by the Akatsuki organization, are helping the people of Uchiha, and in the darkness, half-black and half-white Jew emerged from the ground. He said to Obito beside him, Obito, do you see the red-haired guy over there? His eyes are the Samsara Eye. The Samsara Eye is that Madara's original eye. Obito, who had a Sharingan, saw Nagato among the leading trio from a distance. Baiju said with a smile. That's right, those eyes were transplanted when Nagato was very young. That naive guy thought he was born with the Samsara Eye. Black Zetsu added. Nagato is a descendant of Uzumaki. Apart from Madara, he is the only one who can summon the Gadu statue. All you have to do is to conquer Nagato first. However, before he finished speaking, Obito had already walked out of his hiding place. What are you up to? Obito paid no attention to Black Zetsu's reminder and walked straight towards the 3 of them. The 3 of them, Nagato, also spotted Obito walking over in a swaggering manner. Yahiko looked at this strange guy and immediately became vigilant. Now that the third ninja war has just begun to come to an end, all kinds of weird guys have come out, which has to make them extremely vigilant. Who are you? Nagato frowned and asked the other party. Now he is not as weak as before. The reincarnation eye has been sealed since he was a child. His body has been fully developed and grown. His whirlpool physique has been completely stimulated, and he has the blessing of Hashirama cells. The vitality is so strong that it is abnormal. Even if he now fully releases the power of the Samsara Eye, he can still withstand it. and after gaining enough strength, he no longer covered his eyes. A pair of lavender reincarnation eyes stared at this guy covered in a strange white substance. As long as there was the slightest bit of something wrong with this guy, he would immediately fly this guy away. But after seeing that the man in front of him had a familiar red eye, he decided to give this guy a chance to speak. Obito came to the three of them, took off the hood on his head, and used white zetsu to change his voice into that of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Madara. Nagato frowned and exchanged glances with the other two, and Yahiko almost stopped laughing when he heard the name Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, they are so familiar. After all, the teacher of the three of them had pretended to be Uchiha Madara. Not only that, their teacher was also Uchiha Madara's biological brother. Just by exchanging glances, the three of them understood what this guy was here for. If nothing else, there should be someone with ulterior motives who wants to cause trouble in the name of Uchiha Madara. After all, one of their two teachers is particularly fond of causing trouble. The three of them made a tacit understanding without saying anything, but planned to see what this guy wanted to do. Obito thought that the three of them were intimidated by him, so they didn't speak. Yahiko cleared his throat and said, "You dare to call yourself Uchiha Madara? Are you a criminal or an idiot? What is your purpose in approaching us?" Obito answered bluntly, "Reincarnation eye." The three of them thought to themselves, and sure enough, the teacher once said that the samsara eye is the eye of immortality, and there will be countless people in the ninja world who have thoughts about these eyes. They also reminded them that these eyes were most likely stored by someone else here with Nagato. At that time, they asked Nagato if he wanted to take off these eyes, and the teacher would replace them with a more suitable pair of eyes. In the end, Nagato chose to keep these eyes. He was very confident that after completing his studies, he could protect these eyes and use them to change the world. Obito continued speaking in Uchiha Madara's voice. "Providing correct guidance to those who have opened the eye of reincarnation has been the mission of our organization since ancient times." Nagato asked, pretending to be curious, "Do you know these eyes of mine?" Obito pointed at Nagato and said, "You are the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths who long for stability in the ninja world. Only the big country's ninja village Konoha is under the sun, and your small country can only live in the shadows and die. It is because of this that you will open the reincarnation eye. Where there is light, there will inevitably be shadows. As long as there is a concept of a winner, there will also be a loser. The egoistic will to protect peace will lead to war, and protection for love will also give rise to hatred. This is a causal relationship and is inseparable. But this is just common sense, and the samsara eye can break all this. We can create a world where there are only winners, only peace, only love, only these. With our help, you can create it all. The moment you gain the true power of the samsara eye, you can truly achieve the world you want in your heart. Come and join us." What he said was impassioned. However, Obito didn't know that everything he said and did was like a clown in the eyes of the three Nagatos. First of all, there's no way he's Uchiha Madara because he's so secretive. After all, their teacher has already used this operation of pretending to be Uchiha Madara. Yahiko took a step forward and retorted, "That's impossible, you just want to use us and use Nagato's samsara eye, right? The words you said are too beautiful. Such a world only exists in dreams. The reality is cruel and painful, and each of us lives in a different hell. Only by understanding the pain of others and making the perpetrators shed the same tears and feel the same pain can we get closer to the real world. Crying the same tears and feeling the same pain is revenge. No, that's not the case, I mean mutual understanding." Yahiko looked at Obito in front of him and added in his mind, "As for how to understand it, there are many ways to operate it, and revenge is one of them. But now is obviously not the right time to say this. After all, they are having a debate now. Haha, don't daydream here. There is no such thing as mutual understanding in the world. It seems that we have different ideas, so there is no need to continue talking. Let's go, Konan, Nagato. You guys, don't come near us again." Yahiko greeted the two of them and left, while Konan had already folded a paper butterfly and let it fly out. And just when Nagato passed by Obito, Obito spoke. "At this time every day, I will be here waiting for you. One day, you will understand." Nagato did not speak, but left with the Akatsuki organization people led by Yahiko and Konan. The country of grass, Chiba Chamber of Commerce branch. A paper butterfly was sent from the country of rain to the country of grass through the special intelligence channel of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. When Tetsuya saw the paper butterfly, he immediately knew who sent it. Here comes a letter from Konan. Unfold the butterfly and a piece of information comes into view. Ha ha ha, the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara must be Obito. What a pity. If the teacher of the three of them was still that guy Jiraiya, maybe Obito could still succeed, but it is a pity that the difference between the three of them now and the original three is not that big. In Rain Hidden Village, the Ninja World War has come to an end. Seeing that peace is about to come again, this small Rain Hidden Village is no longer peaceful. Sanshou Hanzo was completely corrupted and began to exploit all walks of life in the village. Some of the middle and upper classes are okay, after all, after they have been exploited, they can continue to exploit the lower classes. In the end, all the losses fell on the ordinary people at the bottom. As a result, Rain Shinobi Village, which was originally a shinobi village that relied on trade and prosperity, began to fall into desolation, and the lower-level ninjas and the people complained. The top management, headed by Sanshao Hanzo, turned a deaf ear to everything that was happening in Yuyin village. They pretended not to see it at all and only cared about enjoying their own lives. In such an environment, the Akatsuki organization, headed by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, took advantage of the trend, took it as its mission to help ordinary people, and developed rapidly. A large number of people with lofty ideals who share their love for Yuyin village and this country have gathered together. In order to support such an increasingly large organization, the three Yahikos can be said to have given full play to the skills they learned from Tetsuya. At Tetsuya's suggestion, all the businesses of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce Hashirama after giving up the Rain Country Trade Road were picked up by the Akatsuki organization. Relying on the wealth brought by business, the Akatsuki organization has developed even better than in the original timeline. After all, the Akatsuki organization in the original timeline gathered ordinary people, and with money, they were able to arm their own combat units and even train ninjas. But because of this, the Akatsuki organization was noticed by Sanshou Hanzo in advance. Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, Nagato, there is a letter from the teacher. The two people who were handling matters raised their heads in confusion. The teacher has written a letter? Is there anything we need to do? Which teacher? Izuna-sensei or Tetsuya-sensei? Konan explained. When the guy who claimed to be Uchiha Madara appeared before, I wrote a letter and sent it to the branch of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce using an origami shikigami, asking them to pass it on to the teacher. After hearing what Konan said, the two of them also reacted. Yahiko shook his head and said, "That's not true. He's just a liar who is pretending to be a trick. Is it necessary to tell the teacher about this kind of thing? I think it is necessary to tell teacher Izuna. Anyway, Uchiha Madara is teacher Izuna's brother. Now someone dares to pretend to be Uchiha Madara. As disciples, we should inform the teacher. So, Konan, which teacher is this letter from?" Under the gaze of the two men, Konan took out two letters. "I sent a letter to both teachers. After all, they are both our teachers. It is not good to write to anyone alone, so I simply sent a letter to both." When the two of them thought about it, it seemed like this was the case. Let's see what the two teachers said. The three of them got together and opened Izuna's letter first. Izuna's handwriting was very neat. He first asked how the three of them were living now, whether they were practicing hard, and whether they had encountered any difficulties in life. If they encountered any problems that could not be solved and needed military support, they could go to him directly. If they need financial support, let them go directly to the Chiba Chamber of Commerce to get the money, and give Tetsuya's name when they go. Anyway, that's what he did when he had no money outside. Finally, regarding the one-eyed Uchiha pretending to be Uchiha Madara, Izuna's only attitude is to fight. What kind of thing dares to pretend to be his most respected brother, and he is a one-eyed monster? If you encounter him in the future, don't be polite, just go up and beat each other up with three people. Well, as expected of Izuna-sensei, you are so murderous. I saw the letter and said that next time I meet that fake Uchiha Madara, let the three of them join forces to beat that guy up. It's understandable. After all, if Yahiko, you and Konan encountered an accident and left, and then a guy came out and said he was you, I'm afraid I would have the same reaction as Izuna-sensei. Hey, don't say such unlucky words. Aren't Konan and I getting along well? A metaphor, this is just a metaphor. Okay you two, it's almost done. Let's read the next letter. At Konan's reminder, Nagato put down Izuna's letter and opened Tetsuya's letter. The three of them were stunned when they saw Tetsuya's letter. I saw that the so-called Uchiha Madara's identity and background were clearly investigated on the letterhead, except for the color of the guy's underwear. Uchiha Obito, a Konoha native, 13 years old, single Sherry non, Mangekyou's ability is Kamui. When activated, his body will become insubstantial, and any attack will penetrate his body. At the same time, he cannot attack when he becomes insubstantial. The thing wrapped around the body is called Baiju, and it can use a low-end version of wood style. The half-black and half-white guy following him is amazing. He is good at sneaking and gathering intelligence, and can use simple wood style. The black part is called Heiju, and the white part is called Baiju. Black Ju dominates the subject's consciousness. At the same time, Black Zetsu is the mastermind behind Uchiha Obito. Tetsuya wrote all of Uchiha Obito's experiences and his purpose on the letter paper, but for the Uchiha Madara episode, Tetsuya put all the blame on Black Zetsu. As we all know, most of the blame in the ninja world can be thrown to Danzo. The blame that Danzo can't carry can be thrown to Black Zetsu. If Black Zetsu can't carry it, then he can throw it to Itsutsuki. If something goes wrong, you can definitely throw it at them. Finally, Tetsuya gave them some instructions. If this guy comes to you, you can use him, but you must not really believe this guy's lies. After reading the contents of the letter, both Yahiko and Nagato had complicated expressions. Konan asked as he looked at the two of them. You two, what's your reaction? Yahiko said with emotion. Sure enough, everyone is in different pains. Uchiha Obito is only 13 years old, but his experience has been such a rough and painful experience. Sure enough, the world needs someone to change it. Nagato nodded and said, it's all caused by the arrogance and greed of those big countries. If they hadn't launched the war, how could it have caused all this? All the pain comes from those arrogant and greedy guys. They slapped their heads and made decisions for their own desires, but it was the most humble people who paid their blood and lives. Yahiko and Nagato looked at each other and said in unison, The world must change, and those arrogant guys must feel the pain of ordinary people. Asterisk 2. I'd say you two are about right. Conan's words brought the two back to reality. It is still too far away for us to let the arrogant leaders of big countries feel the pain. The problem we have to face now is still here, in Yuyin Village. At present, their Akatsuki organization and Sanshou Hanzo have broken up. It can be said that the current Omegakure village has been divided into two. Most of the lower-level ninjas and villagers side with the Akatsuki organization, but Sanshou Hanzo has some loyal supporters. All of his supporters are corrupt officials who follow him to exploit and oppress the people at the bottom. The people at the bottom no longer supply Sanshou Hanzo, and even most of the ninjas of Omegakure village have joined the Akatsuki organization. Without the dividends from the Chiba Chamber of Commerce, Sanshou Hanzo can no longer afford to indulge in S*X and enjoy life. After learning about the existence of the Akatsuki organization, he thought it was this bullshit organization that had taken away the money that originally belonged to him. The two sides started a confrontation. For the first time, the three Nagatos showed amazing strength. At the beginning, even Konoha-Sunin could not confront Sanshou Hanzo head-on, but Nagato and the other three were able to compete head-on with Sanshou Hanzo. Of course, there is also the reason why Sanshou Hanzo indulged in sexual activities and emptied his body. In addition, his psychic beast died after the Second Ninja War and lost the blessing of the psychic beast. Sanshou Hanzo, his strength has dropped again and again, and he is no longer as brave as he used to be. Tok tok tok. Enter. 3 leaders. A ninja from the Akatsuki organization pushed in the door after getting Nagato's permission. The man looked a little nervous, as if something big had happened. What's wrong? You're so nervous. What happened? The 3 leaders, Sanshou Hanzo, sent people over. They said they wanted to negotiate peace with us and jointly develop Yuyin Village. Talk about peace. Let's make peace. Let's talk about peace. The 3 people had different expressions, and Nagato was a little confused. He didn't understand why Sanshou Hanzo suddenly wanted to make peace. Yahiko, on the other hand, was a little excited. He knew that people could actually understand each other, and Sanshou Hanzo was also a qualified leader in his early years. Now he should have suddenly woken up. Konan frowned. She always felt that things would not be that simple. Let's go meet this messenger and see what he wants to do. Yahiko invited the 3 of them to go together to meet the so-called messenger. In the hall of the Akatsuki organization headquarters, a one-eyed rain shinobi stood in the hall. Even in the face of many members of the Akatsuki organization, this one-eyed ninja still had an extremely calm expression, as if nothing could cause him to have emotional fluctuations. If Tetsuya were here, I'm afraid he would be able to recognize who this guy is at a glance, and he could break through his defense instantly with just one sentence. And this sentence is, you will never be a Hokage in this life, because you are not half as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen. You must be able to tell the identity of this so-called rain shinobi from this sentence. Yes, he is the darkness of the ninja world, the old coin Shimura Danzo. I don't know where he went wrong, but he actually came to the Akatsuki organization pretending to be Hanzo's messenger. But don't think about it, this old boy definitely has no good intentions. The members of the Akatsuki organization who originally gathered to surround Danzo suddenly gave way to a path, and 3 people walked out of the crowd, led by Yahiko. Are you the envoy sent by Sanshou Hanzo? Yes, you must be the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Mr. Yahiko. That's right, it's me. Danzo introduced himself. I am the deputy to the leader of Sanshou Hanzo. My name is Kanzo. I have heard about your Akatsuki organization for a long time. I heard that you have powerful power, but you advocate solving problems through peaceful means. Yahiko nodded. Yes, indiscriminate use of violence cannot solve the root cause of the problem. It will only continue to breed new hatred. Therefore, the creed of our Akatsuki organization is to advocate solving problems through peaceful means. You are really a young man with a lot of potential. Actually, the main reason I came here today is to deliver a handwritten letter from Hanzo to Chief Yahiko, and to ask Chief Yahiko to read it. As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his sleeve. Upon seeing this, an Akatsuki organization ninja stepped forward and took the scroll from Danzo's hand, returned to the 3 of them and handed it to Yahiko. Yahiko opened the scroll and glanced at it, and roughly understood what it meant. Sanshou Hanzo wanted to negotiate peace. The letter said that he realized his mistake and thanked Yahiko and the Akatsuki organization. If it were not for the support of the Akatsuki organization, Omegakure would, I'm afraid the village has already fallen into the abyss because of Hanzo. He believes that the Akatsuki organization's proposition is correct and that problems should not be solved by force, but should sit down and negotiate. After reading the content on the scroll, Yahiko didn't have much fluctuation. After running such a huge organization as the Akatsuki organization, and experiencing so much intrigue in the mall, Yahiko still maintains a pure heart, but he is no longer as simple and easy to cheat as before. He handed the scroll in his hand to Nagato and Konan, and asked himself, is everything in the letter true? Of course it's true. Hanzo has acknowledged the existence of the Akatsuki organization and recognized everyone. Now Hanzo hopes to have a good talk with the Akatsuki organization. Yahiko nodded. I understand. Please go back and tell Master Hanzo that we will keep the appointment as scheduled. Very well, then I'll take my leave first. Seeing that Yahiko agreed, Danzo also turned and left. He didn't care if the other party discovered any clues, as long as they dared to go to the appointment. That day would be the day the Akatsuki organization was destroyed. The corrupt Rain Shinobi village is the best Rain Shinobi village. This is a place caught between the big powers. It is enough to be a battlefield for the game between the big powers. There is no need for a rise. After Danzo left, Yahiko held a high-level meeting of the Akatsuki organization. In addition to their 3 leaders, there are 5 other top leaders of the Akatsuki organization. Before the meeting started, Yahiko asked the other 5 people to read the scroll first. After everyone had read it, he asked, "What do you think of what the messenger said just now?" 5 senior executives spoke actively, and 2 of them thought this was a good thing, indicating that what they did had awakened Sancho Hanzo, and Sancho Hanzo was willing to recognize them, so in the future their Akatsuki organization might be able to become the official leader of Rain Shinobi Village Department. These 2 people used to be commoners in Yuyin Village. In their early years, they had seen Sancho Hanzo fighting for Yuyin Village and the country of Rain, and they still recognized this Yukage very much. As for the other 3, one of them felt that he should be more cautious and investigate the other party's purpose. The last 2 expressed their firm support for the choices and opinions of the 3 leaders. As for Sancho Hanzo, they did not believe it. After all 5 people expressed their opinions, Yahiko spoke. "It's all said and done, now it's my turn to talk." Everyone became quiet and looked at Yahiko. Yahiko said, "First of all, there is a problem with Kanzo, the deputy of Sancho Hanzo who claims to be Sancho. Everyone has lived in Yuyin Village for a long time and has heard about the people around Sancho Hanzo, but who of you have heard of Kanzo?" Number 1. Everyone looked at each other and finally shook their heads. Really, they had never heard of such a person as Kanzang in Yuyin Village before. You must know that their Akatsuki organization has taken root in Amegakur Village. They have dealt with those big shots to some extent and have a certain understanding of it. They have never heard of Kanzu. Not only that, there is also something wrong with his name for Hanzo the Sancho fish. Although we all call that guy by his first name, as Sancho Hanzo's deputy, when we call him, we actually call him by his first name, which is very strange. You know, since Sancho Hanzo became Rain Shadow, everyone around him needs to call him Rain Shadow. Everyone who has worked under him must know this. 2 people who had worked under Sancho Hanzo before said that this was indeed the case. Sancho Hanzo was particularly persistent in calling him Rain Shadow. So I think there's something very wrong with this Kanzang, Yahiko said, knocking on the table before continuing. Okay, let's take a look next. Sancho Hanzo wants to ask for peace. The atmosphere in the conference room was a little depressing for a while. After all, since the messenger who came to deliver the message had problems, the peace talks were probably not sincere. Actually, from this so-called messenger Kanzo, we can find that it is basically impossible to be true that Sancho Hanzo wants to negotiate peace. So at this point, I think we all should give up our illusions and be prepared for struggle. Nagato also stood up and said, although our Akatsuki organization advocates solving problems through peaceful means, it seems that peace alone can no longer solve the problem. We must launch an armed struggle. Konan also added in unison. Everyone, for the sake of Hidden Rain Village and the country of Rain, it's time for Sancho Hanzo to feel the pain. The 5 senior executives stood up together. For Yuyin Village, for the country of Rain, for peace. *5. In the end, the Akatsuki organization's attitude towards Sancho Hanzo was completely implemented, and it was time to eradicate this rotten Rain Shadow. The Hidden Rain Village needs new Rain Shadows, and the country of Rain needs new leaders, and their Akatsuki organization will lead the Hidden Rain Village and lead the country of Rain to new life. After making the decision, the 3 people discussed the peace talks. In the end, they decided to use the trick. They wanted to see what Sancho Hanzo had planned. Soon, the time for peace talks arrived. The 3 Yahikos led the Akatsuki organization to the agreed location for negotiations. Outside the Amegakur village, the battlefield where Hanzo the Sanchoyo defeated the Konoha Sunin was also the place where he was slashed out of his psychological shadow by Izuna's sword. The Akatsuki organization met with Sancho Hanzo. However, this time Sancho Hanzo did not come forward in person, but sent another deputy. Although it was uncomfortable, the 2 sides started peace talks, and during the negotiations, as if to appease Yahiko and others, Sanyo Hanzo actually made an astonishing concession. He handed over the internal and external affairs of Amegakur village to the Akatsuki organization. It can be said that except for not giving up his Amekage throne, he has given up everything he can and cannot give away. The more generous the other party is, the more alarming it is. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Not to mention that Sancho Hanzo is a person who is extremely greedy for power. He actually handed over the power in his hands so easily. This is suspicious no matter how you think about it. However, Sancho Hanzo did not choose to take action during the negotiation, which was surprising. The negotiations are over and the transfer of power begins. Before the other party revealed his true intention, Yahiko did not act rashly. Instead, he took advantage of this opportunity and naturally began to take over the affairs of Rain Shinobi Village. If there can be a peaceful transition without using force, it seems good to take over the Rain Hidden Village from Hanzo. However, Yahiko also knew very well that there must be fraud in this. At the same time, Sanyo Hanzo's deputy also made another agreement with Yahiko and others to let the Akatsuki organization manage the Omegakure village for half a month, and then discuss it in detail again after half a month, at which time Sanyo Hanzo will personally come forward. In Yukage building and Yukage's office, Hanzo and Danzo were sitting face to face at a huge round table discussing something. Plans have already begun. People from the Akatsuki organization didn't find anything wrong. Haha, they are just a bunch of idiots. They have just gained their rights and are now showing off their power. What abnormalities can be found? Danzo nodded. Very good. After my observation, the boy named Yahiko is their backbone. As long as Yahiko dies, this bullshit Akatsuki organization will be disbanded. That's right, it's really ridiculous that just 3 brats want to overthrow my rule. After this matter is over, Leader Hanzo must not forget our agreement. Don't worry, I won't forget it, too. Sanshao Hanzo's tone suddenly rose. Remember Danzo, you want to call me Yukage. A strange look flashed in Danzo's one eye. Okay Yuing, The Akatsuki organization took over the government affairs of Omegakure village, and the originally wealthy manpower suddenly seemed a little insufficient. So much so that Yahiko and others personally led the team to patrol the Omegakure village. As night fell, Nagato and Yahiko were handling government affairs, and Yahiko scratched his head in frustration. This writing work is so troublesome. Why doesn't Konan handle it? Nagato smiled and patted his shoulder. Konan is very busy. She also has work to deal with. After all, I have sent out several avatars to help. Konan is even more understandable. Nagato, can you create a few more clones to help? My head is going to explode. Okay, you go and rest first. Tomorrow is the time for the final negotiation with Sanshao Hanzo. Whatever conspiracy he has, will be revealed tomorrow. You go and rest first and recuperate your energy. Haha, thank you Nagato. Yahiko really just put down the work at hand and went to rest. After all, he is really not good at these things. Sometimes the documents that have been processed need to be processed a second time by Nagato and Konan. Instead of staying here to cause trouble and delay, it is better to rest first. Keep your spirit up. The ordinary person once again separated into 2 clones and began to handle the work. As time passed, the entire Yuin village fell into silence. In the early morning, a white figure quietly appeared. Nagato, it's you? Nagato frowned, and he looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him. No, Uchiha Obito to be precise. Obito spoke. Reality is about to change dramatically. We must part ways with Yahiko and the others immediately. If you act together with me, there is still time to change everything. After hearing this, Nagato's expression became more solemn. He heard a lot of things from it. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Nagato asked, looking at Obito in front of him. What are you trying to say? What's going to happen? Obito said without answering Nagato's question. What Yahiko said is just an ideal. It doesn't matter if you understand the pain of others. Others will not care about your pain. Moreover, the world does not expect such a thing to happen. This is reality. You who have the reincarnation eye should be able to understand this. Nagato frowned as he listened to Obito's words. No matter what you say, I firmly believe in Yahiko's ideals. Obito looked at Nagato, and he felt that the guy in front of him was naive. Can't you appreciate reality without suffering? As he spoke, he walked towards Nagato, but Nagato just took a step back and realized that this guy actually passed through him. In this regard, even if you have the reincarnation eye, you are just a mortal. That's fine, you can follow your own pain and see clearly the true appearance of the world. With that said, Obito mobilized Kamui to leave the Akatsuki organization. And just after Obito left, groups of origami butterflies and paper cranes flew over and gathered together to become Konan. That guy is really elusive. His Manjikyu ability is a bit tricky, but fortunately, he only has 1 Sharingan now. Nagato looked at Konan and asked, how's it going? Did you find anything out of the investigation? Well, it has been found out. The roots of Konoha secretly entered the Kingdom of Rain. Hanzo's people pretended to be dead and took away one of my paper clones. It seems that he plans to use me during negotiations tomorrow. Come to blackmail you. Humph, that guy really didn't have any good intentions. He never thought of solving the problem through peaceful means. Yahiko walked out of the room, looked at the 2 of them and said, in this case, then we can only let this guy Sanshao Hanzo feel the pain. It's still the familiar battlefield. Sanshao Hanzo has been waiting for a long time. He stood on a high place and took the last elite of Omegakure village to overlook the menacing Akatsuki organization below. Master Yuing came very early, actually arrived earlier than us. Yahiko saw Sanshao Hanzo and said hello nonchalantly, as if nothing happened. Sanshao Hanzo looked at the leaders Yahiko and Nagato and asked with a sneer. Hey, how about Yahiko kid, the leader of the Akatsuki organization? How does it feel to control power? It's okay. After actually doing it, I discovered that managing a ninja village is actually not that difficult. I really don't understand, Master Yukage, how you made the village so miserable for the people. Why don't you just do it more simply, Yukage? Master Ying, please hand over Yuying's throne. Arrogant brat, do you really think you are worthy of sitting in my position? Yuyin village is my Sanshao Hanzo's Yuyin village, and everything in the village belongs to me. Sanshao Hanzo roared at the people of the Akatsuki organization. As a member of Yuyin village, you dare to disobey my will, Sanchoyo Hanzo, and you all deserve to die. Humph, Sanchoyo Hanzo, you are greedy for pleasure and endlessly exploit and squeeze everyone in Yuyin village, making many people unable to live a normal life, and eventually their families were ruined. As a cage, you are the sinner of the entire Megakure village. You actually dare to say that everything in a Megakure village belongs to you. You have committed a heinous crime. Today, our Akatsuki organization will ask everyone in a Megakure village to eradicate this scourge of you. Ha 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 ha, you arrogant brat, you still want to get rid of me? Let's see who this person is. Sanchoyo Hanzo waved, and a ranged shinobi dragged a person to the edge of the cliff, and that person was Konan. Arrogant brat, don't you want to get rid of me? First find out who this person is. If you dare to act rashly, I will kill this guy first. Seeing Konan, everyone in the Akatsuki organization had extremely dull expressions, as if he was not one of the 3 leaders of their Akatsuki organization, but just an unrelated person. Sanchoyo Hanzo, would you like to see who I am? A woman's voice came from the air. Nanny. Sanchoyo Hanzo and the others looked up and saw a woman hovering in the air, with white wings behind her, like an angel descending. How is that possible? Haven't you already been arrested? He looked back at Konan beside him in disbelief. At this moment, Konan's skin was actually chapped layer by layer, as if it was made up of special origami sheets. The most important thing is that this is not ordinary paper, these are detonating symbols. Konan immediately activated the forbidden technique and directly surprised Hanzo the Sanchoyo. Forbidden art, the art of tandem paper bombs. No, water teleportation technique. Sancho Hanzo almost instinctively activated the teleportation technique to run away, but the other elite ninjas of Omegakure who followed Sancho Hanzo were not so lucky. Boom. The paper man clone made of detonating talismans instantly triggered an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying explosion directly shattered the elite ninjas of the nearby Yuyin village and evaporated. And even Sanchoyo Hanzo, who activated the teleportation technique in time, was affected by the explosion, and one side of his body was burned black. Damn it! How can that guy know this level of forbidden arts? Sanchoyo Hanzo gritted his teeth and immediately sent out a signal. A firework soared into the sky and exploded in the air. Suddenly, a large number of root ninjas who had been ambushing in the mountains and forests in advance rushed out. These are all the people borrowed after the previous transaction with Danzo. After all, most of his men died in the explosion just now, and now he can only rely on these root ninjas of Konoha. Everyone, Sancho Hanzo colluded with the Konoha ninjas and surrendered to the enemy to buy the country. For the sake of Rain Shinobi Village and the Kingdom of Rain, we are here. Yahiko shouted loudly, and all the members of the Akatsuki organization immediately rushed towards the Umbu ninjas as if they were in a rush. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato took the initiative to find Sancho Hanzo. The 3 of them must be the future leaders of the Kingdom of Rain, and Sancho Hanzo, the former leader of the Kingdom of Rain, must be ended by their own hands. The right side of Sanchoyo Hanzo's body was blackened and severely burned, and one of his eyes was no longer visible. As for the 3 people standing in front of him at this moment, all of them have not consumed much. Sanchoyo Hanzo, you are greedy for pleasure, oppress the people, and have brought endless pain to everyone in Yuyin village. Today is the day to end your corrupt reign. We will make you feel the pain you have brought to everyone in Yuyin village. Haha, these 3 little brats can only talk big words? Who do you think I am? I'm Hanzo the Sanchoyo. Sanchoyo Hanzo roared angrily and cut his abdomen open with a sickle, and the toxins in his body suddenly exploded. Nagato, Konan, don't hold back. 8 gates Dunka 7th gate Gate of Wonder, open. As he spoke, Yahiko directly opened the 7th gate of 8 gates Dungia. Hidera. Multiple shadow clone, 5 escapes, 5 continuous bullets technique. Paper release paper phantom body, the art of tandem paper bombs. All kinds of attacks came at once, and Sanchoyo Hanzo was blinded. Is he facing a brat from a Megakure village or a top expert from Konoha? At the corner of the cliff, the people in Obito were dumbfounded. Are these 3 people from the Akatsuki organization? Ju is also a little confused. These 3 guys are too fierce. It shouldn't be. Where did they learn these ninjutsu? Aren't these all Konoha's forbidden techniques? After seeing the techniques used by Yahiko and the others, Heizetsu really couldn't stand it any longer. Second Hokage Tobirama's Hucheng detonating talisman just made a splash on the battlefield some time ago. He fought 7 people with ninja swords alone and kicked 4 8 gates armor to death. And Nagato's technique is even more extreme, 5 releases and 5 continuous bombs? Isn't that the famous stunt of Hiruzen Sarutobi of the 3rd Hokage? How did you, Nagato, learn it? Although there is nothing wrong with your Grandmaster's 5 escape techniques with the Samsara Eye, but if you come up with 5 consecutive bullets, it's a bit too much. You ask me? Who should I ask? Didn't Madara say that you control the intelligence of the entire ninja world? Veins popped up on Obito's forehead. He suddenly felt that it might be difficult to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. Apart from anything else, the fighting power displayed by the 3 Akatsuki organization people was a bit too strong. Even with Kamui's god-level eye skills, he may not be able to defeat one of them. After all, Kamui's thing looks bluffing, but he knows very well that once the secret of virtualization is seen through, his ability can still be easily targeted. I do have information about the 3 of them, but the only reality in my information is that the 3 of them were brought back to the Fire Country for adoption by a wealthy businessman from the Fire Country. During that time, the three of them all I learned was business skills. You have been in contact with the three of them, and you also know that the three of them were doing business in Yuyin village before. Heiju was also a little aggrieved, that's what the intelligence said. There's no way you can say that the wealthy businessman actually taught them ninjutsu secretly. Even if it's just ordinary ninjutsu, forget it. It's Konoha's forbidden art. How could an ordinary wealthy businessman from the fire country get it? Obito also nodded. He had never heard of these forbidden techniques before today. The only forbidden technique he knew was the Flying Thunder God technique used by his teacher Minato Namikaze. It seems that Nagato's matter needs long-term consideration, but it doesn't matter, we still have plenty of time. Well, you are right. If we take our time, we will always find an opportunity. After waiting for so many years, Heiju can afford to wait. Let's put the matter of Nagato aside for now and see if we can find an opportunity to kill Yahiko in the future. As long as Yahiko, the sun in Nagato's heart, is destroyed, then we will still have a chance. Obito nodded after listening to Black Zetsu's words. So what do we do next? Black Jew thought for a moment and said, since there will be no progress on Nagato's side in a short time, let's start with the tailed beasts first and collect information on the tailed beasts for future tailed beast capture plans. Okay, let's do this first. After that, Obito disappeared into the open space with Black Zetsu. The battle in the distance came to an end very quickly. Hanzo himself was seriously injured by Konan's tandem paper bombs technique, and he faced 3 people with full firepower. He was no match at all, and finally died under Yahiko's Hirutora. After getting rid of Sancho Hanzo, the ninjas at the roots of Konoha planned to retreat as soon as possible. But it is impossible for Yahiko and others to give the other party a chance. After all, their teacher once told them that they cannot use these forbidden techniques easily unless necessary. Once these forbidden techniques are used, they must ensure that they know these forbidden techniques. Things are not known to others, especially people in Konoha. But now, even Yahiko, who advocates mutual understanding between people and peaceful resolution of problems, cannot let them leave a Megakure village alive. The country of grass, Chiba Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Phew, I'm done with my work. After getting off the carriage, Jie also stretched and felt very good. Since the end of the war, Jia has become busy. What do you think he is busy with? Of course he is busy giving gifts to famous people from big countries. Jai personally visited the Daming Mansion of the 5 major countries, and even the Kingdom of Water, which was isolated overseas, did not forget. He personally went to meet with the big names of these big countries and expressed his sincerity. Without him, just for one thing, that is, he is ready to officially take over the identity of the daimyo of Grass Country. Although I have a bet in hand, I still have to be careful about the world of people. Even if you are reasonable, there is a chance that the famous names of those big countries will be unhappy and find any reason to make Tetsuya's succession difficult. Fortunately, Tetsuya's attitude satisfied the daimyo of those big countries. In addition, the country of Grass was just a tiny place, so they didn't care. On the contrary, when he met with the daimyo of the Fire Country, he was teased quite a bit by the daimyo of the Fire Country. After all, the daimyo of the Fire Country intended for him to become a noble of the Fire Country, and he was also the faction closest to the daimyo. At that time, Tetsuya's repeated refusals made the daimyo of the Fire Country feel strange that someone would refuse the status of a noble. Unexpectedly, this old boy turned around and went to the land of grass to obtain the identity of the daimyo, which surprised him. But what was more than an accident was appreciation. He was worthy of being the person he liked. He had means, ambition, and patience. No wonder he was able to climb from a small commoner to such a height step by step. But for the fact that Tetsuya has become the new daimyo of the country of grass, the daimyo of the country of fire still agrees. After all, he admires Tetsuya very much, and the country of grass itself is considered a small affiliated country of the country of fire. After going round and round, Jia finally figured out that he was still his own person. Although they are also daimyo, the daimyo of small countries are only slightly more noble than the ordinary nobles of these countries, and they are still incomparable with the daimyo of their 5 major countries. Alright, the matters concerning the daimyo of the 5 major countries have been settled, so the next step is the enthronement ceremony. At that time, invitations must be sent to the daimyo of the 5 major countries and other small countries. After all, etiquette cannot be discarded. Tetsuya murmured to himself and walked towards the Kusanokuni branch of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Although from now on, he is considered a daimyo of the Kingdom of Grass and can live in the daimyo mansion. But he had no interest in the dilapidated Daming mansion, so he left it to the previous generation of daimyo to build a more luxurious one. Boss, you are finally back, ha ha ha, those 3 brats are now successful. As soon as Jai walked into the hall, he saw Angle running over happily. As soon as he heard this, Jai roughly guessed what was going on. Is Sancho Hanzo dead? That's right, Yahiko and the others killed Sancho Hanzo and successfully took over the land of rain. Yuyin village, this village that has been shrouded in heavy rain all year round, became sunny on this day. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood together. They looked at each other excitedly, and the even more excited members of the Akatsuki organization gathered around and lifted the 3 of them high. They cheered, they celebrated. Today, Yuyin village ushered in a change. Okay everyone, now that Sancho Hanzo is dead, it's time for us to plan our next steps. After finally being put down by the excited Akatsuki organization members, Yahiko greeted everyone to discuss the follow-up plan. Nagato spoke. Yahiko, I think we should quickly return to Megakure village now to control the remaining Sanshouayo gang involved. Konoha nodded and said. Yes, the teacher once said that to cut the weeds, we must remove the roots, otherwise in the future, the spring wind will blow up the ghosts, and those guys will come back and we will be in trouble. Even if there is no more Sanshou Hanzo, we must avoid this possibility. That's right, we should return to Yuyin village immediately. Yes, we can't let anyone who escapes by chance escape. Then what are we waiting for? Go back now, leader. Yahiko nodded. Okay, leave a bunch of people to deal with the body, and the others will go back with us first. Yes. N. After leaving a team to dispose of the body, the other members of the Akatsuki organization followed the Yahiko trio and quickly returned to a Megakure village. Before entering the village, they divided their forces and blocked all exits to the outside world. The three of Yahiko went straight to the Rain Shadow building. People inside, listen, Sanshouayo Hanzo is dead, give up resistance, raise your hands and surrender immediately. Yahiko shouted loudly in the direction of the Rain Shadow building, and his voice spread to every corner of the Rain Shadow building under the influence of chakra. At this moment, there was a creak, and the door of Yueying building opened a crack wide enough for one person. Everyone became nervous for a while. I saw a person walking out of the Yueying building. Sancho Fishmida. Yahiko frowned when he looked at the man in front of him. Many ninjas from the Akatsuki organization also gritted their teeth when they saw this guy. After all, Sanshouayo Kanda is famous for being flattery in a Megakure village. What he does most is to deceive others. Made Sanshouayo Hanzo very happy, but he treated other people with a completely different look. Leader Yahiko, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Nagato spoke. Sancho Kanda, give up resistance. Sancho Hanzo is dead. It's not too late to surrender now. Surrender? Why should I surrender? Sanshouayo Manda had a puzzled expression on his face. We are not enemies from the beginning to the end. As he spoke, he opened his arms and completely opened the door of Yueying building. Everyone took a breath of cold air when they saw the scene inside the Yueying building. This is all you're doing. It's terrible. All dead. Are you a devil? Everyone in the Akatsuki organization was amazed. I saw that the Yueying building was full of corpses. Everyone who stayed in Yuyin village was here. They were all killed by Sanshouayo Shenda and gathered in the hall. Yahiko immediately clenched his fists. Sanshouayo Manda? Even if you want to protect yourself, there is no need to kill such a person. Sanshouayo Mida shrugged. Leader Yahiko, are you really okay with what you say? Master Yukage took a lot of people out, and I didn't see them come back alive. Yahiko still wanted to speak, but Nagato stopped him with his hand. Santa, what did you mean when you said we were never enemies from the beginning to the end? Sanshouayo Manda grinned. I'll show you something and you'll understand. As he spoke, he took a ring from his right hand and threw it to Nagato. Nagato grabbed it and opened his palm to take a look. The ring was engraved with a familiar pattern that they were no longer familiar with. It was a tree with millions of leaves. This was the totem of the Chiba Chamber of Commerce. Seeing this ring, Nagato and the others immediately understood that Sanshouayo Kanda had been their teacher from the beginning. Huh, you are indeed a teacher. At this point, Nagato could only sigh. Okay, Chief Nagato, can you return the ring to me? I still need to use this. Nagato threw the ring back to Sanshouayo Mida. Thank you. Sanshouayo Manda put the ring back on and said. Then congratulations to the three leaders for leading the Akatsuki organization to take over a Megakure village. I believe that a Megakure village will get better and better under your leadership. After that, he walked through the crowd in such a swagger, and everyone in the Akatsuki organization was very unhappy and gave way to a path. Although they were very unhappy, since the leader did not give the order to take action, they naturally would not take action against him. After walking out of the crowd, Sanshouayo Manda suddenly turned around. Oh, by the way, the three leaders, the one asked me to bring you a message, I almost forgot. After hearing the name of Sanshouayo Shenda, the three of them also understood who he was talking about. What did that person tell you to say? The one asked me to tell you that before you are officially ready to face the cruelty of the ninja world, you can control all the news channels and pretend to be Sancho Hanzo to win the battle with you. Relying on Sancho Hanzo, the prestige accumulated during the Second Ninja War will continue to develop until you develop enough strength to deal with external risks. That's all. We are destined to meet again. This time, he really left without looking back and walked very gracefully. After all, what could be more fulfilling than completing an undercover mission and retiring with success? Chief, what's next for us? Obviously, many people have been tempted by Sanshouayo Mida's proposal. If it is said to the outside world that Sanshouayo Hanzo is dead, then it may attract the covetousness of others. Continuing to act under the pretense of Sanshouayo Hanzo may not be an option. Okay everyone, let's go in first. We still have a lot to do. The country of grass, Chiba Chamber of Commerce branch. In the pavilion, Izuna drank a small drink in a happy mood, admiring the koi carp swimming in the pond outside the pavilion. From time to time, he threw a few peanuts to feed the fish. Hey, Izuna, you're in such a good mood. Tetsuya came from outside, looked at Izuna and said hello. Izuna smiled. Of course I'm in a good mood. How can I, a teacher, be in a bad mood after my disciple has made a successful career? Ha ha ha, yes, the disciples have made great achievements. We teachers are indeed happy for them. Come and have a drink with us. It's easy to say, come on, do it. Izuna poured Tetsuya a glass of wine, the two of them clinked their glasses together, and then drank it all. Tell me, what do you want to see me for? You can't just come here because of Yahiko and the others. Hey, you guessed it right. I really have something to tell you. What's up? I plan to resurrect Senju Tobirama. Bang. Hearing the name, the cup in Izuna's hand exploded.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.